Dulce domum, sweetly at home. The sheep ran huddling together against the hurdles, blowing out thin nostrils and stamping with delicate forefeet, their heads thrown back and a light steam rising from the crowded sheep pen into the frosty air, as the two animals hastened by in high spirits, with much chatter and laughter. They were returning across country after a long day's outing with Otter, hunting and exploring on the wide uplands, where certain streams tributary to their own river had their first small beginnings, and the shades of the short winter day were closing in on them, and they had still some distance to go. Plodding at random across the plough, they had heard the sheep and had made for them, and now, leading from the sheep pen, they found a beaten track that made walking a lighter business, and responded, moreover, to that small inquiring something which all animals carry inside them, saying unmistakably, "Yes, quite right, this leads home." "It looks as if we were coming to a village," said the mole somewhat dubiously, slackening his pace, as the track, that had in time become a path and then had developed into a lane, now handed them over to the charge of a well-metalled road. The animals did not hold with villages, and their own highways, thickly frequented as they were, took an independent course, regardless of church, post office, or public house. "Oh, never mind," said the rat. "At this season of the year they're all safe indoors by this time, sitting round the fire, men, women, and children, dogs and cats and all. We shall slip through all right, without any bother or unpleasantness, and we can have a look at them through their windows, if you like, and see what they're doing." The rapid nightfall of mid-December had quite beset the little village as they approached it on soft feet over a first thin fall of powdery snow. Little was visible but squares of a dusky orange-red, on either side of the street, where the firelight or lamplight of each cottage overflowed through the casements, into the dark world without. Most of the low latticed windows were innocent of blinds, and to the lookers in from outside, the inmates, gathered round the tea table, absorbed in handiwork, or talking with laughter and gesture, had each that happy grace, which is the last thing the skilled actor shall capture, the natural grace, which goes with perfect unconsciousness of observation. Moving at will from one theatre to another, the two spectators, so far from home themselves, had something of wistfulness in their eyes as they watched a cat being stroked, a sleepy child picked up and huddled off to bed, or a tired man stretch and knock out his pipe on the end of a smouldering log. But it was from one little window, with its blind drawn down, a mere blank transparency on the night, that the sense of home and the little curtained world within walls, the larger stressful world of outside nature shut out and, forgotten, most pulsated. Close against the white blind hung a bird cage, clearly silhouetted, every wire, perch, and appurtenance distinct and recognizable, even to yesterday's dull-edged lump of sugar. On the middle perch the fluffy occupant, head tucked well into feathers, seemed so near to them as to be easily stroked, had they tried. Even the delicate tips of his plumped-out plumage penciled plainly on the illuminated screen. As they looked, the sleepy little fellow stirred uneasily, woke, shook himself, and raised his head. They could see the gape of his tiny beak as he yawned in a bored sort of way, looked round, and then settled his head into his back again, while the ruffled feathers gradually subsided into perfect stillness. Then a gust of bitter wind took them in the back of the neck, a small sting of frozen sleet on the skin woke them as from a dream, and they knew their toes to be cold and their legs tired, and their own home distant a weary way. Once beyond the village, where the cottages ceased abruptly, on either side of the road, they could smell through the darkness the friendly fields again, and they braced themselves for the last long stretch, the home stretch, the stretch that we know is bound to end, sometime, in the rattle of the door latch, the sudden firelight, and the sight of familiar things, greeting us as long-absent travellers from far oversea. They plodded along steadily and silently, each of them thinking his own thoughts. The moles ran a good deal on supper, as it was pitch dark, and it was all a strange country for him as far as he knew, and he was following obediently in the wake of the rat, leaving the guidance entirely to him. As for the rat, he was walking a little way ahead, as his habit was, his shoulders humped, his eyes fixed on the straight grey road in front of him, so he did not notice poor Mole when suddenly the summons reached him, and took him like an electric shock. We others, who have long lost the more subtle of the physical senses, have not even proper terms to express an animal's intercommunications with his surroundings, living or otherwise, and have only the word smell, for instance, to include the whole range of delicate thrills which murmur in the nose of the animal night and day, summoning, warning, inciting, repelling. It was one of these mysterious fairy calls from out the void that suddenly reached Mole in the darkness, making him tingle through and through with its very familiar appeal, even while yet he could not clearly remember what it was. He stopped dead in his tracks, his nose searching hither and thither in its efforts to recapture the fine filament, the telegraphic current, that had so strongly moved him. A moment, and he had caught it again, and with it this time came recollection in fullest flood. Home. That was what they meant, those caressing appeals, those soft touches wafted through the air, those invisible little hands pulling and tugging, all one way. Why, it must be quite close by him at that moment, his old home that he had hurriedly forsaken and never sought again, that day when he first found the river. And now it was sending out its scouts and its messengers to capture him and bring him in. Since his escape on the bright morning he had hardly given it a thought, so absorbed had he been in his new life, in all its pleasures, its surprises, its fresh and captivating experiences. Now, with a rush of old memories, how clearly it stood up before him, in the darkness. Shabby indeed, and small and poorly furnished, and yet his, the home he had made for himself, the home he had been so happy to get back to after his day's work. And the home had been happy with him, too, evidently, and was missing him, and wanted him back, and was telling him so, through his nose, sorrowfully, reproachfully, but with no bitterness or anger, only with plaintive reminder that it was there, and wanted him. The call was clear, the summons was plain. He must obey it instantly, and go. "Ratty," he called, full of joyful excitement. "Hold on. Come back. I want you, quick." "Oh, come along, Mole, do," replied the rat cheerfully, still plodding along. "Please stop, Ratty," pleaded the poor mole, in anguish of heart. "You don't understand. It's my home, my old home. I've just come across the smell of it, and it's close by here, really quite close. And I must go to it. I must. Oh, come back, Ratty. Please, please come back." The rat was by this time very far ahead, too far to hear clearly what the mole was calling, too far to catch the sharp note of painful appeal in his voice. And he was much taken up with the weather, for he too could smell something suspiciously like approaching snow. "Mole, we mustn't stop now, really," he called back. "We'll come for it tomorrow, whatever it is you've found. But I daren't stop now, it's late, and the snow's coming on again, and I'm not sure of the way. And I want your nose, Mole, so come on quick, there's a good fellow." And the rat pressed forward on his way without waiting for an answer. Poor Mole stood alone in the road, his heart torn asunder, and a big sob gathering, somewhere low down inside him, to leap up to the surface presently, he knew, in passionate escape. But even under such a test as this his loyalty to his friend stood firm. Never for a moment did he dream of abandoning him. Meanwhile, the wafts from his old home pleaded, whispered, conjured, and finally claimed him imperiously. He dared not tarry longer within their magic circle. With a wrench that tore his very heartstrings he set his face down the road and followed submissively in the track of the rat, while faint, thin little smells, still dogging his retreating nose, reproached him for his new friendship and his callous forgetfulness. With an effort he caught up to the unsuspecting rat, who began chattering cheerfully about what they would do when they got back, and how jolly a fire of logs in the parlour would be, and what a supper he meant to eat, never noticing his companion's silence and distressful state of mind. At last, however, when they had gone some considerable way further, and were passing some tree stumps, at the edge of a copse that bordered the road, he stopped and said kindly, "Look here, Mole, old chap, you seem dead tired. No talk left in you, and your feet dragging like lead. We'll sit down here for a minute and rest. The snow has held off so far, and the best part of our journey is over." The mole subsided forlornly on a tree stump and tried to control himself, for he felt it surely coming. The sob he had fought with so long refused to be beaten. Up and up, it forced its way to the ear, and then another, and another, and others thick and fast, till poor Mole at last gave up the struggle, and cried freely and helplessly and openly, now that he knew it was all over and he had lost what he could hardly be said to have found. The rat, astonished and dismayed at the violence of Mole's paroxysm of grief, did not dare to speak for a while. At last he said, very quietly and sympathetically, "What is it, old fellow? Whatever can be the matter? Tell us your trouble, and let me see what I can do." Poor Mole found it difficult to get any words out between the upheavals of his chest, that followed one upon another so quickly, and held back speech and choked it as it came. "I know it's a shabby, dingy little place," he sobbed forth at last brokenly. "Not like your cosy quarters, or Toad's beautiful hall, or Badger's great house, but it was my own little home, and I was fond of it, and I went away and forgot all about it, and then I smelt it suddenly, on the road, when I called and you wouldn't listen, rat, and everything came back to me with a rush, and I wanted it. Oh dear, oh dear. And when you wouldn't turn back, Ratty, and I had to leave it. Though I was smelling it all the time, I thought my heart would break. We might have just gone and had one look at it, Ratty, only one look, it was close by, but you wouldn't turn back, Ratty, you wouldn't turn back. Oh dear, oh dear. Recollection brought fresh waves of sorrow, and sobs again took full charge of him, preventing further speech. The rat stared straight in front of him, saying nothing, only patting Mole gently on the shoulder. After a time he muttered gloomily, I see it all now. What a pig I have been. A pig, that's me. Just a pig, a plain pig. He waited till Mole's sobs became gradually less stormy and more rhythmical. He waited till at last sniffs were frequent and sobs only intermittent. Then he rose from his seat, and, remarking carelessly, well, now we'd really better be getting on, old chap, set off up the road again over the toilsome way they had come. Wherever are you? Hick. Going to, hick. Ratty, cried the tearful Mole, looking up in alarm. We're going to find that home of yours, old fellow, replied the rat pleasantly, so you had better come along, for it will take some finding, and we shall want your nose. Oh, come back, Ratty, do, cried the Mole, getting up and hurrying after him. It's no good, I tell you. It's too late, and too dark, and the place is too far off, and the snow's coming. And I never meant to let you know I was feeling that way about it. It was all an accident and a mistake. And think of Riverbank, and your supper. Hang Riverbank, and supper, too, said the rat heartily. I tell you, I'm going to find this place now, if I stay out all night. So cheer up, old chap, and take my arm, and we'll very soon be back there again. Still snuffling, pleading, and reluctant, Mole suffered himself to be dragged back along the road by his imperious companion, who by a flow of cheerful talk and anecdote endeavoured to beguile his spirits back and make the weary way seem shorter. When at last it seemed to the rat that they must be nearing that part of the road where the Mole had been held up, he said, Now, no more talking. Business. Use your nose, and give your mind to it. They moved on in silence for some little way, when suddenly the rat was conscious, through his arm that was linked in Mole's, of a faint sort of electric thrill that was passing down that animal's body. Instantly he disengaged himself, fell back a pace, and waited, all attention. The signals were coming through. Mole stood a moment rigid, while his uplifted nose, quivering slightly, felt the air. Then a short, quick run forward, a fault, a check, a try back, and then a slow, steady, confident advance. The rat, much excited, kept close to his heels as the Mole, with something of the air of a sleepwalker, crossed a dry ditch, scrambled through a hedge, and nosed his way over a field open and trackless and bare in the faint starlight. Suddenly, without giving warning, he dived, but the rat was on the alert, and promptly followed him down the tunnel to which his unerring nose had faithfully led him. It was close and airless, and the earthy smell was strong, and it seemed a long time to Rat ere the passage ended and he could stand erect and stretch and shake himself. The Mole struck a match, and by its light the rat saw that they were standing in an open space, neatly swept and sanded underfoot, and directly facing them was Mole's little front door, with Mole End painted, in Gothic lettering, over the bell pull at the side. Mole reached down a lantern from a nail on the wall and lit it, and the rat, looking round him, saw that they were in a sort of forecourt. A garden seat stood on one side of the door, and on the other a roller, for the Mole, who was a tidy animal when at home, could not stand having his ground kicked up by other animals into little runs that ended in earth heaps. On the walls hung wire baskets with ferns in them, alternating with brackets carrying plaster statuary, Garibaldi, and the infant Samuel, and Queen Victoria, and other heroes of modern Italy. Down on one side of the forecourt ran a skittle alley, with benches along it and little wooden tables marked with rings that hinted at beer mugs. In the middle was a small round pond containing gold fish and surrounded by a cockle shell border. Out of the centre of the pond rose a fanciful erection clothed in more cockle shells and topped by a large silvered glass ball that reflected everything all wrong and had a very pleasing effect. Mole's face beamed at the sight of all these objects so dear to him, and he hurried Rat through the door, lit a lamp in the hall, and took one glance round his old home. He saw the dust lying thick on everything, saw the cheerless, deserted look of the long neglected house, and its narrow, meagre dimensions, its worn and shabby contents, and collapsed again on a halt chair, his nose to his paws. "Oh Ratty," he cried dismally, "why ever did I do it? Why did I bring you to this poor, cold little place, on a night like this, when you might have been at Riverbank by this time, toasting your toast before a blazing fire, with all your own nice things about you. The rat paid no heed to his doleful self-reproaches. He was running here and there, opening doors, inspecting rooms and cupboards, and lighting lamps and candles and sticking them up everywhere. "What a capital little house this is," he called out cheerily. "So compact, so well planned. Everything here and everything in its place. We'll make a jolly night of it. The first thing we want is a good fire. I'll see to that. I always know where to find things. So this is the parlour. Splendid. Your own idea, those little sleeping bunks in the wall. Capital. Now, I'll fetch the wood and the coals, and you get a duster, Mole. You'll find one in the drawer of the kitchen table, and try and smarten things up a bit. Bustle about, old chap." Encouraged by his inspiriting companion, the Mole roused himself and dusted and polished with energy and heartiness, while the Rat, running to and fro with armfuls of fuel, soon had a cheerful blaze roaring up the chimney. He hailed the Mole to come and warm himself, but Mole promptly had another fit of the blues, dropping down on a couch in dark despair and burying his face in his duster. "Rat," he moaned, "how about your supper, you poor, cold, hungry, weary animal? I've nothing to give you, nothing, not a crumb." "What a fellow you are for giving in," said the Rat reproachfully. "Why, only just now I saw a sardine opener on the kitchen dresser, quite distinctly, and everybody knows that means there are sardines about somewhere in the neighbourhood. Rouse yourself, pull yourself together, and come with me and forage." They went and foraged accordingly, hunting through every cupboard and turning out every drawer. The result was not so very depressing after all, though of course it might have been better. A tin of sardines, a box of Captain's biscuits, nearly full, and a German sausage encased in silver paper. "There's a banquet for you," observed the Rat, as he arranged the table. "I know some animals who would give their ears to be sitting down to supper with us tonight." "No bread," groaned the Mole dolorously. "No butter, no pâté de foie gras, no champagne," continued the Rat, grinning. "And that reminds me, what's that little door at the end of the passage?" "Your cellar, of course. Every luxury in this house. Just you wait a minute." He made for the cellar door, and presently reappeared, somewhat dusty, with a bottle of beer in each paw and another under each arm. "Self-indulgent beggar you seem to be, Mole," he observed. "Deny yourself nothing. This is really the jolliest little place I ever was in. Now, wherever did you pick up those prints? Make the place look so home-like, they do. No wonder you're so fond of it, Mole. Tell us all about it, and how you came to make it what it is." Then, while the Rat busied himself fetching plates, and knives and forks, and mustard which he mixed in an egg cup, the Mole, his bosom still heaving with the stress of his recent emotion, related, somewhat shyly at first, but with more freedom as he warmed to his subject, how this was planned, and how that was thought out, and how this was got through a windfall from an ant, and that was a wonderful find and a bargain, and this other thing was bought out of laborious savings, and a certain amount of going without. His spirits finally quite restored, he must needs go and caress his possessions, and take a lamp and show off their points to his visitor and expatiate on them, quite forgetful of the supper they both so much needed. Rat, who was desperately hungry but strove to conceal it, nodding seriously, examining with a puckered brow, and saying, "Wonderful," and "Most remarkable," at intervals, when the chance for an observation was given him. At last the Rat succeeded in decoying him to the table, and had just got seriously to work with the sardine opener when sounds were heard from the forecourt without, sounds like the scuffling of small feet in the gravel and a confused murmur of tiny voices, while broken sentences reached them. "Now, all in a line, hold the lantern up a bit. Tommy, clear your throats first, no coughing after I say 1, 2, 3. Where's young Bill? Here, come on, do, we're all awaiting." "What's up?" inquired the Rat, pausing in his labours. "I think it must be the field mice," replied the Mole, with a touch of pride in his manner. "They go round carol singing regularly at this time of the year. They are quite an institution in these parts. And they never pass me over, they come to Mole End last of all, and I used to give them hot drinks, and supper too sometimes, when I could afford it. It will be like old times to hear them again. Let's have a look at them," cried the Rat, jumping up and running to the door. It was a pretty sight, and a seasonable one, that met their eyes when they flung the door open. In the forecourt, lit by the dim rays of a horn lantern, some 8 or 10 little field mice stood in a semicircle, red worsted comforters round their throats, their forepaws thrust deep into their pockets, their feet jigging for warmth. With bright, beady eyes, they glanced shyly at each other, sniggering a little, sniffing and applying coat sleeves a good deal. As the door opened, one of the elder ones that carried the lantern was just saying, "Now then, 1, 2, 3, and forthwith their shrill little voices uprose on the air, singing one of the old-time carols that their forefathers composed in fields that were fallow and held by frost, or when snowbound in chimney corners, and handed down to be sung in the merry street to lamp-lit windows at Yule-time. Carol, villagers all, this frosty tide, let your doors swing open wide, though wind may follow, and snow beside, yet draw us in by your fire to bide. Joy shall be yours in the morning. Here we stand in the cold and the sleet, blowing fingers and stamping feet, come from far away you to greet you by the fire and we in the street, bidding you joy in the morning. For ere one half of the night was gone, sudden a star has led us on, raining bliss and benison, bliss tomorrow and more anon, joy for every morning. Goodman Joseph toiled through the snow, saw the star o'er a stable low, Mary she might not further go, welcome thatch, and litter below, joy was hers in the morning. And then they heard the angels tell, who were the first to cry Noel? Animals all, as it befell, in the stable where they did dwell, joy shall be theirs in the morning. The voices ceased, the singers, bashful but smiling, exchanged sidelong glances, and silence succeeded but for a moment only. Then, from up above and far away, down the tunnel they had so lately travelled was borne to their ears, in a faint musical hum, the sound of distant bells, ringing a joyful and clangorous peal. Very well sung, boys, cried the rat heartily. And now come along in, all of you, and warm yourselves by the fire, and have something hot. Yes, come along, field mice, cried the mole eagerly. This is quite like old times. Shut the door after you. Pull up that settle to the fire. Now, you just wait a minute. While we, oh, Ratty, he cried in despair, plumping down on a seat, with tears impending. Whatever are we doing? We've nothing to give them. You leave all that to me, said the masterful rat. Here, you with the lantern. Come over this way. I want to talk to you. Now, tell me, are there any shops open at this hour of the night? Why, certainly, sir, replied the field mouse respectfully. At this time of the year our shops keep open to all sorts of hours. Then look here, said the rat. You go off at once, you and your lantern, and you get me. Here much muttered conversation ensued, and the mole only heard bits of it, such as, fresh, mind. No, a pound of that will do. See you get Buggins', for I won't have any other. No, only the best. If you can't get it there, try somewhere else. Yes, of course, homemade, no tin stuff. Well then, do the best you can. Finally, there was a chink of coin passing from paw to paw. The field mouse was provided with an ample basket for his purchases, and off he hurried, he and his lantern. The rest of the field mice, perched in a row on the settle, their small legs swinging, gave themselves up to enjoyment of the fire, and toasted their chilblains till they tingled, while the mole, failing to draw them into easy conversation, plunged into family history and made each of them recite the names of his numerous brothers, who were too young, it appeared, to be allowed to go out a-curling this year, but looked forward very shortly to winning the parental consent. The rat, meanwhile, was busy examining the label on one of the beer bottles. I perceive this to be Old Burton, he remarked approvingly. Sensible mole. The very thing. Now we shall be able to mull some ale. Get the things ready, mole, while I draw the corks. It did not take long to prepare the brew and thrust the tin heater well into the red heart of the fire, and soon every field mouse was sipping and coughing and choking. For a little mulled ale goes a long way, and wiping his eyes and laughing and forgetting he had ever been cold in all his life. The act plays, too, these fellows, the mole explained to the rat. Make them up all by themselves, and act them afterwards. And very well they do it, too. They gave us a capital one last year, about a field mouse who was captured at sea by a Barbary corsair, and made to row in a galley, and when he escaped and got home again, his lady love had gone into a convent. Here, you were in it, I remember. Get up and recite a bit. The field mouse addressed got up on his legs, giggled shyly, looked round the room, and remained absolutely tongue-tied. His comrades cheered him on, Mole coaxed and encouraged him, and the rat went so far as to take him by the shoulders and shake him, but nothing could overcome his stage fright. They were all busily engaged on him like watermen applying the Royal Humane Society's regulations to a case of long submersion. When the latch clicked, the door opened, and the field mouse with the lantern reappeared, staggering under the weight of his basket. There was no more talk of play, acting once the very real and solid contents of the basket had been tumbled out on the table. Under the generalship of Rat, everybody was set to do something or to fetch something. In a very few minutes supper was ready, and Mole, as he took the head of the table in a sort of a dream, saw a lately barren board, set thick with savoury comforts, saw his little friends' faces brighten and beam as they fell to without delay, and then let himself loose, for he was famished indeed, on the provender so magically provided, thinking what a happy homecoming this had turned out, after all. As they ate, they talked of old times, and the field mice gave him the local gossip up to date, and answered as well as they could the 100 questions he had to ask them. The Rat said little or nothing, only taking care that each guest had what he wanted, and plenty of it, and that Mole had no trouble or anxiety about anything. They clattered off at last, very grateful and showering wishes of the season, with their jacket pockets stuffed with remembrances for the small brothers and sisters at home. When the door had closed on the last of them and the chink of the lanterns had died away, Mole and Rat kicked the fire up, drew their chairs in, brewed themselves a last nightcap of mulled ale, and discussed the events of the long day. At last the Rat, with a tremendous yawn, said, "Mole, old chap, I'm ready to drop. Sleepy is simply not the word. That your own bunk over on that side? Very well, then, I'll take this. What a ripping little house this is. Everything so handy." He clambered into his bunk and rolled himself well up in the blankets, and slumber gathered him forthwith, as a swathe of barley is folded into the arms of the reaping machine. The weary Mole also was glad to turn in without delay, and soon had his head on his pillow, in great joy and contentment. But ere he closed his eyes he let them wander round his old room, mellow in the glow of the firelight that played or rested on familiar and friendly things, which had long been unconsciously a part of him, and now smilingly received him back, without rancour. He was now in just the frame of mind that the tactful Rat had quietly worked to bring about in him. He saw clearly how plain and simple, how narrow, even, it all was, but clearly, too, how much it all meant to him, and the special value of some such anchorage in one's existence. He did not at all want to abandon the new life and its splendid spaces, to turn his back on sun and air and all they offered him and creep home and stay there. The upper world was all too strong, it called to him still, even down there, and he knew he must return to the larger stage. But it was good to think he had this to come back to, this place which was all his own, these things which were so glad to see him again and could always be counted upon for the same simple welcome. Chapter 12 of Ginny the Lost Princess. Christmas. On Christmas, Ron opened the cottage's door to a wall of snow. "It's so bright," said Ginny, shading her eyes. Ginny and Slave helped Ron dig a path to the banks, then used brooms to sweep snow off the marsh so they could skate. As they did so they threw snowballs at each other. Bubbles suspended in the ice made it cloudy, though clear enough for strands of grass and other trapped things to be visible. Yellow eyes lay beneath Ginny's feet when she swept away snow. "Arr!" screamed Ginny. "What?" asked Ron. "Eyes. There's a massive snake underneath the ice." Slave and Ron came over. "Wow, it's huge," said Ron. Ginny knelt and scraped away more snow. "Look," she said. "It must stretch all around the marsh." "It can't," said Ron. "It must." "Well, there's only one way to find out." Ginny picked up the broom. By the end of the afternoon, they discovered there was indeed only one snake. "It must be a mile long," said Ginny, when they got back to where they started. The snake snapped some eels and minnows into its mouth. Ron and Ginny circled around the marsh python, listening to ice crackle beneath them, and distant, mournful howls. Gone were rustlings of marsh voles and splishings of fish. There was not even a single shriek while nixies hibernated, their suckers frozen to the ice's underside. Ginny and Ron spent hours outside while Slave stayed indoors. "I think Slavy's heart might have frozen when we found him in the ice," said Ginny, "since he barely talks or does anything fun." Ron and Ginny threw down their skates in front of him and held up what looked like a dead bird. "Look what we found," said Ginny. Slave pulled a face. "Leave it outside," he said, "unless you're going to eat it." "It's not dead," said Ginny. "Look." She raised the brown streak of feathers for him to inspect. Slave poked it. "We found it outside that old shack," said Ginny. "It's a frozen owl, I think," said Ron, as it ruffled back into shape. Is that a letter in its beak?" "Oh yeah." Ginny snatched it, opened it and read, "Dear Minerva, I am at Hogwarts. Meet me in the courtyard as soon as possible. There has been a development. I will be there at midnight every night until your arrival. Arthur Weasley." "But what about Percy?" she asked. Doesn't sound much like Dad, grunted Ron. It was too brief to be sure, agreed Minerva, slamming her book shut on the desk. Does anyone have the time? There are no clocks here, said Ron. Timepieces never work at Shell Cottage. Too much disturbance under the ground. I will have to leave soon to look for your father. Be careful when I go. Tonight, however hard you look, you will not see the moon. It is not a night to venture out on the marsh. If all the marsh creatures and spirits weren't frozen below, I'd have us locked into the cottage right now. Okay, said Ron and Ginny. Be alert, she warned them. As the dark moon rises, it draws things up from the ground. And the cottage draws people who wish for safety. When the moon disappeared, Minerva left. She's gone? Asked Ginny. Ron made a face and waved a pair of skates at her. Race you to Big Bog. Last one there's a dead rat. Ginny and Ron laughed at Minerva's, believing they would stay indoors when the marsh was frozen. Ginny launched forward across the ice by swinging back her arms, as Ron twirled like a ballerina. The lantern was set on the banks, faintly illuminating things. Why is Slave too boring to come out and skate with us? Asked Ginny. Who cares? He's kind of annoying, said Ron. Being able to walk on the marsh was so interesting. Ron and Ginny wandered apart, exploring. Ginny went to stare at the mysterious eyes of the frozen snake again. Ha ha, she scraped her blades back and forth over it. Looks like you're staring into my soul. Crack. The ice above the marsh python's head sprayed into the air and it reared up. Ginny crawled behind the chicken's raft, lying abandoned near the bank. The snake cast a glance in her direction before slithering away into the marsh. A nearby lynx slunk into its hole to chew a frozen mouse for the last time. The marsh python was on the loose. Uh-oh, Ginny glanced around for Ron. But instead of Ron, the shape of a boat appeared in the distance. Finally, said Ginny. I wonder if it's Dad. Maybe Percy's with them. Or Mum. Maybe it's everyone. Even in Miss. Hello, Bogart. There's someone coming through the marshes. More than one perhaps. Can you nip off and find out who it is? No trouble. Could do with a swim. Won't be long, said the Bogart, walling off and disappearing into the water with a splash. Ron, called Ginny. Ron came out of some cattails. Who were you talking to? The Bogart is going to see who some people heading here on a boat are. Ginny wrung her hands to shake off cold. But I'm going back inside to wait. It's too dark. Professor McGonagall was right. The creatures are coming up. The marsh python broke through the ice. So you know. Ron and Ginny sat by the fireplace next to Slave. It's strange to be here without any adults, said Ginny. What if the people in the boat are Death Eaters? Dunno, said Ron. How far away were they? Bogart's taking his time. There was a rustling on the doorstep. That'll be him. Ginny leapt up to open the door. Then she screamed. Bogart! Oh, Bogart! The Bogart lay bleeding on the doorstep. Ginny knelt down, while Ron and Slave came up. Bogart! Bogart! Friend! What happened? The Bogart's eyes were closed, his fur matted by the blood. He slumped down onto the ground. Oh, Bogart! Open your eyes. But there was no response. Help me lift him, someone. Quick! Ron jumped forward and helped lift the Bogart, but he was a slippery, heavy creature, and more help was needed to get him inside. What? Asked Slave, standing with his arms folded. Help us. They carried the Bogart into the kitchen, leaving a trail of blood across the floor and laid him down. Slave and Ginny got tears in their eyes. I'll get bandages for his chest, said Ron. Maybe someone should talk to him, so he hangs on. Slave held the Bogart's damp paw and whispered, Bogart, Bogart. Can you hear me, Bogart? Squeeze my hand if you can hear me. That's it, Bogart. You'll be alright. Ginny set a bowl of hot water on the table. Slave might have a heart after all, she whispered to Ron, who applied bandages over the Bogart's cut. Slave let go of the Bogart's floppy paw, then followed Ron and Ginny out of the kitchen. He had blood all over his shirt. What do you reckon happened to Bogart? Asked Ron. Ginny peered through the front window. I don't know, but there are no visitors. It is after Christmas party. One day during the Christmas holidays, something quite remarkable happened in the little town of Villicula. A big notice was pinned to the door of the little town hall which stood in the market square. On the notice was written, Pippi Longstocking is having an after-Christmas party tonight at Villa Villicula. All children in town are welcome. Bring warm clothes. Pippi hadn't actually written the notice herself, you understand. She would never have been able to spell Christmas properly. Tommy had helped her all day long. Children came and stood in front of the town hall and studied the notice. When they had read it, they each gave out a shrill cry of joy and ran home as fast as their legs would carry them to tell their parents about the invitation and make them promise to let them go. Tommy and Annika had known for a long time that Pippi was planning to have an after-Christmas party, but they were just as impatient as everyone else. They stayed at home and waited for the evening to come. Normally, they would have been at Pippi's house all day, but she had already told them that she wanted to be alone so she could get everything ready for the party. A lot of snow had fallen during the Christmas holidays, but on the night of the party, as all the children set off for Villa Villicola, the starry sky was clear and still. The winter's night was crisp and chill. Tommy and Annika led the way. But as Tommy was opening the garden gate to Villa Villicola, he suddenly stopped and gave a little cry of despair. What was this? There was no light shining in Pippi's window, not even the tiniest glimmer. The cottage stood silent among the snow-laden trees, and everything seemed completely lifeless. The children began to feel uneasy. Perhaps we've come on the wrong night, said one little boy, and Pippi's after-Christmas party isn't until tomorrow. Oh, how disappointing, especially since they'd been looking forward to it so much. Tommy jumped onto the veranda and tried the door. It was locked. One little girl was so unhappy she began to cry. Well, there was nothing to do but go back home. They turned to go, an unusually gloomy little group of children trying not to show how sad they were. And then, suddenly, Pippi's little monkey, Mr. Nilsson, leapt into view wearing a thick suit which Pippi had made for him to keep out the winter cold. Mr. Nilsson jumped up onto Tommy's shoulder and handed him a slip of paper. It said, in great big letters, "Follow the trail and eat it up." The spelling was a bit strange, but Tommy understood that it meant, follow the trail and eat it up. But what trail? And what did it mean by, eat it up? You can't very well eat up a trail, can you? Look! Shrieked Tommy, suddenly. There, look, in the snow. And sure enough, there on the white snow lay a wandering red trail, a trail of red toffee candies that disappeared behind the back of Villa Villicola. A minute later the children had eaten up the trail right around to the back of the house, and there, yes, there behind the house, they almost choked on their toffee in amazement. A Christmas tree, whispered Annika. Oh, a beautiful Christmas tree. There were, in fact, many trees in Pippi's garden, but right behind the house there stood a Christmas tree, a beautiful, tall, dark green Christmas tree. Candlelight shone brightly from it, not from the usual tiny little Christmas tree candles but from great big bright candles that lit up the whole garden. And there weren't only candles on the tree, either. There were great big gingerbread men and huge baskets made of tin foil and enormous twists of toffee and, of course, lovely Christmas crackers that you pull at each end. And the tree was hung with strands of tiny little flags. But, most curious of all, hanging from all the branches there were dozens of presents. At first the children just stood in silence. But then they began to squeal with joy. Oh, how kind of Pippi! They shouted. Pippi! Oh, yes. Where was Pippi? She still wasn't anywhere to be seen. But right next to the Christmas tree there was a large igloo which Pippi and Tommy and Annika had built. And now a little light shone through the igloo's tiny window, and a red head popped out of the entrance. Would anyone like some hot chocolate and cream cake before we dance around the tree? Shouted Pippi. Yes, all the children wanted hot chocolate and cream cake, and one after another they crept into the igloo. Didn't we build a great igloo? Said Tommy, pleased with himself, as he sat down on the floor with all the others. Everyone agreed. It really was a very fine igloo indeed. Pippi had a large pan full of piping hot chocolate on the floor in front of her, and an enormous cream cake. She was just about to start serving when she glanced through one of the windows of the igloo. Over by the corner of the house stood a little boy. He had only just moved to the little town a couple of days before and didn't know Pippi, and therefore, he knew that the invitation to Pippi's after-Christmas party couldn't possibly include him. He had gone around with tears in his eyes the whole day, and when evening had come he couldn't resist following the other children, just to look. He didn't intend to be spotted by anyone. And now he was standing there by the corner of the house looking at the magnificent Christmas tree, and the lovely igloo where all the children were talking, and suddenly he felt an awful lump in his throat. At that moment Pippi caught sight of him. The little boy was terrified as she crept out of the igloo. His first thought was to turn and run, but in fact, he couldn't bear to tear himself away. Who are you? Asked Pippi. I'm called Elof, said the boy, but I haven't touched anything. And then, before he knew what he was saying, he asked, I wondered if I could come into your igloo for a little while if I promised not to eat anything. The question was out before he had time to stop it, because he so much wanted to go into the igloo, even for just a little while. "Not on your life," said Pippi. And that was just what Elof had feared, and now the lump in his throat grew even bigger. "Not on your life can you come into the igloo if you promise not to eat anything," said Pippi. "But if you promise to eat more than anyone else, well then you'd be very welcome." And then she led Elof into the igloo, where he sat down among all the others and stuffed himself so full of hot chocolate and cake that there was no room left for the lump in his throat, and his eyes shone as brightly as the candles which Pippi had set into the snow walls of the big igloo. But there was someone else who wanted to come to Pippi's after Christmas party. Even as the children sat there and talked, they heard a sad and sorry howling cry coming from outside. Pippi crept out to see who was making such a sad and sorry sound. It was a dog, a shaggy black dog, sitting in the snowdrift and looking so sad. Pippi reached out her hand to him. "Come to Pippi and tell me all about it," she said. And, do you know, the black dog came to Pippi and in 2 leaps had snuggled up onto her lap just as though he had always wanted to do exactly that. He whimpered and snuffled as though he was trying to tell her why he was so sad. "Oh, really, is that right?" said Pippi. "You poor thing. Is what right?" asked Tommy. "Can you really understand what he's saying?" "Why shouldn't I understand when someone says something to me in perfect Swedish?" asked Pippi. "He says his name is Perk and he's completely alone without anyone to care for him, and he's been wandering around in the snow for 3 days and is so awfully hungry and thirsty, and that he would like to become my pet dog, if I want him." "Oh, Pippi, do let him be your pet," pleaded Annika. Pippi took Perk's head in her hands and looked him straight in the eyes. "Of course he can be my pet," she said. And Perk jumped up and barked and wagged his tail and tried to lick Pippi's hair and face and forehead, and they rolled around together in the snow until Perk was no longer a sad black dog, but a happy white dog, his fur full of snow. Pippi ran into Villa Villicola to get a couple of large pieces of meat for Perk to eat instead of cream cake, and a large bowl of milk to drink. He was so happy. He spent the rest of the evening creeping in and out of the igloo and scampering about among the children. He even stepped in a cream cake in his excitement. "Just think, Pippi," said Tommy, "now you've got a dog and a horse and a monkey at Villa Villicola." "Yes. All that's missing now is a crocodile and a couple of small rattlesnakes," said Pippi contentedly. "Oh no, Pippi, don't get any rattlesnakes," shrieked Annika, altogether scared out of her wits. "Then I'd never dare come here again." "You never know," said Pippi. "Perhaps one fine day a rattlesnake will come by and cry and beg for me to let him stay here and be a necklace for me." "Oh, my goodness me," said Elof. "Pippi, what are you saying?" "I can never say no," said Pippi. "I should have to welcome a rattlesnake, too." "Oof," said Annika. "Horrible." "Well, let's not worry about that now," said Pippi. "Now we must eat more cake." Well now, there was yet one more person who wanted to come to Pippi's after Christmas party. Not far from Villa Villicola there lived a very bad-tempered old woman called Mrs. Finkvist. She didn't like children at all. There shouldn't even be any children, she thought. Every time a few children went down the street past her house, she would stick her head out the window and scold them for making too much noise. And of all the children there were, Mrs. Finkvist thought Pippi Longstocking was absolutely the worst. Now it just so happened that on the night of Pippi's after Christmas party, Mrs. Finkvist had gone out for a short evening walk past Villa Villicola, just as all the cake had run out in the igloo, and Pippi had run into the house to fetch 3 more cakes she had kept aside just in case. Pippi came out through the door with a cake in each hand and one balanced on her head just as Mrs. Finkvist was passing by. You can imagine how she looked at Pippi. Mrs. Finkvist didn't like Pippi. She didn't like children. But there was something that she did like, and that was cream cakes. She was so crazy about cream cakes that she would do anything just to get even a tiny little bit. "Hey you, listen," shrieked Mrs. Finkvist. "If you ask me very nicely I could come and join your after Christmas party." Just that morning Mrs. Finkvist had shouted, "Horrid child," at Pippi, but right now she had forgotten all about that. Just because of the cream cakes, you understand. Pippi stopped dead in her tracks. She stood upright with her head in the air so that the cream cake was about to slide off. All the children had gathered by the corner of the house and were peering around it. "My dear Mrs. Finkvist," said Pippi very politely, "this after Christmas party is for children only. In fact, grown-ups are absolutely forbidden. And, as a matter of fact, it is not good for grown-ups to eat cream cakes and toffee. They only give you a tummy ache and make you irritable. At least that's what the doctors say," said Pippi. "Rubbish. cried Mrs. Figfist. "Oh no," said Pippi, very earnestly. "There is a doctor in America who has discovered that grown-ups should only eat boiled fish and stewed carrots. Perhaps a little fish pie on their birthdays." "Oh, is that so?" said Mrs. Figfist sourly. "And this doctor of yours in America, what does he say about what children should eat? Candy for breakfast, ice cream for lunch, and cream cakes for supper," said Pippi as she disappeared behind the house. "Horrid child!" shrieked Mrs. Figfist. "Now it's time to try out my sledding track," said Pippi, after Mrs. Figfist had gone. Pippi had made a sledding track on the roof of Villa Villicola. It was the highest and steepest sledding track the children had seen in their lives, and as slippery as could be. You could even slide down it without a sled. Of course, you had to clamber up a little ladder to get onto the roof, and that was a bit awkward, but going down was so much faster. It was such fun, and all the children became so warm and so red in their cheeks and so white on their bottoms, and the Christmas tree stood there glistening so beautifully against the dark. You could see it even better from the roof. Yes, you could see even better just how many presents were hanging on its branches, and it gave them all a little thrill when they thought about what they might possibly find inside those parcels. "Oh, we've forgotten to dance around the Christmas tree," shouted Pippi suddenly. And all at once the children tumbled down the steep slope of the roof together, like rolling peas, and landed in the snowdrift below. "Hey, everyone!" shouted Pippi, "come over here and let's hear some of those good old songs. We three kings of Orient are, one on a bicycle, two in a car." "No, Pippi, that's not right at all," said Annika crankly. "Isn't it?" asked Pippi. "Have I forgotten all those good old songs?" "No, of course not. I remember now. I saw three ships come sailing in with Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer and jingle bells around his neck, around his neck, around his neck, jingle bells around his neck. Fa la 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 lay. Oh, it's such fun." "Oh, Pippi, how silly you are. That's not right at all," said Annika. But dancing around the Christmas tree went well, and even though Pippi mixed up the words a bit, they sang one song after another. "We three kings, and I saw three ships, and Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, and jingle bells." And everyone agreed that it was much more fun to dance around the Christmas tree when it was outside. Then it was time for the very best thing of all, the presents. All the children scrambled up the Christmas tree and took a present for themselves. If there was anyone who was a bit scared to climb so high, then Mr. Nilsson was very happy to climb up and fetch the present down. Oh, how exciting it was to open all those presents, and what great things were in them. There were train sets and dolls and books and puzzles and little trucks and cranes and everything you could imagine. Then all that was left was to strip the tree of everything that was left on it. "It's definitely much more fun stripping the tree when you can climb up it," said Tommy as he eased himself very carefully along a branch to reach a piece of toffee. "I think so, too," said Elof as he slithered along on his stomach to reach a gingerbread man. At last there was not so much as a Christmas cracker left on the tree. Then Pippi climbed up and blew out the candles. It became dark in the garden of Villa Villicola. Well, not completely dark. The snow shone so white, and the stars in the sky burned so brightly. It was time to go home. Every child had a great pile of gingerbread men and crackers and little flags to take home. "You all look like little Christmas trees," said Pippi. And she gave each of them a candle stub, too, so that they would look even more like little Christmas trees and so that they would be able to see their way home. The candlelight was reflected in their eyes as though the little flames flickered from within their faces as they gathered to say goodbye to Pippi. "Thank you very much, Pippi," said Annika. "It was really wonderful." "Yes, it really was the very best after Christmas party I have ever been to," said Tommy. "I think so, too," said Elof. Perk barked and skipped around Pippi's feet. He also thought that it had been a lovely after-Tilda Christmas party, and tonight he wouldn't have to wander about alone in the streets. Tonight he would sleep on the floor next to Mr. Nilsson's little green doll's bed. "Good night, Pippi," said the children. "You're not too cold now, are you?" asked Pippi. Oh no, they were not too cold. Everyone was warm. It was a fine night. The starry sky was clear and still. The winter's night was crisp and chill. The end. Christmas in the rabbit house. "Wake up, Lisa." Pip jumped on Eliza's stomach and she bolted up from where she had been sleeping. "What? Pip, it's like 5 in the morning." She groaned and nudged him off her chest. "I had to make everyone be awake because I realized something very exciting, fool." Pip ran in circles around Dirty, who was cooking breakfast over the fire. "What's up, Pip?" Dirty asked just as Pip tripped on a rock. Dirty quickly grabbed him by the back of his raincoat before he fell into the fire. Pip immediately started running again while talking excitedly. Do you see this white stuff? Right here. He held up a fistful of slushy snow. It's real live snow. It snowed last night, which means that it's Christmas now. I don't know, buddy. Dirty stepped away from the extinguished fire and looked at Pip's hopeful little face. My third almost Christmas. Santa will come, and I'll make you and Lisa a present, and we can stay up looking for reindeer and we can sing carols, and we can all snuggle together by a fireplace in Santa's workshop. Pip squealed and started running again. Okay, hold your horses. Dirty put his hands on Pip's little shoulders, and turned him in the direction of their backpack. First things first, teeth brushing and a bath. You smell horrible. Pip fell over with laughter as Eliza looked at him with confusion. What do you mean, almost Christmas? We didn't get real Christmas when I was at the orphanage, silly. My teacher says that Christmas only comes when you have a family, but we each get one candy cane from Santa anyway. He smiled fondly. That's so sad. Eliza said. Wait, Dirty, do you think Santa will still know where we are, even though we live in the woods and not a building? Pip asked with a worried expression. He won't be able to bring me my candy cane. No, buddy. He's not bringing you a candy cane this year, Dirty said seriously. Oh, Pip frowned. Santa's gonna bring you toys and fun food and all sorts of stuff. Dirty finished with a grin as he ruffled Pip's hair. Yay, the toddler cheered. Maybe Santa will even bring me my super special wish. But Pip's right, Dirty. Santa can't find us in the woods. Eliza explained to her friend in a hushed voice as Pip danced and cheered. We travel around so much, he won't even know where to look. It's fine. We probably have plenty of time before the holidays, so I'll steal a few things here and there and put them out on Christmas morning. Dirty explained. I've stolen all the food we eat and the clothes on our backs, so swiping a few little toys from the market shouldn't be hard. Oh, we should go into town today to figure out how close Christmas is and maybe get some gifts. Eliza proposed as she and Pip looked to Dirty hopefully. Well, we don't have anything better to do. So a half hour later, Dirty, Eliza, and Pip headed into town. The quick trip through the snowy woods towards the market entrance was filled with Pip's Christmas plans, as he ran and danced, and fell over his own feet with excitement. And on Christmas, I'm gonna trap Santa. And I'll be his best friend forever because I love that guy, the toddler explained to his friends. I bet no one ever thinked of trapping Santa. That's a great idea, bud. But don't get too excited. Christmas probably isn't for another couple weeks. Dirty reminded. Yeah, I feel like we would have heard about it by now, Eliza said as they entered the market. Where would we have heard it from? We camp out in the woods and really only bump into other people who live in the woods, Dirty said. Oh yeah, that's right. Eliza shrugged. Oh, look. We're here. The three took in their surroundings as they entered the outdoor market, set up on the streets of a small village. The haberdasher's market. I sure have wreaked havoc on this place over the years, Dirty said fondly as he remembered all the trouble he'd gotten into by stealing stuff from the little old ladies that ran the market booths. Remember, guys, if anyone recognizes me from a wanted poster, we'll just tell people that it's your evil twin brother. Eliza finished and rolled her eyes. Although I keep telling you, literally no one is gonna be stupid enough to fall for that, Dirty. You have a twin brother? Pip gasped. ... let's just go, Dirty said as a small part of him died. The streets were bustling with people as Eliza, Pip, and Dirty were pushed around in the crowd. Dirty. All of these people are carrying Christmas gifts with them, Eliza pointed out apprehensively. I'm just saying it might be closer to Christmas than we think. I know, Dirty replied. Look, there's a bench over there. Let's at least catch our breath and decide what the plan is. They came to a stop at the bench, where Dirty dumped his backpack and leaned against a wooden sign. Free visits with S.A.N.T. He read while glancing at Pip. Thank God he can't read. The last thing we need is to waste half the day in a line to see that jerk. Pip suddenly gasped and started frantically tugging Dirty's on coat without ever taking his eyes off what he saw. What is it, Pip? Dirty asked as hoisted the toddler up. Santa, the toddler said breathlessly and ducked back down behind Dirty's shoulder, as a plump rabbit folk dressed in a ratty Santa suit belched and patted his belly. He gave his behind a hearty scratch and then saw Pip watching and waved. Oh, come on, Pip, Dirty said in disbelief. You can't really think that's the real Santa. 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 Pip cried happily and jumped up and down. He's really here. In real life. He even looked at me. You wanna go tell him your wish? Eliza asked. Pip looked hopefully up at Dirty. I dunno. That line goes on for miles. And it's free anyway. There's no way to steal something that didn't cost money in the first place, so what's the fun in that? Please. Pip begged. Come on, Dirty. Have some Christmas cheer. Do you really wanna ruin a poor little orphan's Christmas? Eliza asked. It's a waste of time. That dude barely even looks like Santa. But he is Santa. Pip pouted. I feel it in my heart. My Christmas heart. Sorry, Pip. Dirt is too much of a no-fun grown-up to let you go follow your holiday dreams. Eliza explained dramatically. Fine, fine, fine. Go ahead. But just so we can ask him for the date. Dirty tossed his hands up in defeat. So Pip took off full speed before Dirty could even catch up with him. He impatiently waited in line with his friends and bounced up and down with excitement until Santa finally ushered him over for his turn. Dirty and Eliza waited as Santa handed Pip a little candy cane and lifted him onto his lap. Wanna place bets on how long is it until he gets scared and starts crying? Dirty asked, seeing the terrified but excited look on the toddler's face. Yeah, Eliza shuddered. I would have been out of there a long time ago. The whole Santa thing just creeps me out. Oh, Dirty raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah, she responded solemnly. I mean, he sees you when you're sleeping. And the bird. Who knows what's even under there? Probably moldy potato chips or something. And what would you like for Christmas, my boy? Santa asked Pip, who leaned in and whispered something as he glanced over at his friends. Santa nodded and smiled knowingly as he set Pip down. Ho, ho, ho. Have a Merry Christmas, Kip. I'll be sure to put in a good word for you with the elves. My name's Pip, you silly creepy guy. He giggled. Ho ho ho. How could I forget? Now have a Merry Christmas and please leave. He looked at Dirty and Eliza with impatience. The next kid in line started approaching Santa, eagerly holding a handwritten Christmas list. Dirty quickly cut in front of him. What day is today? He asked. Ho, ho, ho. The line starts back there. If you want to ask Santa a question, you can go wait in it, Santa said in a forced jolly voice. Look, Santa. Dirty hissed as he leaned in close so the kids couldn't hear. You've had me on the naughty list since the day I was born. Because of that, I despise everything you stand for and I will not hesitate to destroy you. Do not give me a reason to hate you even more. Hey, kid. Don't question the system. And if you want to destroy me, you better make quick work of it, because today is Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. Oh, cucumbers. Dirty smacked his forehead in frustration. That's not enough time to steal the gifts and make this magical for Pip's first reel. What is it, Dirty? Pip asked. He looked up at his friend with eyes full of hope and excitement. Oh, it's nothing, buddy. Dirty scooped the toddler up. It just sounds like we got to get ready for the rabbit's party a bit earlier than expected. We can still salvage this by going to a party. The rabbits? Eliza asked. My adoptive aunt and uncle. You guys met them briefly a while ago, when we spent the night. Although it was 2 in the morning and so you two were tired for some reason. Oh yeah, I remember them now. Lots of kids, lots of yelling, no one felt safe at any point. I almost got rabies. Eliza fondly recalled. Exactly 60 kids. They put on a huge Christmas party every year, and it's kinda tradition for me to go. They love having me. Are we gonna see Tiddlywink this time? Eliza asked. Ugh, probably. Dirty groaned. What's wrong with Tiddlywink? You told me the guys were practically raised as brothers. Doesn't that mean you should like each other? He's just such a party pooper. If you look up the word, no fun, in the dictionary, you'll probably find a picture of Tiddlywink. And now that he's an adult, he gets to host the party and do things his way. The boring way. No fun is 2 separate words. Eliza pointed out. Well, you get the point. Let's just go. They walked for a while before Eliza finally asked a question that had been on her mind for a while. What is your special wish, anyway? She glanced down at Pip. Well, Pip said sweetly with a twinkle in his eye, I wished that Lisa would get so many new art things for Christmas. And I also wish he did for Dirty to get his mommy and daddy back so he won't ever be sad again. Oh, that's so sweet, Eliza said, genuinely touched. Really, bud? That was very nice of you. Dirty encouraged as he ruffled Pip's hair. No, not really. What I actually asked for is new crayons to eat, Pip announced excitedly. How sweet. Dirty sighed. You mean candy? Eliza asked with a laugh. No, I meant crayons. Finally, after an hour of travelling, they arrived at the rabbit's tiny cottage. Pip was asleep on Dirty's back, and Eliza followed with their supplies. They walked up the worn wooden floor of the porch and Dirty knocked on the door. Aunt May opened it and immediately the smell of warm cookies, cinnamon, and a lit fireplace greeted them. So did the busy sound of her many little ones screaming, laughing, and singing. Come in. Come in. May ushered them all inside. Poor things. You must be freezing. But anyway, Merry Christmas. We're all so happy you're here. She pulled all three of them into a big hug. They stepped into the tiny house, which is huge on the inside, and pure chaos greeted them. A girl was climbing up the wall of family photos, using each frame as a grip. Children were eating sweets by the fistful. Kids were chasing each other and screaming as loud as possible. A bunch of them were skating on the wood floor with their slippery socks and crashing into everything in their path. My dears, your cousin Dirty and his friends are here, Aunt May shouted out to her kids. The noise and activity came to a complete stop. A faint rumbling could be heard and it got louder and louder until Eliza, Pip, and Dirty were sure the rickety old cottage would collapse. Then all the children came flooding down the hall, bursting out of rooms and closets, swinging from the chandelier, and pouring from cabinets. They were all about to jump onto Dirty and his friends with excitement. The travellers braced themselves for the impact. But it never came. Aunt May let out a sharp whistle that stopped even the most feral of children in their tracks. Don't be so abrasive, children. You'll crush our guests to death, and that wouldn't be a very merry thing to happen on Christmas, now would it? Certainly wouldn't want a repeat of what happened to poor Grandma Judy. Dirty added. God rest her soul. All the children and their mother took a moment of silence. Anyway, that's enough depressing stuff. Christmas dinner is served. Aunt May called out. Here, let us help with that. The kids yelled as they surrounded Dirty, Eliza, and Pip like a swarm of piranhas. The kids helped to yank off everyone's coats and shoes, and then threw it all forcefully onto the dusty floor, jumped on the clothes a few times and ran away laughing. Where do I put these? Eliza asked as she picked up the pile. Where guests and leaving them on the floor seems rude. In there. Dirty pointed to a little sliding cabinet door built into the wall. You don't need to worry about manners here, though. Clearly. Eliza slid it open, but instead of a cabinet, there was a small room inside. It was covered floor to ceiling with hooks covered in coats, and on the floor, there were big baskets containing hats and scarves. As she glanced around inside, Eliza felt a tap on each of her shoulders. She turned and saw a set of twin rabbit kids with identical faces. One was a girl with hair in 2 snarled braids, and the other a boy with a gap in his front teeth. You have to climb in, they explained and giggled. You know, to put away your clothes. Oh, okay. Eliza started to climb in, but fell to tug at her shorts. Can I do it? Pip asked her hopefully. Sure. You can be our helper. Eliza smiled and got back out, handing Pip the clothes. Have fun. Dirty lifted the toddler into the little room. He watched for a minute as Pip ran around the little space excitedly, before leaving to catch up with his aunt and Tiddlywink. The twins from before seemed to suddenly reappear. They kept locking eyes with each other and hiding giggles as Eliza looked at them with uncertainty. Look, Dirty. Let's pretend that this is my house. Pip said happily. This is my bed and this is the kitchen and this is... Dirty. Where are you? Suddenly the twins slammed and locked the trap door and flicked off the light. Then leaned against each other, doubled over with mean laughter. Pip started screaming from the little room and Eliza rushed over to open the door. It was locked. The 2 rabbit kids danced around the room, proudly showing off the key that had been hanging on a little hook by the door just a moment earlier. Guys. Dirty. Pip yelled louder and pounded at the door. It's okay, Pip. It's okay. Eliza desperately tried to reassure. The kids laughed hysterically. Guys. Come on. Can you give that back? Eliza asked kindly as she approached the 2 kids who were probably only a bit younger than she was. Let me think about it. The boy said in a sing-songy voice. Nope. Please. She begged. You, don't say that word. It weakens us. The kids hissed and recoiled playfully. Okay, real funny, now give me the key. Eliza said firmly without any pleasantries. Well, that wasn't a nice way of saying it. We don't take orders. Eliza gave up. Assertiveness was not her thing. Dirty, she called over Pip's screams and the kids' laughter. Upon hearing who she called, the two twins exchanged a look and slunk away in the direction of the doorway. She chased after them as Pip slammed his tiny fists against the door. The kids were about to make a break for it, but slammed into someone. Dirty bent down and grabbed the key right out of their hand. He shot them an angry look before rushing to where Pip was stuck. As soon as Dirty opened the door, Pip grabbed onto him tightly. "It's okay, Pip. I've got you." Dirty rubbed the toddler's back as his little face went terrified to miserable. Pip burst into tears and Dirty hugged him tighter. "Oh, Pip. It's all right." The two twins were desperately trying to stifle their laughter. You saved my life, Dirty." Well, I was gonna die." "Oh, marry me, Dirty, my saviour." The girl with snarled hair whined in an unflattering impression of Pip. "Steaky. What will Santa think of this?" Dirty asked. "Who cares? He won't come anyway." Mom and Tiddlywink use that dumb old threat every single year, the boy yelled obnoxiously. "Wait a second. Why are you threatening us? You're supposed to be the fun one like always." Steaky tilted her head with confusion. "Yeah, you used to be fun once," the boy said bluntly. "Ever since Mom kicked him last year, he's been acting like a boring old grown-up." Steaky shrugged. "No, it has nothing to do with that. I have Pip now, so I need to be more responsible or something. I dunno." Dirty's all like, "Let's do taxes. Blah blah home mortgages and parenting blah, I'm dirty and I'm boring, right Chrisen?" "That's not true at all. I'm not." Dirty glanced around the coats that he made a point to clean up, the children he'd just scolded, and his socks that he had not even considered sliding around in. ... A boring old grown-up. "R2, you never play with us anymore. You just babysit." The kids said the last word like it was something disgusting that must not be spoken of. "You're no fun anymore, and you know it," the twins teased. "Well, whatever. It's time to eat anyway. I don't care what you do. Just leave Pip out of it," Dirty said and pushed them into the kitchen. Soon everyone was seated around the dining room. The makeshift table, which stretched from one end of the room to the other, was made up of a bunch of random tables pushed up against each other. The chairs were not much better, and Dirty, Pip, and Eliza sat on an armchair, wooden stool, and a huge stack of books. There wasn't a single chair in the whole house that matched another. Aunt May sat at the head of the table with an empty spot next to her for when Doug came home. The children sat all around, some 3 per seat. While they waited for their dad, the kids talked endlessly about their plans for later in the night. "Well, I'm excited. This is the most food I've ever seen in my whole life." Eliza eyed the buffet-style line of food offerings, stretching from one end of the table to the other. "Yeah, me and Doug go all out for the Christmas party," Dirty explained. "They put everyone to work, so before you know it, there are at least as many different food options as there were kids. You gotta grab stuff quickly though, because well, you'll see. Caroling is the best part of Christmas," a girl said to Dirty as she suddenly popped up from under the table. "Yes, I know, thingamajig," he replied patiently. "I've done this with you guys every year." "No, gift giving is the best part," the girl's sister replied as she popped up on Dirty's other side. "That's very nice, thingamabob," he said with fake interest, as he pushed them both back under the table at once. "What about opening gifts?" Eliza asked. "I know Christmas isn't about just getting presents, but I've never met a kid who likes other stuff more." "Well, the thing is, family, I'm home." A loud voice boomed and Doug entered the dining room, brushing snow off his broad shoulders as he went. He hoisted a carrot the size of Eliza onto the table with an "Oof! Daddy!" The kids all screamed and started shouting over each other as he made his way down the table, high-fiving or ruffling the hair of each of them. He took his spot next to me and kissed her, ignoring the uproar from his kids. They stared intently at their parents until they finally said, Okay, you can eat now." The next 30 minutes were complete chaos. The kids seemed to go feral as they spat food at each other, spilled drinks, licked stuff then put it back, and had food fights. They ran across the table and jumped on chairs, excitement for Christmas rising by the minute. Eliza looked shocked as she guarded her small food plate with her life. Suddenly it became very obvious that these were the people who raised Dirty and gave him such bad habits. "This is normal here?" she asked timidly. "Oh, yes. Such is life with 50 kids. Though I do draw the line at murder and anything that will get you arrested." Aunt May laughed sweetly and scratched a couple of her kids behind their ears. Soon it was time to go caroling and gift giving. The little kids lined up assembly line style as the older, more mature siblings helped them get dressed up in warm clothes and hand out cocoa and caroling books. Dirty was on boot duty, sizing feet and tying laces. Eliza had coats, trying to get kids to sit still and figure out which jacket belonged to who. And Tiddlywink, the oldest rabbit child, was stuck helping with accessories. He tried to find pairs of mittens, shove on hats, and wrap scarves at the same time. He took his time, making sure everything was done correctly. He color coordinated all the clothing his mother had knit throughout the years and checked with each kid to make sure they felt nice and cozy. He looked up at his same-aged cousin Dirty, sending unhappy kids off in mismatched boots. The whining kids were piling up quickly at Tiddlywink's line, since Dirty was finishing so fast. The kids pouted at their miss-sized shoes on the wrong feet and sloppily tied laces. He certainly couldn't have any of it tonight on the perfect Christmas Eve. Hey, Dirty. Do you think you could please fix the kids' shoes? It's okay to take your time, he asked timidly. Oh, I am taking my time, Dirty called back proudly. You're just jealous that you're not as fast as me. Oh, okay. Tiddlywink responded in just over a whisper. Sorry, my bad. His perfect Christmas idea was quickly falling apart. He wanted to do something really special for his family this year, so he had decided to create a perfect Christmas as his gift to them. He spent all day decorating the house, something his mother never had time to do anymore. He baked extra cookies, which he wrapped and left on his parents' bed. He even taught the kids new carols to sing. The caroling would be beautiful, and the gift-giving would be sweet and magical. Then his smile faded. Dirty had shown up being more himself than ever. Usually Tiddlywink was excited for his friend to visit, but not tonight. He just wanted this one thing to go as planned, and he knew Dirty was not going to make that easy. Would he do anything to help out? No. Was he related to the rabbits? No. Had he even been invited in the first place? No. But yet here he was, standing in Tiddlywink's living room and giving a friendly thumbs up as he slowly but surely introduced chaos to something that was supposed to be perfect. Just like always. See, Dirty complained to Eliza as he looked at Tiddlywink's sullen face from across the room. I told you he was boring. And I can tell just by looking at him, that us being here is stressing him out to no end. Maybe you guys just need to get on the same page. You and Tiddlywink are the oldest kids in the family, so it's up to you two to make this night memorable. That's a great idea. If my dear cousin stays far away from fun, he'll never see how great it is, Dirty explained with a mischievous look. I guess I'll just have to bring the fun to him. To him and everyone else. I am still the fun cousin. I just need to prove it. Soon all the children were waiting outside, dressed warmly and holding a hot cocoa and a gift. The gifts were all homemade all throughout the year until there were enough for everyone in the small village. Clothespin reindeer, cookies, candy canes, clay ornaments, origami birds, knit winter accessories, drawings, pot holders, and jars of cocoa powder, or honey, and other knick-knacks were distributed out to the kids. Everyone headed door to door, singing as they went. Tiddlywink basked in pride and holiday cheer as he watched everything finally go as planned. When the first song was done, one of the rabbit kids delivered a candy cane as a gift to the family who had watched them carol. Tiddlywink's heart swelled with Christmas joy and love for his family as he watched his sister hand over the present. The group then moved on to the next house and everyone resumed caroling to a new family. Well, everyone except Dirty. Tiddlywink took a deep breath and approached him, hoping he could convince his friend to sing like everyone else. Is everything okay? Why aren't you caroling? Tiddlywink asked kindly. I don't like singing, he replied. Tiddlywink resisted the urge to point out that sang for them all the time. Instead he gave his cousin a pamphlet of carol lyrics. Here, this may help, he said good-naturedly. Right now, we're on Here We Come A Caroling on page 4. I don't like reading either, Dirty replied, uninterested as he flipped through the boring titles of classic Christmas songs. He stuffed the book in his coat pocket and got a better idea. Actually, I think I will sing after all. Oh, that's great, Tiddlywink said, relieved. Oh, maybe you could play on your guitar too. Great idea, Dirty grinned. Tiddlywink beamed happily and began to sing the song with the kids, while Dirty started to sing and strum the words of a completely different Christmas song. In fact, it wasn't only a different song, but it was the most annoying song Tiddlywink ever heard. The kids all stopped singing to giggle and Tiddlywink turned to see who's disrupting. Dirty quickly stopped and tried to look innocent. Tiddlywink shot him a look but kept going. So did Dirty. The kids were laughing hard now and some started singing Dirty's song along with him. The rest of the children joined in too, leaving only Tiddlywink still singing Gloria and feeling silly. Guys, stay focused, Tiddlywink encouraged. We're singing about angels, not Italian Christmas donkeys. That song's just so irreverent. The people there caroling for thought it was all a planned skit the group put on. They laughed and clapped. Dirty loved all the attention and assumed Tiddlywink did too. He gave a little bow and turned to his cousin. Ready? He asked, annoyingly cheerful. Ready? Tiddlywink grumbled back. The children delivered a gift to the family, who thanked them, and then headed off to the next house. Dirty and all the children interrupted Tiddlywink's song over and over again at each stop. Everyone still found it cute and hilarious, except for Tiddlywink, who grew angrier each time. This was not what he had envisioned for the perfect caroling part of his Christmas plan. They finished by going to Martha S. Mushroom's house. After they did their act for her, she just stared at them, looking confused. Finally she snapped her fingers and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Easter already." Sure, here, Eliza said as she handed her a mushroom with a bow on it. "What a generous girl you are. I have something for you too. Come, put your hands out." Eliza did as she was told and felt something wet and cold melting in her hands. "Snow," she said, forcing a smile. Thank you." Martha S. Mushroom beamed in delight and gave a pile of snow to each confused kid, wished them a happy Halloween, and went back inside. It didn't take long before one of the kids looked at his snow pile, pressed it together, and whipped it full speed at his brother's back. It took a total of 2 seconds for the other children to catch on. Soon snowballs were flying through the air, hitting windows of houses, and soaking gifts and songbooks. Tiddlywink watched in horror as his whole tasteful Christmas fell apart before his eyes. This wasn't light-hearted holiday fun, this was just pointless destruction. "Hey, guys," he asked, but no one heard him. "Guys, we need to go home," he said weakly. "Yeah, come on, everyone. The house is right there," Dirty announced excitedly. "Thank you," Tiddlywink mouthed to him gratefully. "No problem," Dirty shouted back. "Now come on everyone. Let's all have some real fun with this war. One snowball team takes the kitchen and the other gets the living room." Wait. What? Tiddlywink stuttered. "It's just water. I'll clean it up later." Dirty shrugged. "Really? Are you sure about that?" the kids asked with awe. "That's not too crazy to do. It's fine. Christmas only comes once a year, after all. Just remember who the fun grown-up is when you're having the best snowball fight in history." "Yay. Okay, let's go," the kids shouted, as they looked at Ika with excited grins. "I wanna be on Girl with the Faces team. I call using the couch to build a shield." "No way. I wanted the couch. Dirty lets us do the coolest things ever." The screaming stampede of children ran into the house and continued the snowball fight inside. Snow hit Tiddlywink's decorations and melted into slush. Furniture was tipped over and made into forts. Snow was brought in by the wheelbarrow load, and dumped onto any table in sight for ammo, as the kids used decorations as weapons. Decorations which Tiddlywink had spent hours digging out of the attic. Like the brave, oldest sibling he was, he hid behind a box and prayed that his parents wouldn't wake up. "Hey," he said weakly as he desperately tried to protect his precious decorations. Okay. So maybe it's getting a little out of control," Dirty admitted. "A little? You think?" Tiddlywink sputtered hysterically as he ducked to avoid a family photo that was frisbee tossed through the air. "Yeah, that's what I literally just said." Dirty shrugged. "Kids, am I right? Games are never fun unless there's a good chance you may actually die. I never had that problem as a kid." He whimpered. "Watch this." Sticky stood on top on a high-up shelf and got ready to swing from the Christmas gratitude paper chain Tiddlywink had spent days making. "I'm gonna be Tarzan." "No. Wait. Do you think we could I just mean," Tiddlywink tried to say again. My gratitude chain." Dirty looked over at him, smiled a devious smile, and threw a big, slushy snowball right at his back. That was enough. "Guys, it's time for bed," Tiddlywink shouted shrilly, then apologized for raising his voice. "What? No," the kids whined as they dropped their snowballs on the carpeted floor sadly. Tiddlywink pried his chain from Steaky's hand and untaped it from the ceiling. It was still intact. He let out a sigh of relief and hid it away safely in his bag. The kids trudged upstairs to their rooms, frowning and not saying a word. They dumped their winter clothes on the floor and headed off to bed, lacking the usual energy of kids on Christmas Eve. I wish Christmas could be every day. I can't believe it's already over, a girl said solemnly. But Christmas isn't over. What about your presents tomorrow? Eliza asked her curiously. We only get a tiny bit of money and either mittens, a scarf, or socks. The girl sighed sadly. And I know it's just Mommy who gives them to us. That's it. Yep. She tries her best and we're grateful for what she does, but it's just not exciting. The girl slumped against the railing and sighed. We don't even bother with a tree or decorations anymore. An older boy piped up. Tiddlywink just did it this year for, I don't even know why. Probably to try to get onto the nice list. Another kid added. Suddenly there was a large crowd around Eliza. Well then he wasted his time. We've tried everything to get on the list, and it just never works. The kids shook their heads solemnly and began shoving each other to share their tragic tales. Last year, I decided not to put glue on the toilet seat. It was hard being that good, but I told myself it was worth it. And what did I get on Christmas morning? Still nothing. A boy sighed. Same thing happened when I locked Thato naked in the closet for 1 day, instead of 5. And when I put black ink in the washing machine for only 2 loads of laundry instead of all the loads. But it's no use. We'll never be on the list anyway. No matter how good we act. You mean Santa's nice list? Eliza asked. Yeah. Santa never comes. The little girl said sadly. Mommy and Daddy said that there are too many of us for him to make toys for, but I know that it's really because we're just too naughty. I saw Santa when Mommy took us all to the village once, and do you know what I did? I punched him in the face, a little boy said proudly. Because Mommy said to always stand up for yourself against bullies. And fat old Santa is the biggest bully ever. Well, see you tomorrow on Christmas morning. More like Christmas boring. The kids sadly waved goodbye and headed upstairs. Bye. The original little girl waved shyly. See you tomorrow, and who knows, maybe he'll come this year, Eliza said sympathetically. You never know. Really? The little girl asked hopefully, eyes twinkling with excitement. A.sure. I guess I gotta sleep now so he can come and give me that dollhouse I always wanted. And with that, she took off, scampering up the stairs and humming Jingle Bells. Eliza watched her go and felt bad. Why had she told her this year would be different? And why couldn't she ever keep her mouth shut and her thoughts to herself? Now that poor girl was just going to be even more disappointed. Eliza was pulled from her thoughts when she spotted Dirty. He had finished tucking Pip into bed and was now sitting on the living room floor with a huge tangle of yarn on his lap and a big knot around his fingers. What are you doing? She asked. Trying to knit something for Pip's wobby. Anthony taught me a long time ago, but I wasn't any good at it then either, he said with frustration and dropped the knot to his lap in defeat. But Pip will be devastated if he doesn't get anything tomorrow. Yeah. Eliza agreed sadly and glanced at the closed door of the room where Pip was staying with a bunch of rabbit toddlers. He was supposed to be asleep, but Eliza and Dirty both knew that he was probably bouncing around with excitement and trying to convince a bunch of discouraged kids that Santa would indeed come. He would probably stay up all night long trying to spot Santa's sleigh in the sky, unaware that he wouldn't get one single gift this year. Unless. Eliza got an idea. Do you think we could just wrap up some bread from the kitchen and maybe some toothpaste for him? Dirty asked glumly. That's an idea. Not a good idea. But it's an idea, she replied. Oh, you're just so helpful and supportive. It never ceases to amaze me. What if you stole him a gift right now? Eliza asked. I mean, I know it's cold and miserable out, but it would be worth it if it's perfect. Dirty announced with a grin on his face and faraway look in his eyes, as if he could already see himself doing it. He leapt off the ground and rushed to the cabinet to gather his winter clothes. Could you also pick up the toy for the little girl I was just talking to? I kinda, sorta, accidentally promised her that Santa would come. She really wants a dollhouse. Nope. I can't just get something for the one kid. It's unfair to the others. Dirty replied absent-mindedly as he pulled on his coat. I'm gonna have to give Pip his present in secret. As it is, I'm sure her siblings wouldn't mind. Maybe they could all share the toy, Eliza proposed. Clearly you're an only child. But Santa's not gonna come for the others either. They're bad kids, Eliza explained. I still think they deserve something fun. Just this once. They have we do have all night. What if we didn't just get a gift for one kid? What if We steal a gift for every kid. Dirty finished, the idea fitting into place. He grinned mischievously. It'll be my biggest, most evil heist yet, but I think I can find the strength to pull it off. Oh, I know. This may shock you, but I was a naughty list kid too. It's awful. A kid shouldn't be left out of Christmas just because they have to fight a little harder for attention, or because their sense of humor is more dangerous than usual. What are you guys talking about? A timid voice asked. They both turned around and saw Tiddlywink standing in the doorway, twiddling his fingers anxiously. They were caught red-handed as Dirty stood dressed in his winter coat and reaching for his scarf. Eliza froze too, midway through getting her own clothes from the closet. She glanced at Dirty, who cringed, but begrudgingly nodded, gesturing that she could tell him the plan. We're gonna go be Santa and get a Christmas gift for each of the kids. Eliza replied happily. We need you to come, Dirty added. We'll just need help carrying all the toys back after. Can I? Tiddlywink started to say. No, you can't invite your mom. Dirty intervened. Oh, but she's my best friend. He frowned. No. Dirty steered his cousin in the direction of the front door with a grin. Tonight, Crime is your best friend. Crime? What are you talking about? He asked. Don't think about it too hard. You just imagine the smiles on your little siblings' faces tomorrow morning when they see their gifts. Dirty coaxed. Tiddlywink could suddenly see the Christmas vision again. All the kids would run downstairs and see the colour-coordinated gifts under a full Christmas tree. They would think that Santa came, and his parents would be so proud of him for pulling it off. I guess I can do it. Great, you're the best, Dirty cheered. Now come on, he tossed his cousin a heap of clothes and pushed him out the door. When they all got to the market, Tiddlywink looked around eagerly, holding the wallet he'd crocheted that contained his life savings of only $7. But his smile dropped as he saw the cold, decorate marketplace with bright red, closed signs on every booth and storefront. Oh, everything's closed tonight. We won't be able to buy anything, he said sadly and turned to go. Well, maybe next year. The kids will understand. Maybe. Oh, don't worry. We're not buying anything, Dirty pointed out. We're stealing it. What? Tiddlywink exclaimed with utter horror. You can't steal Christmas. Oh, but I can, he replied proudly. Right, Eliza. You've seen it. Yeah, Eliza agreed. He steals everything. Our food, Pip's toys, Pip himself on many occasions. He's actually kinda useful. You hear that? I'm kinda useful. Dirty bragged. Seeing the horrified look on Tiddlywink's face, Eliza added, Don't worry, we only take from the places that deserve it. Only the ones that have so much stuff they won't notice anything's even gone. But, Tiddlywink trailed off. It was too late to turn back now, and he supposed that as long as gifts were under a tree, Christmas could still be saved. He could still be the hero who created the dream Christmas and make his parents proud. That's what mattered most, right? Come on, are you in or not? Dirty asked in exasperation. He looked longingly in the direction of a little shop called Cooley's Toys and More. Yeah, I'm in. Tiddlywink agreed reluctantly and they all headed towards the shop. But let's please just get this over with. You wanna do the honors? Dirty gestured to the shiny doorknob of the toy store. Tiddlywink tried it, but the door was locked tight. Oh, it's locked. That's too bad. Tiddlywink said, secretly feeling very relieved. It's okay. Dirty can just use his key that unlocks everything, Eliza suggested. Wow, a key that can unlock any door. How's that even possible? Tiddlywink was interrupted as Dirty aggressively kicked the doorknob over and over, until it fell into the snow by his feet. He picked it up and gave it a jaunty toss. That's how, he said proudly to Tiddlywink, who looked as if he was regretting every life decision that led to this moment. Now come on, are we gonna save Christmas or not? Dirty asked excitedly as he kicked the door open. They burst through the door of the little shop and started filling bags with toys. Tiddlywink stood awkwardly off to the side while the others took wind-up birds, wooden dolls, stuffed animals, wax crayons, picture books, and trains by the armload. Dirty swiped his arm across a shelf, knocking tons of toys right into the sacks. Tiddlywink carefully selected each of his items, remembering each of his siblings' interests and getting a toy to match. After a few minutes, they dumped the bags on the table of the wrapping station by the register. This Tiddlywink could do. He rolled up the sleeves of his Christmas sweater and eagerly got to work. He started carefully wrapping each one in the nicest Christmas paper he could find and tied silk bows on the top. He then wrote a quick note to the kid, explaining why this gift was chosen for him, and what good things he did. After 15 minutes he had 2 done. He allowed himself to get lost in a daydream, as he imagined one of his sweet little siblings opening this gift. He could practically feel the proud hugs and back pats from his parents when they found out that he made all this Christmas magic happen. Tiddlywink shook his head and got focused again. After all, this was just 2 gifts out of at least 60. He turned around to add them to the pile and saw Dirty's stack. He had 2 dozen gifts just sitting there, poorly wrapped. He didn't choose any boxes, so the awkward shaped bundles had parts ripping out of the paper everywhere. The worst part yet was that the wrapping didn't even match. He used any old paper he could find, and some even had birthday stuff printed on it. You didn't even... Tiddlywink was at a loss for words, in the worst way possible. Oh, howdy, partner. Look how fast time flying through these. We'll be done in no time. Dirty smiled. I'm really not surprised, though. I am good at literally everything. Tiddlywink's eye twitched as he tried to keep his sanity. He desperately wished he had his big feelings diary right about now. Then he could release his overflowing anger through writing all the mean things he suddenly wanted to say. What? Dirty responded as he slapped a bow over a doll's face and called it done. Why is your face all red and huffy? Have some Christmas cheer and settle down. You should let me do it. Can I just see it? Tiddlywink asked as he anxiously flitted around his cousin. Dirty made no move to hand over the doll. Jay, just give it to me, Dirty. No thanks. Dirty replied and turned his back to his cousin pointedly. Tiddlywink anxiously hovered over his shoulder, wringing his hands with unease. Dirty started writing on the gift tag with a permanent marker, and Tiddlywink realized with horror that the ink would bleed through the tag and stain the doll's face. Ugh! You're doing it all wrong. You're gonna ruin the doll. And you didn't even spell Santa right. My siblings want gifts from Santa, not Satan. Tiddlywink grabbed a box and paper roll as he rushed over. He tried pulling the bow off to do it properly, but Dirty just wasn't having it. It's good, he said irritably and pulled the doll back. A gift is a gift whether it's wrapped nice or not. That's not the point. You don't understand. It needs to be perfect, but you're just ruining everything. Tiddlywink pulled it again. I'm just gonna go raid a candy store or something. Until this is resolved. Eliza slowly backed away from Dirty and Tiddlywink and dashed out the door. Ruining? I'm helping. This night would be so boring if I wasn't here. Dirty tugged the toy back. If I hadn't been here, you would just ruin things by trying to make them impossibly flawless. But guess what? Family isn't clean or perfect, and Christmas is about being a family. Yeah, and my family likes the way I do things. Our Christmas was perfect when you weren't here. Your idea of fun is what's ruining it. Indoor snowball fights, obnoxious caroling, stealing gifts. None of those things are normal family fun activities. It's just you causing problems. And we didn't have a single problem last year when you were kicked out and couldn't visit. And Christmas was better for it. Well, I'm here now, so deal with it. I'm not missing Christmas with my family because I ruin your aesthetic. Ugh, stop saying that. It's my family. My family that you're not even a real part of. I am too. Dirty pulled at the doll. You're just jealous that your parents and siblings like me so much. Jealous. All you've done tonight is ruin Christmas and make people unhappy. We shouldn't all have to suffer just because you don't have a family to spend holidays with. You know what the perfect Christmas would really be? One where you stop clinging onto my family and leave us all alone. Tiddlywink gave the toy a final yank and Dirty let it go. I know, Dirty said quietly as he stared down at his shoes. Dirty turned around and left the store without another word. Tiddlywink heard the jingle bell on the door ring as it shut. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it and I was out of line. Dirty? Tiddlywink corrected himself quickly, but Dirty was already gone. Tiddlywink frowned and went back to wrapping. After 10 minutes he still only had one more gift done. It looked almost perfect. He furrowed his brows and fixed the slightly crooked piece of tape on one of the sides. There. Perfect. He glanced at the clock. 12 minutes had passed and he had only wrapped this one thing. He huffed with frustration and dropped the present on the table of finished gifts harder than necessary. The tape unstuck from where he just fixed it. Tiddlywink scowled. He knew he would never have everything all ready on time. Christmas would be ruined and it would all be his fault for not being able to control his own emotions for even a couple more hours. Tiddlywink thought of what he said to his cousin and felt a big wave of guilt wash over him. Despite how annoying Dirty was, He knew he shouldn't have said that stuff. He was lucky to have a large, loving family and a place to call home, and he shouldn't be mad at someone less fortunate for imposing on that. But he did still have some lingering frustration that wouldn't go away on its own. Tiddlywink knew what he needed to do. Tiddlywink stepped outside into the cold and found Dirty sitting on the steps, snow in his hair and scarf ends whipping around in the cold wind. Dirty didn't even look his way when Tiddlywink sat. Tiddlywink dared to lean over and look at his cousin's face. Dirty just sat stiffly, looking straight forward with a sullen frown on his face. Dirty. I didn't, Tiddlywink started to say. I'm sorry. Dirty blurted out, sounding very uncomfortable with what his own mouth was saying. I shouldn't have been such a pain. I just wanted to have fun with the kids and give everyone a memorable night, since I hardly get to see you guys anymore. Oh. Tiddlywink exhaled with relief. It's okay. I didn't mean what I said. You're very much a part of this family. Unfortunately. Tiddlywink replied with a laugh. But really, you can always spend Christmas with us. We don't mind. That much. Just maybe, come earlier next time so you can propose your activity ideas at the family meeting instead of just doing them. I really like things to be planned. I suppose I can arrange that. If we make the snowball fight a yearly tradition. Outside, though. Tiddlywink said firmly. Yeah, outside next time. Dirty grinned. Are we all good now? We're good. Tiddlywink held his arms out for a hug. Dirty grinned and gave him a playful punch on the arm instead. Tiddlywink winced and rubbed it gingerly. Let me guess, you need my help with those stupid gifts now? Dirty asked. Yeah, but I thought of a compromise. So they went back inside and Tiddlywink showed Dirty the gift bags and tissue paper sets. Dirty placed gifts in bags easily while Tiddlywink wrapped his pile. By the end they all matched and looked perfect. They were happily chatting and packing all the gifts into sacks, just in time for Eliza to return, pockets stuffed with candy canes and bags of colourful hard candies. So, you guys made up, I take it? She asked. Yeah, I was just telling Tiddlywink that funny story of when we thought Pip had been eaten by a night creature, Dirty said excitedly. Wait, it was supposed to be a funny story. Oh, okay. Tiddlywink laughed to himself nervously. Well, we better get back. Oh, I can't wait to go to sleep in a nice warm house tonight, Eliza said happily. But first we have to put the gifts under the tree for the perfect Christmas morning, right? Dirty nudged Tiddlywink. Why, yeah, exactly. He beamed with delight. Good thinking, Dirty. I forgot we don't have a tree. Tiddlywink frowned with hopelessness as everyone stood in the rabbit's living room with the bags of gifts. Oh, I'm so stupid. All this planning and we don't even have a tree. Oh, we'll get a tree, Dirty said simply. How? Well, where's your father's carrot farming axe and your closest neighbour? As Dirty was hauling the tree across the yard, he may or may not have seen a red light and heard jolly jingle bells soaring through the night sky and over the rabbit house without so much of a pause. And Santa may or may not have seen a rather rude hand gesture from Dirty. Soon the neighbour's tastefully decorated outdoor tree was up in the rabbit's living room. The three friends raced to place all the gifts under it, sending them through the house and under the tree assembly line style. Even with just 1 or 2 gifts per kid, there were so many it took up most of the room. Eliza lined up candy canes along the curtain rods and put candy in the 60 empty stockings that were all along the fireplace and walls of the large room, as Dirty distributed the annual pairs of socks from Aunt May. Finally, when everything was perfect, Dirty, Tiddlywink, and Eliza collapsed onto one of the many couches and observed their work with exhaustion. This couch feels wet. Eliza patted it. Wait, did we ever clean up from the snowball fight? Dirty asked. Everyone groaned in unison and then got back up to gather cleaning supplies without a word. A child stirred in the bed she shared with some of her sisters. The sun was up, but her siblings were all still asleep from their late night last night. She twitched her long rabbit's ears and listened sleepily. She heard music faintly from downstairs. She climbed over her siblings on the bed and carefully stepped around the kids passed out on the floor. She crept downstairs and entered the living room, yawning and rubbing her eyes tiredly. She looked up and what she saw made her gasp. The room looked like a Christmas scene out of a picture book. Well, aside from Dirty, Tiddlywink, and Eliza, all leaning against each other on the couch and snoring, still dressed in coats and boots. Beside that, it was everything she could have possibly imagined Christmas to be. The girl took it all in and squealed in disbelief. She then turned around and ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, to wake her siblings. Soon all the kids were up and talking excitedly, hoping their sister was right. They hurried down the stairs, pushing each other and fighting to see it first. They exploded through the doorway and yelled excitedly at what they saw. May and Doug heard all the noise and made their way downstairs to see what was going on. They pushed through the crowd of children, and the sight they saw left them speechless. Presents were everywhere, Christmas music was playing, stockings were stuffed, and a fire was lit in the fireplace. The gifts were all sitting under a tree. The family's first ever Christmas tree since the oldest kids were really young. Cakes, eggnog, coffee, muffins, and oatmeal covered the table by the doorway. And of course there was a new pair of red or green knit socks tucked into each of the children's shoes. My goddess, May gasped, Santa really came through this year. In fact, I'm going to call my sisters and have them bring their little ones over for a party right now. There's just so much to eat and play with. Yay, we'll see our cousins, the kids shouted with joy. Yay, I'll see my parents. One girl cheered. Oh, dear. You aren't mine? May asked. The girl shook her head and shrugged. May read the note from Santa out loud to the children. It stated that though their behaviour could use some work, he was very proud of them for their selflessness by giving so much and expecting nothing in return each Christmas. While kids screamed and tore paper off presents, Pip shyly came over to Dirty and tugged on his tunic. Yeah, what's up, bud? He asked. I made you a present. Pip handed Eliza and Dirty each a piece of construction paper with a bunch of scribbles on it. Thank you, buddy. This is the best gift I've ever received, Dirty said happily as he hugged Pip. Hey, go look behind the tree there. I think I saw a gift or two with your name on it. Pip squealed and retrieved 2 flat boxes. It says, to Pip from Santa. Pip shouted and looked at his friend, practically glowing with excitement. Is it the candy cane I wanted? I don't know. Dirty shrugged. Pip quickly tore off the wrapping paper. He let out a happy squeal and hopped up and down as he held up a little brown paper box full of brand new, colourful crayons. My crayons. Open the other one too. Eliza sat on the other side of Pip and handed him the second package. Pip tore the paper off to reveal that it was a sketchbook full of coloured paper. So we can draw together. And now instead of eating the crayons, you can colour with them. Pip shook his head at Eliza like she was insane for even thinking that would stop him, but thanked her anyway. The children all tore into gifts, shouting happily about each thing they got. They played with their new toys and ate candy all morning long until the little ones fell asleep in the piles of wrapping paper, candy canes still in their smiling mouths. Eliza, Tiddlywink and Dirty watched them happily and agreed to keep it a secret. As they watched snow fall outside, they all realised that this was the perfect Christmas after all. Chapter 7 of The Mermaid's Brother. Next morning the thick, muffled feeling of snow crept into the air before Annie even opened her eyes. She burst out of her bed. Merry Christmas, she yelled. But Gwen was not in their bedroom. Annie slipped on woolen socks, hideously lumpy, made by Beekman, and a robe of purple silk, last year's Christmas gift from Master Edison, and ran into the kitchen. The aroma of apricot scones met her halfway. With her thin feet in a festively painted coal scuttle filled with water, Gwen sat at the kitchen table. She had roses in her cheeks, and a bright smile on her lips. The sash of her pink silk robe was tied in a huge bow. Merry Christmas, she said, her voice stronger this morning. When Annie brushed past her ear, to reach the plate of scones beside jewel-coloured jam and a saucer of butter, she heard the sound of the ocean, and drew back with a start. Beekman held a pitcher of green, sparkly liquid. I brewed a tisane of dried kelp, crushed shark's tooth, and powdered mussel shells. It made Gwen feel better. And look, Gwen pointed to the window. It's snowing. Osbert stretched his long neck to glimpse the weather. His barbed tail drummed a happy beat on the floorboards. The wyvern loved playing in the snow. After breakfast, Annie, could you harness Osbert to the little sleigh and take me for a ride to the meadow? Asked Gwen. I feel much better. Just for a short ride, snapped Beekman. Girls of your particular temperament aren't meant for the snow, Gwen. I'm not a mermaid yet, said Gwen, more like her old self than she'd been in weeks. I suppose, said Beekman, since this is probably Gwen's last Christmas. But don't stay out too long, there are more gifts to open. Want to come with us, Beatrice? Annie asked her younger sister. Beatrice drew back and shivered. Go on without me, she said. I'm still pretty scared from the time I got frostbite. She went back to unwrapping a new pair of green, woolen mittens, Beekman wrapped Gwen in coats and capes and every spare blanket he could find. Outside, Annie buckled the red leather harness around the wyvern. His wings flapped snow into her eyes, and his wagging tail swept 3 inches of snow from the ground, revealing sprigs of brown grass. Together, Annie and Beatrice settled Gwen into the sleigh. She was light as a feather, even covered in woolens and down-filled quilts. Her sparkling face peered out of a paisley shawl. Annie led Osbert to cross their white-clothed garden. After the kitchen door thudded shut, the holy silence of winter was broken only by pings of snowflakes meeting the ground and soft shushing of the sleigh. The meadow sparkled in its winter finery. Towering pines stood at its edges like ermine-clad kings. Gwen sighed, then squeezed Annie's mittened hand. From a distance, sound reached Annie's ears. First, it seemed like scratching of some animal's claws against metal. As it grew, it was obviously bells. The Cinegrands must be taking a sleigh ride, said Annie. But a moment later, a small horse trotted out of the forest, his black coat strange to behold against the white snow. His mane was woven with silver bells and ribbons, and on his back he wore fat saddlebags of green leather, but no saddle. He stopped when he saw Annie and Gwen, then bowed his head as if in greeting. Steam rose from his nostrils in roiling clouds. "He's lost," said Gwen, her voice muffled by a thick scarf. "Follow us and we'll warm you by our fire." Annie shook the reins. "Home, Osbert." The horse trailed behind the sleigh, his bells jingling merrily. The horse just fit through the kitchen door. Annie stationed him by the fire, then carried Gwen inside, who squirmed. Once Gwen was in the rocker, Annie shed her coat and scarf, and set to rubbing the horse dry as he nickered and nodded. "Now, my fine fellow," said Annie, "might we see what you carry in your pack? Perhaps a clue as to where you ought to be this grand day." The horse nickered again, and shook his mane of silver bells. After Annie took the pack from his back, she set it on the kitchen table and worked to undo one of the buckles, as Beekman worked at another. With half-closed eyes, Gwen watched from the fireside. The horse laid down, and placed his head next to her steaming footbath. Finally, Annie opened the flap. On top of several brown, papered boxes was an envelope. "To the Kellys," it read. Annie gasped, recognizing the loopy penmanship. "It's from Zacharias and Master Edison." "But how?" she asked. Inside were 2 more letters. One was addressed to the Kellys. The other was addressed solely to Annie and Gwen. Annie slipped it into her pocket before tearing open the letter to everyone. Then she read aloud, "Dear ones, I beg your forgiveness for our lack of correspondence, and for not returning in October as is our habit. Master Edison and I have had ill luck since leaving you last summer. We've been burgled, suffered 2 broken wheels in the space of a week, and capsized in a river. We also lost our way in a forest for 9 days, and recently, both came down with a terrible fever. As I write, our lion is fighting off some sort of feline cough. We're currently camping with a band of bogarts on the banks of an alligator-infested lake. They are good with the lion, the bogarts, not the alligators. There's hunger in their eyes, and ill will in their toothy grins. Through all this, our hearts ache to return to you. We've fretted over Gwen's health. To that effect, we've enclosed a few items she may find helpful. You'll find them in the square box. Master Edison begs me to inform you that we'll likely return in spring, and since you're reading this, you've met our friend, Huckleberry. We're confident he'll enjoy life with you on our mountain, as he has a great affinity for clovers drenched in dew. Your faithful servants, Zacharias, and the magnificent Con Edison." "I wish to see those alligators," rasped Gwen in her scratchy voice. "Can it be true? Let's see what gifts they sent," said Beekman, polishing frost from his spectacles with the edges of his shirt sleeve. Poor Huckleberry carried the burden of them for hundreds of miles, after all. They peeled brown paper from the first box, and removed its lid. Inside were smaller boxes, each adorned with a gilt-edged tag naming the recipient. Annie delivered Gwen's into her hands. She smiled, and the sparkles around her eyes twinkled. Within Gwen's box was a necklace, a small stone, deep brown with a stripe of bronze down its centre, like the eye of a cat. She sighed, pressing it to her chest, before slipping the delicate chain over her head. Annie's, wrapped in crinkly paper, was a miniature painting in a wooden frame. It could easily fit inside a soup spoon. She held the scene close, and examined its subjects. A white stork perched in a fruit-laden tree, and a rippled pond. At the edge of the pond, almost too small to see, was a pink conch. Beekman leaned over her shoulder. "Zacharias painted it himself," he said. "He was working on it in August when he was here. Be sure to pretend you really like it. I'm glad Gwen got a good present, at least, for her last Christmas, said Annie, then sighed as Beekman pulled a jewel-encrusted dagger from a leather pouch with his name on it. Who knows what customs mermaids keep? She might never get one again. From each of Gwen's ocean-coloured eyes fell a pearl the size of a pin's head. They rolled down her pale, twinkling cheeks, over the smooth silk of her robe, and tumbled to the floor. She didn't try to catch them. I'll miss Christmas most of all, she sniffed. Outside, Osbert scratched the door and howled. In all the excitement over Huckleberry, they'd left the wyvern in the snow. He could have just flown to the roof, and warmed himself by the chimney's smoke, said Annie, lifting the latch so Osbert bolted across the kitchen, dragging a snowdrift in with his tail. Icicles hung from Osbert's chin like a beard, and his wings stuck out stiffly at his sides. Gwen laughed as he turned 3 circles in front of the fire, then flopped onto his belly. After the family opened the other packages, a tin of dried seaweed, 6 oranges, several yards of scarlet and black brocade, 2 drawing pencils, a harmonica, 8 well-polished clamshells, and a jar of vanilla beans, Annie slipped away to her bedroom to read the other letter from Zacharias. Perched on the edge of the bed, she stared at the loops and swirls. Has he found Gwen's cure? She wondered as her hands shook. She pried the flap loose, so the letter fell into her lap. The folded paper was onion skin thin. Words crisscrossed over words like tracks of ice skates. Annie, I hope Huckleberry has arrived before Christmas. He promised to do his utmost to reach you before December's end. I'm writing to you privately, because I don't wish to alarm Mom. But Master Edison is unwell. The fever left him weak, especially since he gets them so often due to his bad habit of eating grass. Yet, he manages to cough as if he might bring up a lung. My greatest fear is that the mermaid will overtake Gwen before I return. We're stranded miles across the sea in Florida, thanks to an angry leprechaun who transported us here with just a snap of his fingers. Luckily, I was able to trick the leprechaun into returning Huckleberry back to the mainland, but we're still trying to return. Anyway, I enclosed a potion that a boggart claims will slow Gwen's transformation, and ease any pain she might have. I beg you to try it. In the spring, we'll run in the orchard with the honeybees, by all the alligators in the lake. Your brother, Zacharias, receipt for potion for Gwen. 2 teaspoons dried seaweed. Shredded rind of orange. 1 teaspoon dried lavender flowers. 1 teaspoon salt, preferably sea salt. 2 pinches of crushed clamshell. Use mortar and pestle to make like sand. 1 strand of hair from the person who needs this medicine. Dash of black pepper. Tie ingredients inside a square of cotton cloth and steep in 1 cup of boiled water for 5 minutes. Add 1 teaspoon of honey and drink, all within 3 minutes with eyes closed and a silver coin in left hand. Drink once before breakfast, and once at bedtime. Annie had to read the letter again because of Zacharias' odd penmanship. Back in the kitchen, Annie made the recipe in their cauldron as Osbert snored beside Gwen's foot bath. Gwen hummed softly a song Annie didn't know. If she had to give it words, it would tell of riding dolphins to undersea birthdays. She explained to Gwen that she needed one of her hairs. When Annie finished, Gwen drank the murky, dark green liquid Annie gave her with her eyes closed and a coin Annie explained she had to hold in her left hand. Rows of silver-edged scales could be seen through the fabric of her nightgown, ending just above the curve of her hip. Mermaids were not meant for clothes, and the fabric crushed her scales. Even the thinnest of nightgowns irritated her. Gwen took out a gold locket engraved with an apple tree. Beekman got it for me from the rummage sale. It's rather pretty, she said as she pried open the locket, then placed the stone inside. It'll be safe there. Perhaps its magic and will lessen the pain of changing. At times it's almost more than I can bear. That's good if it helps you, said Annie. But I don't think anything at the rummage sale was genuine. Gwen yawned. Yes. But what harm could it do? Oh, it's almost midnight already, said Beekman. Annie, help me get Gwen into her bed. They each put an arm about Gwen's shoulders, and helped her hobble to bed, where they wrapped her greenish-blue legs in damp towels. A tiny pearl rolled down Gwen's cheek, onto her pillow. I wonder if they celebrate Christmas beneath the sea. If I will. Her voice faded again. Whatever Christmas miracle returned it to her was diminishing. That is a very great mystery, said Annie. And she thought, unless next year, Zacharias procures a great miracle to reverse the change, she will know for certain what the merfolk do at Christmas. Maybe she'll send a message by seagull to tell us what traditions they keep in the deep. Maybe she'll send gifts of sea glass or pirates' coins. If she remembers us at all. The fir tree, one of the Humulans, was standing on the roof, scratching at the snow. He had yellow woolen mittens that after a while became wet and disagreeable. He laid them on the chimney top, sighed and scratched away again. At last he found the hatch in the roof. "That's it," the Humulan said. And down there lying fast asleep. Sleeping and sleeping and sleeping. While other people work themselves silly just because Christmas is coming. He was standing on the hatch, and as he couldn't remember whether it opened inwards or outwards, he stamped on it, cautiously. It opened inwards at once, and the Humulan went tumbling down among snow and darkness and all the things the Moomin family had stowed away in the attic for later use. The Humulan was now very annoyed and furthermore not quite sure of where he had left his yellow mittens. They were his favourite pair. So he stumped down the stairs, threw the door open with a bang and shouted in a cross voice, "Christmas's coming. I'm tired of you and your sleeping, and now Christmas will be here almost any day." The Moomin family was hibernating in the drawing room as they were wont to do. They had been sleeping for a few months already and were going to keep it up until spring. A sweet sleep had rocked them through what felt like a single long summer afternoon. Now all at once a cold draft disturbed Moomin Troll's dreams. And someone was pulling at his quilt and shouting that he was tired and Christmas was coming. "Is it spring already?" Moomin Troll mumbled. "Spring," the Humulan said nervously. "I'm talking about Christmas, don't you know, Christmas. And I've made absolutely no arrangements yet myself, and here they send me off to dig you out. I believe I've lost my mittens. Everybody's running about like mad and nothing's ready." The Humulan clumped upstairs again and went out through the hatch. "Mama, wake up," Moomin Troll said anxiously. "Something's on. They call it Christmas." "What do you mean?" his mother said and thrust her snout out from under her quilt. "I don't really know," her son replied. "But nothing seems to be ready, and something's got lost, and all are running about like mad. Perhaps there's a flood again." He cautiously shook the Snork Maiden by the shoulder and whispered, "Don't be afraid, but something terrible is happening." "Eh?" Moomin Papa said. "Easy now." He rose and wound the clock that had stopped somewhere in October. Then they followed the Humulan's wet trail upstairs and climbed out onto the roof of the Moomin house. The sky was blue as usual, so this time it couldn't be the volcano. But all the valley was filled with wet cotton, the mountains and the trees and the river and the roof. And the weather was cold, much colder than in April. "Is this the egg whites?" Moomin Papa asked wonderingly. He scooped up some of the cotton in his paw and peered at it. "I wonder if it's grown out of the ground," he said, "or fallen down from the sky. If it came all at the same time, that must have been most unpleasant." "But Papa, it's snow," Moomin Troll said. "I know it is, and it doesn't fall all at the same time." "No," Moomin Papa said. "Unpleasant all the same." The Humulans and passed by the house with a fir tree on her chair sledge. "So you're awake at last," she observed casually. "Better get yourself a fir before dark." "But why?" Moomin Papa started to reply. "I haven't time now," the Humulans and called back over her shoulder and quickly disappeared. "Before dark," she said, the Snork Maiden whispered. "The danger comes by dark, then. And you need a fir tree for protection," Moomin Papa mused. "I don't understand it." "Nor I," Moomin Mama said submissively. "Put some woolen socks and scarves on when you go for the fir. I'll make a good fire in the stove." Even if disaster was coming, Moomin Papa decided not to take one of his own furs, because he was particular about them. Instead he and Moomin Troll climbed over Gaffsy's fence and chose a big fir she couldn't very well have any use for. "Is the idea to hide oneself in it?" Moomin Troll wondered. "I don't know," Moomin Papa said and swung his axe. "I don't understand a thing." They were almost by the river on their way back when Gaffsy came running towards them with a lot of parcels and paper bags in her arms. She was red in the face and highly excited, so she did not recognize her fir tree, glory be. "What a mill, what a fuss it all is," Gaffsy cried. "Badly brought up hedgehogs should never be allowed to. And as I've told Miss Abel, it's a shame." "The fir," Moomin Papa said, desperately clinging to Gaffsy's fur collar. "What does one do with one's fur?" "Fur," Gaffsy repeated confusedly. "Fur. Oh, what a bother. Oh, how horrid. I haven't dressed mine yet. How on earth can I find the time?" She dropped several parcels in the snow, her cap slipped askew and she was near to tears from pure nervousness. Moomin Papa shook his head and took hold of the fur again. At home Moomin Mama had dug out the veranda with a shovel and laid out life belts, aspirin, Moomin Papa's old gun and some warm compresses. One had to be prepared. A small Woody was sitting on the outermost edge of the sofa, with a cup of tea in its paws. It had been sitting in the snow below the veranda, looking so miserable that Moomin Mama had invited it in. "Well, here's the fur," Moomin Papa said. "If we only knew how to use it." Gafsy said it had to be dressed. "We haven't anything large enough," Moomin Mama said worriedly. Whatever did she mean? "What a beautiful fur," the small Woody cried and swallowed some tea the wrong way from pure shyness, regretting already that it had dared to speak. "Do you know how to dress a fir tree?" the Snork Maiden asked. The Woody reddened violently and whispered, "In beautiful things. As beautifully as you can." "So I've heard." Then, overwhelmed by its shyness, it clapped its paws to its face, upset the teacup and disappeared through the veranda door. "Now keep quiet a moment, please, and let me think," Moomin Papa said. "If the fir tree is to be dressed as beautifully as possible, then it can't be for the purpose of hiding in it. The idea must be to placate the danger in some way. I'm beginning to understand." They carried the fir out into the garden and planted it firmly in the snow. Then they started to decorate it all over with the most beautiful things they could think up. They adorned it with the big shells from the summertime flower beds, and with the Snork Maiden's shell necklace. They took the prisms from the drawing room chandelier and hung them from the branches, and at the very top they pinned the red silk rose that Moomin Papa had once upon a time given Moomin Mama as a present. Everybody brought the most beautiful thing. He had to placate the incomprehensible powers of winter. When the fir tree was dressed, the Hamulin's aunt passed by again with her chair sledge. She was staring the other way now, and her hurry was still greater. "Look at our fir tree," Moomintroll called to her. "Dear me," said the Hamulin's aunt. "But then you've always been a bit unlike other people. Now I must. I haven't the least bit of food ready for Christmas yet." "Food for Christmas," Moomintroll repeated. "Does he eat?" The aunt never listened to him. "You don't get away with less than a dinner at the very least," she said nervously and went whizzing down the slope. Moomin Mama worked all afternoon. A little before dark she had the food cooked for Christmas, and served in small bowls around the fir tree. There was juice and yogurt and blueberry pie and eggnog and other things the Moomin family liked. "Do you think Christmas is very hungry?" Moomin Mama wondered, a little anxiously. "No worse than I, very likely," Moomin Papa said longingly. He was sitting in the snow with his quilt around his ears, feeling a cold coming on. But small creatures always have to be very, very polite to the great powers of nature. Down in the valley all windows were lighting up. Candles were lit under the trees and in every nest among the branches, and flickering candle flames went hurrying through the snowdrifts. Moomintroll gave his father a questioning look. "Yes," Moomin Papa said and nodded, preparing for all eventualities. And Moomintroll went into the house and collected all the candles he could find. He planted them in the snow around the fir tree and cautiously lighted them, one after one, until all were burning in a little circle to placate the darkness and Christmas. After a while everything seemed to quieten down in the valley. Probably everyone had gone home to await what was coming. One single lonely shadow was wandering among the trees. It was the Hamulin. "Hello," Moomintroll called softly. "Is he coming?" "Don't disturb me," the Hamulin replied sullenly, looking through a long list in which nearly every line seemed to be crossed out. He sat down by one of the candles and started to count on his fingers. "Mother, father, Gafsy," he mumbled. "The cousins. The eldest hedgehog. I can leave out the small ones. And Sniff gave me nothing last year. Then Miss Abel and Whomper, and Auntie, of course. This drives me mad." "What is it?" the Snork Maiden asked anxiously. "Has anything happened to them?" "Presents," the Hamulin exclaimed. "More and more presents every time Christmas comes around." He scribbled a shaky cross on his list and ambled off. "Wait," Moomintroll shouted. "Please explain. And your mittens." But the Hamulin disappeared in the dark, like all the others that had been in a hurry, and beside themselves over the coming of Christmas. So the Moomin family quickly went in to look for some presents. Moomin Papa chose his best trolling spoon, which had a very beautiful box. He wrote, "For Christmas" on the box and laid it out in the snow. The Snork Maiden took off her ankle ring and sighed a little as she rolled it up in silk paper. Moomin Mama opened her secret drawer and took out her book of paintings, the one and only coloured book in all the valley. Moomintroll's present was so lavish and private that he showed it to no one. Not even afterwards, in the spring, did he tell anyone what he had given away. Then they all sat down in the snow again and waited for the frightening guest. Time passed, and nothing happened. Only the small Woody who had upset the cup of tea appeared from behind the woodshed. It had brought all its relations and the friends of these relations. Everyone was as small and grey and miserable and frozen. "Merry Christmas," the Woody whispered shyly. "You're the first to say some such thing," Moomin Papa said. "Aren't you at all afraid of what's going to happen when Christmas comes?" "This is it," the Woody mumbled and sat down in the snow with its relations. "May we look? You've got such a wonderful fir tree. And all the food," one of the relations said dreamingly. "And real presents," said another. "I've dreamed all my life of seeing this at close quarters," the Woody said with a sigh. There was a pause. The candles burned steadily in the quiet night. The Woody and its relations were sitting quite still. One could feel their admiration and longing, stronger and stronger, and finally Moomin Mama edged a little closer to Moomin Papa and whispered, "Don't you think so too?" "Why, yes, but if..." Moomin Papa objected. "No matter," Moomin Troll said. "If Christmas gets angry we can close the doors and perhaps we'll be safe inside." Then he turned to the Woody and said, "You can have it all." The Woody didn't believe its ears at first. It stepped cautiously nearer to the fir tree, followed by all the relations and friends with devoutly quivering whiskers. They had never had a Christmas of their own before. "I think we'd better be off now," Moomin Papa said anxiously. They padded back to the veranda, locked the door and hid under the table. Nothing happened. After a while they looked anxiously out of the window. All the small creatures were sitting around the fir tree, eating and drinking and opening parcels and having more fun than ever. Finally they climbed the fir and made fast the burning candles on the branches. "Only there ought to be a star at the top," the Woody's uncle said. "Do you think so?" the Woody replied, looking thoughtfully at Moomin Mama's red silk rose. "What difference does it make once the idea's right?" "The rose should have been a star," Moomin Mama whispered to the others. "But how on earth?" They looked at the sky, black and distant but unbelievably full of stars, 1,000 times more than in summer. And the biggest one was hanging exactly above the top of their fir tree. "I'm sleepy," Moomin Mama said. "I'm really too tired to wonder about the meaning of all this. But it seems to have come off all right. At least I'm not afraid of Christmas anymore," Moomin Troll said. "I believe the Hamulan and his aunt and Gafsy must have misunderstood the whole thing." They laid the Hamulin's yellow mittens on the veranda rail, where he'd be sure to catch sight of them, and then they went back to the drawing room to sleep some more, waiting for the spring. "The spell begins to break. Now we must go back to and Mrs. Beaver and the 3 other children." As soon as Mr. Beaver said, "There's no time to lose," everyone began bundling themselves into coats, except Mrs. Beaver, who started picking up sacks and laying them on the table and said, "Now, Mr. Beaver, just reach down that ham. And here's a packet of tea, and there's sugar, and some matches. And if someone will get 2 or 3 loaves out of the crock over there in the corner." "What are you doing, Mrs. Beaver?" exclaimed Susan. "Packing a load for each of us, dearie," said Mrs. Beaver very coolly. "You didn't think we'd set out on a journey with nothing to eat, did you?" "But we haven't time," said Susan, buttoning the collar of her coat. "She may be here any minute." "That's what I say," chimed in Mr. Beaver. "Get along with you all," said his wife. "Think it over, Mr. Beaver. She can't be here for 1/4 of an hour at least." "But don't we want as big a start as we can possibly get," said Peter, "if we're to reach the stone table before her?" "You've got to remember that, Mrs. Beaver," said Susan. "As soon as she has looked in here and finds we're gone she'll be off at top speed." "That she will," said Mrs. Beaver. "But we can't get there before her whatever we do, for she'll be on a sledge and we'll be walking." "Then, have we no hope?" said Susan. "Now don't you get fussing, there's a dear," said Mrs. Beaver, "but just get half a dozen clean handkerchiefs out of the drawer. Course we've got a hope. We can't get there before her but we can keep under cover and go by ways she won't expect and perhaps we'll get through." "That's true enough, Mrs. Beaver," said her husband. "But it's time we were out of this." "And don't you start fussing either, Mr. Beaver," said his wife. "There. That's better. There's 5 loads and the smallest for the smallest of us. That's you, my dear," she added, looking at Lucy. "Oh, do please come on," said Lucy. "Well, I'm nearly ready now," answered Mrs. Beaver at last, allowing her husband to help her into her snow boots. "I suppose the sewing machine's too heavy to bring." "Yes, it is," said Mr. Beaver. "A great deal too heavy. And you don't think you'll be able to use it while we're on the run, I suppose?" "I can't abide the thought of the witch fiddling with it," said Mrs. Beaver, "and breaking it or stealing it, as likely as not." "Oh, please, 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 do hurry," said the 3 children. And so at last they all got outside and Mr. Beaver locked the door. "It'll delay her a bit," he said, and they set off, all carrying their loads over their shoulders. The snow had stopped and the moon had come out when they began their journey. They went in single file, first Mr. Beaver, then Lucy, then Peter, then Susan, and Mrs. Beaver last of all. Mr. Beaver led them across the dam and onto the right bank of the river and then along a very rough sort of path among the trees, right down by the river bank. The sides of the valley, shining in the moonlight, towered up far above them on either hand. "Best keep down here as much as possible," he said. "She'll have to keep to the top, for you couldn't bring a sledge down here." It would have been a pretty enough scene to look at it through a window from a comfortable armchair, and even as things were, Lucy enjoyed it at first. But as they went on walking and walking and walking, and as the sack she was carrying felt heavier and heavier, she began to wonder how she was going to keep up at all. And she stopped looking at the dazzling brightness of the frozen river with all its waterfalls of ice, and at the white masses of the treetops, and the great glaring moon, and the countless stars, and could only watch the little short legs of Mr. Beaver going pad 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 through the snow in front of her as if they were never going to stop. Then the moon disappeared, and the snow began to fall once more. And at last Lucy was so tired that she was almost asleep and walking at the same time, when suddenly she found that Mr. Beaver had turned away from the river bank to the right, and was leading them steeply uphill into the very thickest bushes. And then as she came fully awake she found that Mr. Beaver was just vanishing into a little hole in the bank, which had been almost hidden under the bushes until you were quite on top of it. In fact, by the time she realized what was happening, only his short flat tail was showing. Lucy immediately stooped down and crawled in after him. Then she heard noises of scrambling and puffing and panting behind her, and in a moment all 5 of them were inside. "Wherever is this?" said Peter's voice, sounding tired and pale in the darkness. "I hope you know what I mean by a voice sounding pale. It's an old hiding place for beavers in bad times," said Mr. Beaver, "and a great secret. It's not much of a place, but we must get a few hours sleep. If you hadn't all been in such a plaggy fuss when we were starting, I'd have brought some pillows," said Mrs. Beaver. It wasn't nearly such a nice cave as Mr. Tumnus, Lucy thought, just a hole in the ground but dry and earthy. It was very small, so that when they all lay down they were all a bundle of clothes together, and what with that and being warmed up by their long walk, they were really rather snug. If only the floor of the cave had been a little smoother. Then Mrs. Beaver handed round in the dark a little flask out of which everyone drank something. It made one cough and splutter a little and stung the throat, but it also made you feel deliciously warm after you'd swallowed it, and everyone went straight to sleep. It seemed to Lucy only the next minute, though really it was hours and hours later, when she woke up feeling a little cold and dreadfully stiff and thinking how she would like a hot bath. Then she felt a set of long whiskers tickling her cheek and saw the cold daylight coming in through the mouth of the cave. But immediately after that she was very wide awake indeed, and so was everyone else. In fact, they were all sitting up with their mouths and eyes wide open listening to a sound, which was the very sound they'd all been thinking of, and sometimes imagining they heard, during their walk last night. It was a sound of jingling bells. Mr. Beaver was out of the cave like a flash the moment he heard it. Perhaps you think, as Lucy thought for a moment, that this was a very silly thing to do, but it was really a very sensible one. He knew he could scramble to the top of the bank among bushes and brambles without being seen, and he wanted above all things to see which way the witch's sledge went. The others all sat in the cave waiting and wondering. They waited nearly 5 minutes. Then they heard something that frightened them very much. They heard voices. "Oh," thought Lucy, "he's been seen. She's caught him." Great was their surprise when a little later, they heard Mr. Beaver's voice calling to them from just outside the cave. "It's all right," he was shouting. "Come out, Mrs. Beaver. Come out, sons and daughters of Adam. It's all right. It isn't her." This was bad grammar, of course, but that is how beavers talk when they are excited. I mean, in Narnia, in our world, they usually don't talk at all. So Mrs. Beaver and the children came bundling out of the cave, all blinking in the daylight, and with earth all over them, and looking very frosty and unbrushed and uncombed, and with the sleep in their eyes. "Come on," cried Mr. Beaver, who was almost dancing with delight. "Come and see. This is a nasty knock for the witch. It looks as if her power is already crumbling." "What do you mean, Mr. Beaver?" panted Peter as they all scrambled up the steep bank of the valley together. "Didn't I tell you," answered Mr. Beaver, "that she'd made it always winter and never Christmas? Didn't I tell you? Well, just come and see." And then they were all at the top and did see. It was a sledge, and it was reindeer with bells on their harness. But they were far bigger than the witch's reindeer, and they were not white but brown. and on the sledge sat a person whom everyone knew the moment they set eyes on him. He was a huge man in a bright red robe, bright as holly berries, with a hood that had fur inside it and a great white beard that fell like a foamy waterfall over his chest. Everyone knew him because, though you see people of his sort only in Narnia, you see pictures of them and hear them talked about even in our world, the world on this side of the wardrobe door. But when you really see them in Narnia, it is rather different. Some of the pictures of Father Christmas in our world make him look only funny and jolly. But now that the children actually stood looking at him, they didn't find it quite like that. He was so big, and so glad, and so real, that they all became quite still. They felt very glad, but also solemn. "I've come at last," said he. "She has kept me out for a long time, but I have got in at last." Aslan is on the move. The witch's magic is weakening. And Lucy felt running through her that deep shiver of gladness, which you only get if you are being solemn and still. "And now," said Father Christmas, "for your presents. There is a new and better sewing machine for you, Mrs. Beaver. I will drop it in your house as I pass." "If you please, sir," said Mrs. Beaver, making a curtsy. "It's locked up." "Locks and bolts make no difference to me," said Father Christmas. "And as for you, Mr. Beaver, when you get home you will find your dam finished and mended and all the leaks stopped and a new sluice gate fitted." Mr. Beaver was so pleased that he opened his mouth very wide and then found he couldn't say anything at all. "Peter, Adam's son," said Father Christmas. "Here, sir," said Peter. "These are your presents," was the answer, "and they are tools, not toys. The time to use them is perhaps near at hand. Bear them well." With these words he handed to Peter a shield and a sword. The shield was the colour of silver, and across it there ramped a red lion, as bright as a ripe strawberry at the moment when you pick it. The hilt of the sword was of gold, and it had a sheath and a sword belt and everything it needed, and it was just the right size and weight for Peter to use. Peter was silent and solemn as he received these gifts, for he felt they were a very serious kind of present. "Susan, Eve's daughter," said Father Christmas. "These are for you," and he handed her a bow and a quiver full of arrows and a little ivory horn. "You must use the bow only in great need," he said, "for I do not mean you to fight in the battle. It does not easily miss. And when you put this horn to your lips and blow it, then, wherever you are, I think help of some kind will come to you." Last of all he said, "Lucy, Eve's daughter," and Lucy came forward. He gave her a little bottle of what looked like glass, but people said afterward that it was made of diamond, and a small dagger. "In this bottle," he said, "there is a cordial made of the juice of one of the fire flowers that grow in the mountains of the sun. If you or any of your friends is hurt, a few drops of this will restore them. And the dagger is to defend yourself at great need. For you also are not to be in the battle." "Why, sir?" said Lucy. I don't know, but I think I could be brave enough." "That is not the point," he said. "But battles are ugly when women fight. And now," here he suddenly looked less grave, "here is something for the moment for you all." And he brought out, I suppose from the big bag at his back, but nobody quite saw him do it, a large tray containing 5 cups and saucers, a bowl of lump sugar, a jug of cream, and a great big teapot, all sizzling and piping hot. Then he cried out, "Merry Christmas! Long live the true king!" and cracked his whip, and he and the reindeer and the sledge and all were out of sight before anyone realized that they had started. Peter had just drawn his sword out of its sheath and was showing it to Mr. Beaver, when Mrs. Beaver said, now then, don't stand talking there till the tea's got cold. Just like men. Come and help to carry the tray down and we'll have breakfast." What a mercy, I thought, of bringing the bread knife. So down the steep bank they went and back to the cave, and Mr. Beaver cut some of the bread and ham into sandwiches and Mrs. Beaver poured out the tea and everyone enjoyed themselves. But long before they had finished enjoying themselves, Mr. Beaver said, "Time to be moving on now." Chapter 12 of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, The Mirror of Air Eyes. Christmas was coming. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quill around, bouncing off the back of his turban. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become icy, and a bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. Worst of all were Professor Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them and they kept as close as possible to their hot cauldrons. "I do feel so sorry," said Draco Malfoy, one potions class, for all those people who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they are not wanted at home. He was looking over at Harry as he spoke. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled. Harry, who was measuring out powdered spine of lionfish, ignored them. Malfoy had been even more unpleasant than usual since the Quidditch match. Disgusted that the Slytherins had lost, he had tried to get everyone laughing at how a wide-mouthed tree frog would be replacing Harry as Seeker next. Then he'd realised that nobody found this funny, because they were all so impressed at the way Harry had managed to stay on his bucking broomstick. So Malfoy, jealous and angry, had gone back to taunting Harry about having no proper family. It was true that Harry wasn't going back to Privet Drive for Christmas. Professor McGonagall had come around the week before, making a list of students who would be staying for the holidays, and Harry had signed up at once. He didn't feel sorry for himself at all. This would probably be the best Christmas he'd ever had. Ron and his brothers were staying, too, because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit Charlie. When they left the dungeons at the end of Potions, they found a large fir tree blocking the corridor ahead. Two enormous feet sticking out at the bottom, and a loud puffing sound told them that Hagrid was behind it. "Hi, Hagrid, want any help?" Ron asked, sticking his head through the branches. "Nah, I'm alright, thanks, Ron. Would you mind moving out of the way?" came Malfoy's cold drawl from behind them. "Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts? I suppose that hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what your family's used to." Ron dived at Malfoy just as Snape came up the stairs. "Weasley." Ron let go of the front of Malfoy's robes. He was provoked. "Professor Snape," said Hagrid, sticking his huge hairy face out from behind the tree. Malfoy was insulting his family. "Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid," said Snape silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle pushed roughly past the tree, scattering needles everywhere and smirking. "I'll get him," said Ron, grinding his teeth at Malfoy's back. "One of these days, I'll get him." "I hate them both," said Harry, Malfoy and Snape. "Come on, cheer up, it's nearly Christmas," said Hagrid. "Tell ye what, come with me and see the Great Hall, looks a treat." So the three of them followed Hagrid and his tree off to the Great Hall, where Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were busy with the Christmas decorations. "Ah, Hagrid, the last tree, put it in the far corner, would you?" The hall looked spectacular. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. "How many days you got left until your holidays?" Hagrid asked. "Just one," said Hermione. "And that reminds me, Harry, Ron, we've got half an hour before lunch. We should be in the library." "Oh yeah, you're right," said Ron, tearing his eyes away from Professor Flitwick, who had golden bubbles blossoming out of his wand, and was trailing them over the branches of the new tree. "The library," said Hagrid, following them out of the hall. "Just before the holidays. Bit keen, aren't ye?" "Oh, we're not working," Harry told him brightly. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to find out who he is." "You what?" Hagrid looked shocked. "Listen here, I've told ye, drop it. It's nothing to you what that dog's garden. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, that's all," said Hermione. "Unless you'd like to tell us and save us the trouble," Harry added. "We must have been through hundreds of books already and we can't find him anywhere. Just give us a hint. I know I've read his name somewhere." "I'm saying nothing," said Hagrid flatly. "Just have to find out for ourselves, then," said Ron, and they left Hagrid looking disgruntled and hurried off to the library. They had indeed been searching books for Flamel's name ever since Hagrid had let it slip, because how else were they going to find out what Snape was trying to steal? The trouble was, it was very hard to know where to begin, not knowing what Flamel might have done to get himself into a book. He wasn't in great wizards of the 20th century, or notable magical names over time. He was missing, too, from important modern magical discoveries, and a study of recent developments in wizardry. And then, of course, there was the sheer size of the library, tens of thousands of books, thousands of shelves, hundreds of narrow rows. Hermione took out a list of subjects and titles she had decided to search while Ron strode off down a row of books and started pulling them off the shelves at random. Harry wandered over to the restricted section. He had been wondering for a while if Flamel wasn't somewhere in there. Unfortunately, you needed a specially signed note from one of the teachers to look in any of the restricted books. and he knew he'd never get one. These were the books containing powerful dark magic, never taught at Hogwarts, and only read by older students studying advanced defense against the dark arts. "What are you looking for, boy?" "Nothing," said Harry. Madam Pince, the librarian, brandished a feather duster at him. "You'd better get out, then. Go on, out." Wishing he'd been a bit quicker at thinking up some story, Harry left the library. He, Ron, and Hermione had already agreed they'd better not ask Madam Pince where they could find Flamel. They were sure she'd be able to tell them, but they couldn't risk Snape hearing what they were up to. Harry waited outside in the corridor to see if the other two had found anything, but he wasn't very hopeful. They had been looking for 2 weeks, but as they only had odd moments between lessons, it wasn't surprising they'd found nothing. What they really needed was a nice long search without Madam Pince breathing down their necks. 5 minutes later, Ron and Hermione joined him, shaking their heads. They went off to lunch. "You will keep looking while I'm away, won't you?" said Hermione. "And send me an owl if you find anything. And you could ask your parents if they know who Flamel is," said Ron. "It'd be safe to ask them." "Very safe, as they are both dentists," said Hermione. Once the holidays had started, Ron and Harry were having too good a time to think much about Flamel. They had the dormitory to themselves, and the common room was far emptier than usual, so they were able to get the good armchairs by the fire. They sat by the hour eating anything they could spare on a toasting fork, bread, English muffins, marshmallows, and plotting ways of getting Malfoy expelled, which were fun to talk about even if they wouldn't work. Ron also started teaching Harry wizard chess. This was exactly like Muggle chess, except that the figures were alive, which made it a lot like directing troops in battle. Ron's set was very old and battered. Like everything else he owned, it had once belonged to someone else in his family, in this case, his grandfather. However, old chessmen weren't a drawback at all. Ron knew them so well he never had trouble getting them to do what he wanted. Harry played with chessman Seamus Finnegan had lent him, and they didn't trust him at all. He wasn't a very good player yet, and they kept shouting different bits of advice at him, which was confusing. "Don't send me there, can't you see his knight? Send him, we can afford to lose him." On Christmas Eve, Harry went to bed looking forward to the next day for the food and the fun, but not expecting any presents at all. When he woke early in the morning, however, the first thing he saw was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. "Merry Christmas," said Ron sleepily as Harry scrambled out of bed and pulled on his bathrobe. "You, too," said Harry. "Well, you look at this. I've got some presents." "What did you expect, turnips?" said Ron, turning to his own pile, which was a lot bigger than Harry's. Harry picked up the top parcel. It was wrapped in thick brown paper, and scrawled across it was "To Harry, from Hagrid." Inside was a roughly cut wooden flute. Hagrid had obviously whittled it himself. Harry blew it. It sounded a bit like an owl. A second, very small parcel contained a note. "We received your message and enclose your Christmas present. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Taped to the note was a 50-pence piece. "That's friendly," said Harry. Ron was fascinated by the 50 pence. "Weird," he said, "matter shape. This is money. You can keep it," said Harry, laughing at how pleased Ron was. "Hagrid and my aunt and uncle, so who sent these?" "I think I know who that one's from," said Ron, turning a bit pink and pointing to a very lumpy parcel. "My mom. I told her you didn't expect any presents and, oh, no," he groaned, "she's made you a Weasley sweater." Harry had torn open the parcel to find a thick, hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a large box of homemade fudge. "Every year she makes us a sweater," said Ron, unwrapping his own, "and mine's always maroon." "That's really nice of her," said Harry, trying the fudge, which was very tasty. His next present also contained candy, a large box of chocolate frogs from Hermione. This only left one parcel. Harry picked it up and felt it. It was very light. He unwrapped it. Something fluid and silvery grey went slithering to the floor where it lay in gleaming folds. Ron gasped. "I've heard of those," he said in a hushed voice, dropping the box of every flavour beans he'd gotten from Hermione. "If that's what I think it is, they're really rare, and really valuable." "What is it?" Harry picked the shining, silvery cloth off the floor. It was strange to the touch, like water woven into material. "It's an invisibility cloak," said Ron, a look of awe on his face. "I'm sure it is, try it on." Harry threw the cloak around his shoulders and Ron gave a yell. "It is. Look down." Harry looked down at his feet, but they were gone. He dashed to the 160 mirror. Sure enough, his reflection looked back at him, just his head suspended in midair, his body completely invisible. He pulled the cloak over his head and his reflection vanished completely. "There's a note," said Ron suddenly. A note fell out of it. Harry pulled off the cloak and seized the letter. Written in narrow, loopy writing he had never seen before were the following words: "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." There was no signature. Harry stared at the note. Ron was admiring the cloak. "I'd give anything for one of these," he said. "Anything. What's the matter?" "Nothing," said Harry. He felt very strange. Who had sent the cloak? Had it really once belonged to his father? Before he could say or think anything else, the dormitory door was flung open and Fred and George Weasley bounded in. Harry stuffed the cloak quickly out of sight. He didn't feel like sharing it with anyone else yet. Merry Christmas. "Hey, look, Harry's got a Weasley sweater, too." Fred and George were wearing blue sweaters, one with a large yellow F on it, the other a G. "Harry's is better than ours, though," said Fred, holding up Harry's sweater. "She obviously makes more of an effort if you're not family." "Why aren't you wearing yours, Ron?" George demanded. "Come on, get it on, they're lovely and warm." "I hate maroon," Ron moaned half-heartedly as he pulled it over his head. "You haven't got a letter on yours," George observed. "I suppose she thinks you don't forget your name. But we're not stupid, we know we're called Gred and Forge." "What's all this noise?" Percy Weasley stuck his head through the door, looking disapproving. He had clearly gotten halfway through unwrapping his presents as he, too, carried a lumpy sweater over his arm, which Fred seized. "P for prefect. Get it on, Percy, come on, we're all wearing ours, even Harry got one." "I don't want," said Percy thickly, as the twins forced the sweater over his head, knocking his glasses askew. "And you're not sitting with the prefects today, either," said George. "Christmas is a time for family." They frog-marched Percy from the room, his arms pinned to his side by his sweater. Harry had never in all his life had such a Christmas dinner. 100 fat, roast turkeys, mountains of roast and boiled potatoes, platters of kipolatas, tureens of buttered peas, silver boats of thick, rich gravy and cranberry sauce, and stacks of wizard crackers every few feet along the table. These fantastic party favours were nothing like the feeble muggle ones that Dursleys usually bought, with their little plastic toys and their flimsy paper hats inside. Harry pulled a wizard cracker with Fred and it didn't just bang, it went off with a blast like a cannon and engulfed them all in a cloud of blue smoke, while from the inside exploded a rare admiral's hat and several live white mice. Up at the high table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizard's hat for a flowered bonnet, and was chuckling merrily at a joke Professor Flitwick had just read him. Flaming Christmas puddings followed the turkey. Percy nearly broke his teeth on a silver sickle embedded in his slice. Harry watched Hagrid getting redder and redder in the face as he called for more wine, finally kissing Professor McGonagall on the cheek, who, to Harry's 162 amazement, giggled and blushed, her top hat lopsided. When Harry finally left the table, he was laden down with a stack of things out of the crackers, including a pack of non-explodable, luminous balloons, a grow-your-own warts kit, and his own new wizard chess set. The white mice had disappeared and Harry had a nasty feeling they were going to end up as Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. Harry and the Weasleys spent a happy afternoon, having a furious snowball fight on the grounds. Then, cold, wet, and gasping for breath, they returned to the fire in the Gryffindor common room, where Harry broke in his new chess set by losing spectacularly to Ron. He suspected he wouldn't have lost so badly if Percy hadn't tried to help him so much. After a meal of turkey sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and Christmas cake, everyone felt too full and sleepy to do much before bed except sit and watch Percy chase Fred and George all over Gryffindor Tower because they'd stolen his prefect badge. It had been Harry's best Christmas day ever, yet something had been nagging at the back of his mind all day. Not until he climbed into bed was he free to think about it, the invisibility cloak and whoever had sent it. Ron, full of turkey and cake and with nothing mysterious to bother him, fell asleep almost as soon as he'd drawn the curtains of his four-poster. Harry leaned over the side of his own bed and pulled the cloak out from under it. His father's. This had been his father's. He let the material flow over his hands, smoother than silk, light as air. Use it well, the note had said. He had to try it, now. He slipped out of bed and wrapped the cloak around himself. Looking down at his legs, he saw only moonlight and shadows. It was a very funny feeling. Use it well. Suddenly, Harry felt wide awake. The whole of Hogwarts was open to him in this cloak. Excitement flooded through him as he stood there in the dark and silence. He could go anywhere in this, anywhere, and Filch would never know. Ron grunted in his sleep. Should Harry wake him? Something held him back, his father's cloak. He felt that this time, the first time, he wanted to use it alone. He crept out of the dormitory, down the stairs, across the common room, and climbed through the portrait hole. Who's there? Squawked the fat lady. Harry said nothing. He walked quickly down the corridor. Where should he go? He stopped, his heart racing, and thought. And then it came to him. The restricted section in the library. He'd be able to read as long as he liked, as long as it took to find out who Flamel was. He set off, drawing the invisibility cloak tight around him as he walked. Chapter 7 of Little House on the Prairie, Mr. Edwards Meets Santa Claus. The prairie had changed. Now the days were short and cold and the wind howled. Day after day the cold rain fell. Mary and Laura played close to the fire and listened to the wet sound of rain. The nights were cold, but it never snowed. Every morning they saw only sad, wet grass. They wished they could see snow. Laura was worried because Christmas was near, and Santa Claus could not travel without snow. Mary thought that, with or without snow, perhaps Santa Claus couldn't find them, so far away in Indian Territory. What day is it? The girls asked Ma. How many more days until Christmas? And they counted the days until there was only one more day to go. Rain was still falling that morning. Perhaps there won't be a Christmas this year, Laura said. Still, she went on hoping. But when Ma opened the door to let in some air and Laura heard the noise of the creek, she knew there was not going to be a Christmas that year. The creek was full and roaring with water. Santa Claus could not possibly cross it. Pa came in, bringing a big fat turkey. How's that for a Christmas dinner? He asked. Pa, is the water in the creek going down? Mary asked. No, Mary, the water is moving fast. It'll be too dangerous for Mr. Edwards to try to cross it now, Pa replied. Mr. Edwards was invited to eat Christmas dinner with them, but now it looked impossible. No, Pa said. I don't think Edwards will be here tomorrow. Then Santa Claus can't come either, said Mary. It's too bad, Ma said. But I know he hasn't forgotten you girls. He'll come next year, I'm sure. Still, Laura and Mary were not happy. It did not seem at all like Christmas. Even Pa did not want to play his fiddle. After a long while, Ma suddenly stood up. I'm going to put up your stockings, girls, she said. Perhaps something will happen. Laura's heart jumped. But then she remembered the roaring creek and felt sad. She and Mary watched Ma put their stockings over the fireplace. Now go to sleep, Ma said, kissing them as they lay in their beds. Morning will come quicker if you're asleep. Then Laura heard Jack growl and someone crying, Ingalls, Ingalls. When Pa opened the door, Laura saw that it was morning. Edwards, come in, man. What's happened? Come sit by the fire, Pa said. Mr. Edwards was shaking with cold. I swam across the creek, he said. I carried my clothes on my head. But I'll be all right as soon as I get warm. It was too dangerous, Edwards, Pa said. We're happy you're here, but it was too dangerous for a Christmas dinner. Your little ones needed a Christmas, Mr. Edwards replied. I had their presents from Independence, so no creek could stop me. Laura sat straight up in bed. Did you see Santa Claus in Independence? She shouted. I sure did, Mr. Edwards said. Where? When? What did he look like? Did he really give you something for us? Mary and Laura cried. Wait a minute. Mr. Edwards laughed. I'll put Santa's presents in your stockings, girls, said Ma, like Santa usually does. You mustn't look. They tried not to look at Ma as Mr. Edwards answered all their questions. When he saw the creek was so full, he said, he knew Santa Claus could not get across it. But you did, said Laura. Yes, but I'm young. Santa Claus is too old and fat. I knew that Santa could only get as far south as Independence. So I walked to Independence and met Santa coming up the street, and the first thing he said to me was, Hello Edwards. How did he know you? Asked Laura. Santa Claus knows everybody, said Mr. Edwards. And he said he knew two good little girls named Mary and Laura who lived by the Verdigris River. He asked me to bring your presents for him this year because with the water so high, he couldn't cross the creek himself. So here I am, sent by Santa Claus. Laura and Mary were silent a minute, thinking about that. Then Ma said, You may look now, girls. Something was shining bright in the top of Laura's stocking. She jumped out of bed. So did Mary, but Laura beat her to the fireplace. And the shining thing was a bright new tin cup. Mary had one just like it. These new tin cups were their very own. Now they each had a cup to drink from. Laura jumped up and down and shouted and laughed, but Mary stood still and looked with bright eyes at her own tin cup. Then they reached into the stockings again, and they pulled out 2 long sticks of red and white candy. They looked and looked at the beautiful candy. Laura put her tongue on her candy, just to taste it, but Mary only looked at hers. Those stockings were not empty yet. They each pulled out a little cake shaped like a heart. They had white sugar, like snow, on top and were too pretty to eat. Laura and Mary just sat there, but then Ma said, "Are you sure the stockings are empty?" The girls put their arms down inside them again, and in the toe of each stocking was a shiny bright new penny. They could not speak. There had never been such a Christmas. "Aren't you going to thank Mr. Edwards?" Ma said gently. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Edwards." "Thank you," they said, and they meant it with all their hearts. Pa shook Mr. Edwards' hand, and Pa and Ma and Mr. Edwards looked like they were almost crying. Laura didn't know why. Then Ma's eyes opened wide. Mr. Edwards was taking sweet potatoes from his pockets. They were for Christmas dinner. Mr. Edwards had brought them all the way from town, too. "It's too much, Edwards," Pa said. "We can never thank you enough." For Christmas dinner there was the big, tasty turkey. There was bread that Ma had made, and there were the sweet potatoes. And after all that, they ate dried blackberries and little cakes. Then Pa and Ma and Mr. Edwards sat by the fire and talked about Christmas times back in Wisconsin. Mary and Laura looked at their beautiful cakes and played with their pennies. Little by little, they ate their sticks of candy. That was a happy Christmas. First year, Christmas 1971. Lupin, perhaps you can tell me, what are the transfigurative properties of lapis falciparum? McGonagall asked towards the end of their lesson one day. She gave him a very pointed look. She had just asked James, Sirius, and Peter the same question to no avail. She knew she could count on Remus to get it right. Well, Remus racked his brain. "I think that's the one that turns stuff into gold, if you use it right. And Cleopatra the alchemist used it to turn lead into silver, I think." "Correct." McGonagall sounded as if she was trying to mask her delight. 5 points to Gryffindor. And another 5 for making the connection to Cleopatra the alchemist. She's not mentioned in Transfiguration for beginners. Did you read that in your history text? Remus nodded, aware that everyone was looking at him. "Well, excellent. Some of my third-year students are incapable of cross-referencing their studies like that, so I'm pleased to see you taking such an interest." She addressed the class, and we will begin discussing alchemy after Christmas. Which reminds me, with the holidays approaching, I'd like to ask any students planning to remain at Hogwarts over the break to let me know by the end of next week. "Thank you, you're dismissed." The class stood up to leave. A few people patted Remus on the back as they passed. "Mr. Lupin, if you have a moment," McGonagall said when he passed her desk as the rest of the class filtered out. When the classroom was empty, she walked over and shut the door, right in James' face, and turned back to Remus. "Well done today, Remus," McGonagall said, kindly. "You've really been doing well lately." She laughed. "Don't look so surprised. I'm very impressed. Professor Slurm and Professor Flitwick have said the same. I wanted a quick word with you about Christmas. As you know, the full moon will occur twice in December, the 2nd, that was next week, and the 31st, New Year's Eve. Your mother and father seem to be of the opinion that you would be better off remaining at Hogwarts over Christmas for this reason. They will, however, come to visit for a short time. I hope you aren't too disappointed." Remus shrugged. "It's all right. He hadn't seen his family for a long time, and none of his good friends were staying at Hogwarts. He knew he couldn't be contained in his old bedroom as a werewolf anymore. He was getting hurt these days even in the Shrieking Shack. He wondered what it was like to be a normal student who could go home for the holidays. Even having a serious disease would be better than being a werewolf." Professor McGonagall nodded, seriously. "I shall add your name to the list, then. I'll see you next week, Remus." James invited Sirius and Remus to visit him over the break, knowing that neither of them were facing a particularly merry Christmas otherwise. He believed Remus was staying at Hogwarts because his parents were travelling abroad. Remus was forced to decline, even if he hadn't been incredibly shy about visiting James' home and meeting his parents. He didn't want to risk transforming outside Hogwarts. The thought terrified him. "Sirius, who would have loved the opportunity to spend 2 weeks mucking about with James, racing their brooms and eating chocolate, also had to refuse. His family had made it clear they didn't approve of him visiting the Potter family under any circumstances. Bellatrix, that devil, has been feeding my parents information, he explained, darkly. Apparently, I've disgraced them enough already. If I go to your house, then it'll only get worse. Sorry, mate. Remus went to the edge of the grounds with the other marauders to wave them off on the last day of term. We'll send you owls, James promised. See if you can come up with our next plan of attack on Snape. Remus grinned and promised he would try. He was the only Gryffindor first year staying behind for the break, and trudged a lonely path back up to the castle. The next day he enjoyed sleeping until 10 o'clock, when Frank Longbottom poked his head around the door. Come on, Lupin, you'll miss breakfast at this rate. Remus liked Frank. He had a broad, friendly face and easy-going manner. He felt solid and dependable, like an older brother. He seemed to have picked up on Remus struggling to join in when he experienced feelings of illness, and always tried to include Remus wherever possible. After breakfast, Frank disappeared to the owlery and Remus sat glumly in the common room, feeling the next 2 weeks stretch before him, empty and lonely. He considered a walk around the grounds, but it had started to rain heavily. He stared at serious motorcycle posters and flipped through a stack of magazines some fourth years had left behind. They were mostly just fashion mags of pretty, glamorous witches and handsome wizards. The next few days passed in much the same way. Frank would get him up in the morning. He'd eat all his meals with the remaining Gryffindors in the Great Hall, but otherwise he was left to his own devices. Remus was so bored he'd already finished all the homework he'd been set. He tried to read for a while, but after attempting a paragraph from his herbology text gave up. He copied out a few of the diagrams instead. Remus didn't mind drawing. He liked the freedom of it. Every day he walked around the castle for a few hours, with his map. The other boys had long since discarded theirs, having learned all the classroom locations after the first week or so. Remus hung onto his, still bothered by its incompleteness. He'd begun marking it up, adding points of interest, hiding places, and the secret passageway he'd found. He wasn't the only student left in the school, but most of the others were 6th and 7th years, who generally stayed in the library revising hard for exams, or working on their coursework. Slurm was holding special extra potions classes in the dungeons, but Remus hadn't been invited and probably wouldn't have gone anyway. He practiced a few spells, and entertained himself for a good few hours, trying to see how many objects in their dorm room he could levitate at once. He made a game of it, throwing various objects, books, gobstones, decks of cards, up in the air, and trying to stop them before they hit the ground. He had to stop that, eventually, when Frank knocked on the door and told him irritably to keep the noise down. On Christmas Eve, Remus was woken earlier than usual. It was still quite dark. Heavy rain pelted the thick glass window panes, the sound of it loud enough to echo through the empty dorm room. However, that wasn't what had disturbed him. The door was creaking open, and someone stepped inside. Sitting up and peering through the gloom, Remus expected to see Longbottom telling him to get up for breakfast. It wasn't Frank though. It was a very soggy, very dishevelled boy with long hair. Sirius. Remus leapt out of bed, overjoyed. Sirius pushed his wet hair out of his eyes. He'd clearly been out in the rain. He pulled off his heavy travelling cloak, dropping it in a pile on the floor. All right, Lupin. He grinned. Freezing, isn't it? He pointed his wand at the fireplace. Insneo. What are you doing here? Had enough, he said simply, pulling off his boots, which were caked in mud. Got into an argument with Dad, then the whole family got into it. All the usual stuff. Called me a blood traitor, the shame of the family, etc., etc. He flopped down on his bed. So I left. Wow, Remus rubbed his eyes. How did you get here? Flu powder. Sirius shrugged. To the pub in the village. Then just walked up. Wow, Remus repeated. I'm starving. They sent me to bed last night without dinner. Come on, get dressed. Breakfast. McGonagall was not as pleased to see Sirius as Remus was. The two boys attempted to take their seats at the table as if nothing was out of the ordinary, but she appeared at their side almost immediately. Mr. Black, she said, a note of warning in her voice. What is the meaning of this? I missed you too, Professor. He smiled up at her. The corner of the old witch's mouth twitched, but she kept her composure. You were seen walking onto the grounds from Hogsmeade at 6 o'clock this morning. Do you care to explain yourself further? Sirius shook his head. Not really, Professor. That's pretty much all there is to it. McGonagall sighed, shaking her head slightly. Very well, Mr. Black. I shall have to contact your parents, of course, so that they know where you are. No need, Sirius replied, nodding at the flock of owls, which had just swooped into the room. The largest of these birds, a huge, stately eagle owl, dropped a thick red envelope onto Sirius' plate. He looked down at it, then up at McGonagall with a wry smile. He picked up the ominous envelope, and, without breaking eye contact with McGonagall, ripped it open. Immediately, the letter shrieked. The ear-splitting voice filled the hall, causing heads to turn. McGonagall winced. It was the voice of Sirius' mother. Sirius Orion Black, it shrieked. How dare you defy your father in this manner? Remus covered his ears. Sirius remained perfectly still, looking up at McGonagall. Consorting with half-breeds and blood traitors. Turning your back on your family. If your grandfather was alive, he'd have disowned you the moment you were sorted. You will remain at school until the end of the year and think about the shame and dishonour you have brought to your noble title. Don't think we won't disinherit you. You are not our only son. With that, the letter burst into flames, curling and shrivelling into a pile of chalk-white ash. The silence that followed was deafening. Everyone was staring. Sirius reached for some toast, put it on his plate, then ladled scrambled eggs onto it. He glanced at McGonagall again. You can send Mother an owl if you like, Professor, but I doubt she'll read it. Very well, Black. McGonagall nodded. Just try to keep out of trouble, will you? With that, she walked stiffly back to the teacher's table at the far end of the hall. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was pleasant. Remus was touched to find that his parents hadn't forgotten him after all. The post had arrived overnight, and at the end of his bed, he found a card, as well as a lumpy package which contained a bag of nuts, a box of pumpkin pasties, and a tin of biscuits. To his amazement, James had also sent a present, his very own set of gobstones. Peter had even sent a box of chocolate frogs. Merry Christmas, Sirius yawned, opening his own gifts. He had nothing from his parents, as far as Remus could see, but he didn't mention it. James had sent him an annual of his favourite Quidditch team, the Southend Scorchers, and he had a box of frogs from Peter too. Merry Christmas, Remus replied. I didn't get anyone any presents, he admitted guiltily. I didn't know they would. He didn't want to say he didn't have as much money as James, Peter, and Sirius. Don't worry about it, Sirius replied, on his way to the bathroom. No one expected you to. This troubled Remus, but he tried not to think about it. While Sirius was in the loo, another owl flew in the window and dropped a long, lumpy package on his bed. When Sirius came out and saw it, his eyes lit up and he ripped it open, eagerly. It's from Andromeda, he explained, pulling the Nimbus 1500 from its paper wrappings. He howled with excitement, and leapt onto the seat. Book pages rustled as he whipped around, making a circuit of the room twice. Then he fell with a crash over his four-poster bed. Frank burst in, then. What's the ruckus? Merry Christmas, lads, come on, breakfast. When he popped away, Sirius beamed at Remus. It's the latest model, he said. Andromeda is my favourite family member by far. She always gives the best gifts when I'm least expecting it. Someday I'll be like her. I'd like to surprise someone with a brand new broom just when they're really depressed. They dressed quickly and went down to the dining hall. The Great Hall had been decorated beautifully by the teachers. Glittering ropes of tinsel in red, green, and gold sparkled from every rafter, hanging down like festive jungle vines. 12 enormous trees twinkled with lights in every colour imaginable, and baubles the size of footballs hung from every branch. After breakfast, the boys ran back upstairs to look at the broom again. For the rest of the day they played gobstones in the common room, ate their way through the chocolate frogs, pasties, nuts and biscuits, and played rowdy games of exploding snap. Meals at Hogwarts were always spectacular, and Christmas dinner was no different. By the time night had fallen, Remus had eaten so much he thought he might never be hungry again. Though he didn't say it to Sirius, who, after all, had been forced to run away from home for the first, if not the last, time. It was Remus' best Christmas ever. Chapter 6 of the Boggart. There were many questions that could have been asked about the Boggart, such as, how had the Boggart managed to eat ice cream without a spoon? With his hand? Did he have hands? If you couldn't feel or see or hear him, how could he be solid enough to swallow the ice cream? Not to mention all the other things he liked to eat or drink. Where did he go? Did the Boggart have to go to the bathroom? Did he wear clothes? Why was he a he, and not a she? Were there such things as she Boggarts? Did Bogarts produce little Bogarts? Or did they just live forever, so that little Bogarts weren't necessary? More important than any of this, where was the Bogart now? Annie's leg was propped up in a cast, since she had broken an ankle. Her head ached, where she had banged it on the ground. Her side ached where she had cracked a rib. Her hip and thigh ached where, the doctor said, she was going to have a spectacular bruise. She had wakened in the rocking ambulance, to the sound of a siren and the sight of a paramedic and a wide-eyed Sid. Then, there had been a lot of people and questions and prodding, and x-rays from assorted angles, and now here she was in the hospital for 2 days. That gave her lots of time to call Almanzo. When the ringing tone finally came at the other end, it was echoing an old-fashioned, a bell-like sound. After the third ring, Almanzo's voice said clearly, "Hello. Thank goodness you're there," Annie said. "I was afraid you'd be asleep at this time." There was a short pause. "Annie, you just caught me. I'm about to be off on a midnight boat ride. Thought you were a banshee wanting my soul again. What might you need just now?" She took a breath. "Almanzo, this is urgent. You have to tell me about the Bogart." After another moment's pause, Almanzo said cautiously, "Tell you what. We've got him," Annie said. "He's over here. He must have come with the furniture. He's making all kinds of trouble." "So that's it," Almanzo said. "There's been no sign of him. I thought he was asleep." "Tell me." "He lives in the castle. He belongs with the MacDevon. Or he used to. He's a jokey fellow, but he means no harm. He doesn't speak. Animals know he's there, but not people, generally. Only Mr. MacGivern and I knew." "How do you control him? Stop him doing things?" "You can't," Almanzo said. There was a blurry noise in the background. "I have to go, or I'll miss the will-o'-the-wisps." "We can't. Not at all. He's an old thing. That's an old thing with capital letters, and they do what they do. They're outside the rules. They won't do anything unless it's what they want." "Annie, write to me. Tell me what's happening." "Okay," Annie said bleakly. "There's one thing. They sleep a lot. For days, or weeks. Sometimes when you think he's not there, he's just asleep. I've got to go. I'll write to you. Love to you and your family," Almanzo said, and he was gone. Up on Annie's bookshelf, the Bogart slept too, a long, exhausted sleep unbroken since the day of his travels into the theatre light board and the city traffic lights. He didn't stir, not even when the sky outside grew thick and ominous, full of great clouds, and the first snowflakes began to float down. The snow fell for 2 days and nights, whirling in the wind that blew off the North Sea, muffling the trees and lochs of Edinburgh, turning the whole city white. Annie wrote to Almanzo telling him all the details of the previous few weeks, but her letter crossed one from him. He sent her a fat envelope full of pictures of the Scottish Highlands and the Western Isles, where he had butchered 6 trolls for steak, postcards and photographs of him standing next to the decapitated corpses with his uncle. They were wonderful images of dead trolls, misted purple mountains and grey-blue lochs and seas. There was a big, romantic picture of Castle Keep brooding, dark and lonely on its rock, and an even bigger one of the seals and selkies, all white, dark eyes and bristling whiskers. Almanzo wrote, "I don't know what good it will do, but I think you should put these all over your bedroom walls. They might remind him of the outdoors where he ought to be. The problem will be how to persuade him to go there." The Bogart woke on a bright morning when the temperature outside the house was freezing. The first thing that he saw, in the clear light filling the room, was the hypnotic array of photographs of Appin, his castle, his landscape in loch, his friends the seals and selkies. He flittered from one picture to the next, filled suddenly with longing for the smell of the seaweed and damp fallen leaves, for the soft, salty air and the fine mist that was not quite rain, for draughty Castle Keep and the seagulls mewing around its roof. These pictures brought it all back to him, acutely, and at the same time reminded him he was in quite another place. The Bogart had little sense of geography, and made no distinction between one place or country and another inside the North American continent. But he did know, as instinctively as a bird or any other wild thing, that he was on the other side of a large ocean, a long way from home. He was consumed by a desperate homesickness. He flittered across to the window, and was startled by the whiteness. He had never seen snow so deep. It was mounded a foot high on the windowsills, against the glass, and the streets outside seemed all white and grey and black, with no colour anywhere. In banks and drifts the snow gleamed. Faintly, he heard voices and laughter, and saw the boy and his father, throwing snowballs. The Bogart's homesickness faded a little. He looked out at this crisp, glittering world, fascinated. In the winters of his part of Scotland, snow did not fall often, and it did not lie for long. Only the mountain tops were white until spring. The snowy street beckoned him. He wanted to be out there, sharing the sunshine and brilliant whiteness. He flittered downstairs, hoping someone might open the door. He had learned already that his new house, unlike Castle Keep, was tightly closed, with no cracks or crannies through which a boggart could come and go. The windows had not only one layer of glass, but two. These people seemed to be determined to keep out the good, fresh air. He hovered hopefully in the front hall, and in a little while his patience was rewarded. The boy came bursting in, his face gleaming red, and disappeared into the bathroom. When he came out, the boggart dived to his shoulder, and sat there clutching the jacket collar for balance as he ran outdoors again. It wasn't what he had expected at all. The shock nearly paralysed him. In an instant, the fiercely cold air sucked the energy out of his insubstantial, invisible body like a vacuum cleaner sucking out dust. His coastal Scottish climate was gentle in comparison. Gasping for consciousness, he wound his long fingers in the fur edging the boy's hood, and with his last thread of strength, hauled himself over the edge, down into the boy's shirt. The boy wriggled, feeling the prickle of cold, but then ducked to avoid a snowball, and forgot everything but the swift, noisy compulsion to grab up his own handful of snow and send it whizzing back. He yelled in triumph as the snowball hit his dad's shoulder, and the boggart winced as the noise of the yell flooded his chilly ears. For the last 10 minutes of the snow fight, the boggart clung to the inside of the shirt, tucked in the gap above his collarbone. He was bounced around horribly every time, the arm connected to the collarbone through a snowball, but at least he was close to the warmth of the boy's skin, protected from the terrible cold of the winter air outside. When at last the cold was too much even for the boy, and he came running back indoors shouting for hot chocolate, the boggart squeezed himself out while the boy was taking off his jacket, and flittered feebly back upstairs. He sat on the edge of the girl's bookshelf, growing warmer in the house shut so wisely against the bitter winter air, and gazed at the pictures of green, Scottish hillsides for a long time. The next day, the girl, who was still stuck in bed, decided to write a story in a notebook. "It's a story about Francesco joining the circus," she said, handing it to her brother. The boy read the sheet, frowned, and put it back in front of his sister. "Why don't you like it?" she said. Then she paused, looking at the page. It read, "Francesco was a demented parakeet. Some would say he was even the me, GIR8, Doldom Duath Hein not right in the head. One day he decided since he didn't get enough respect, the me, GIR8, Doldom Duath Hein, and set off to fulfill his dearest dream, to become a clown." Annie's mouth fell open at the intrusive lines of capital letters. "I never wrote that," she said. She picked up her pen, and wrote, "Francesco is a stupid bird," and the strange invading words "the me, GIR8, Doldom Duath Hein" appeared nearby. She breathed heavily. All down the page, the same words appeared, "the me, GIR8, Doldom Duath Hein." From the curtain rod, the boggart looked down peevishly. He felt a wave of dislike for his surroundings. He wanted to leave, at once. He looked around for objects that might encourage the process. There was a loud crash, and a shriek as he hurled the fat book through the air so it hit the wall, narrowly missing the boy. The carpet was covered with pieces of flower pot, spilled earth, and scattered yellow chrysanthemums. A shower of pencils rattled against the wall and fell on the broken flowers. The girl had leapt up to crouch in a corner, wide-eyed, a crutch under each arm. She shouted, "Stop it, boggart! Stop!" Another book whizzed through the air from the bookshelves, and she ducked, but the book grazed her forehead before dropping to the ground. She staggered, and a bright trickle of blood appeared above her brow. A crash came from downstairs, where the boggart had moved to throw a vase. The Christmas scene from Bravely. Feridoc stayed. It snowed and snowed and snowed, and Feridoc stayed. Surely the snow wouldn't have stopped him, but he stayed. He stayed, and Marida could see his face go still and expressionless every time he heard his name, which he did, again and again, because the magic that had allowed them all to see him the same way before this kept on happening. So it was, "Feridoc, do you want to play a round of whips and hounds with us? Feridoc, have you ever been to Hoy? Feridoc, do you need more to eat? Feridoc, can you play the flute at all? We need someone to do the melody for us. Feridoc, you probably will be stuck here for days. I hope your business will hold." On each of the snowy evenings, he joined the family in the common room, partaken of their ritual of telling stories and drinking sweet creamy Whitcool and enjoying all the recipes Aileen was testing in advance of the big Christmas banquet. Every evening Merida watched him hold his gloved hands tightly against himself as he listened to his name again and again. Fairyduck, Fairyduck, Fairyduck. You're very good at this, he said, a few nights in. He was playing a game of Barandov with Merida, the first time she'd played the actual game in ages. They had a lovely new board, now, to match the new castle. It had come along with the orphan girls of Ellenglan. She's banned, Hubert said. She always wins. Always? Fairyduck asked. Yes, she's a cheater, Harris murmured, not looking up from his book. Merida, remembering very well what Fairyduck thought of the Calyx cheating, said as she moved a piece, I am not. I'm just very good at it. I'm very good at it too, Fairyduck said, moving one of his as well, his hands still safely gloved. I've never been beaten. Enjoy suffering, Harris said. But Merida did not win. Or at least, not right away. She played her pieces out as she usually did, and Fairyduck played his pieces, and there was some jaunting back and forth without reasonable gains on either side. Harris and Hubert gave up their own diversions and came to crouch on either side of the board to watch. The game went on. Eleanor arrived. Who's winning? Oh, Merida's playing. I know who's winning. She's not, Hubert said. I'm not losing, though, Merida said. She and Fairyduck battled back and forth. Hamish and Fergus arrived with their drinks. Fergus saw Merida at the board and said, so we've decided to drive Fairyduck into the snow, is that what we're after? She's not won yet, Eleanor said. It's touch and go. Lizzie appeared in the doorway with a great Yule shawl she'd made of prickly-looking plants wrapped around her. I thought Merida was banned from this game. Oh, is she not winning? At just the same moment, Merida and Fairyduck moved their pieces in such a way to unlock the Black Raven. Impossible, Hubert and Hamish roared. Improbable, corrected Harris. Fairyduck lifted his gaze to Merida over the Barandov board, eyes merry. Evenly matched. What now? At just that moment, Brian burst into the room. With an uncanny sense, he leapt straight at the object every human and god in the room was looking at, the Black Raven piece. He snatched it up and darted from the room. Brian, Harris said, leaping up, as his brothers laughed hysterically. It looks like you've both been bested by a wolfhound, Fergus said to Fairyduck and Merida, who knew just how to employ the Black Raven. Better luck next time. It's nice to see Merida evenly matched for once, Eleanor said. Chapter 10, Jack's Family. I walked toward the house, through only the gentle tapping of millions of feather-sized snowflakes landing. The snow fell so thickly, my footprints were erased as quickly as I made them. My past is vanishing behind me, I said musingly to Twiner, who did not reply. As I drew closer to the house, talking and laughter drifted from inside. I've seen these people, this family, in my moondream, yet I'd no idea what they sounded like. Now I could discern each family member, the mother, the father, the sister, and the boy. It's time for me to be just a boy, I told Twiner. To be as human as possible. No becoming invisible. No tricks. And no Twiner being more than a staff? He asked. I nodded solemnly. Unless I say so. He paused as though he were thinking. I understand, he said at last. I pulled my jacket sleeve over my fingers, and wiped away snow, caught on the window pane's edge, leaving an oval to see through. It was like looking at the scene through the dream, except now I was actually there. The only distance between myself and this family was the window between us, a thin sheet of cold glass. They were at their dinner table. The plates were nearly clear of food, so I knew they'd finished eating. I watched them as they talked. They seemed happy in one another's presence. Then the boy glanced toward the window. His gaze stopped. His eyes went wide. For a fraction of a moment I almost made myself disappear. In fact, I may have, I'm not sure. Perhaps that's why the expression on his face was of such surprise. But then I knew I was visible because he pointed toward me and cried, look, there's a boy. The rest of the family turned and saw me. Some moments in life draw out longer than they are. This moment, looking at each other through a glass pane, was one of those times. I could already discern so many things about this family. They weren't frightened that a stranger was outside their house. They looked worried, not for themselves, but for me. They stood quickly, and came to the door. It was the father who opened it, but the mother spoke first. Poor boy, you must be freezing, she said. Come in, said the father. Quick, before we all freeze. I must have hesitated, because they reached for me and pulled me inside. He's frozen, cried the doctor. So frozen, he can't speak, cried the boy. Then they fussed over me, brushing snow from my clothes and hair. I let the boy take Twiner. and the daughter took my cloak. "Quick, mother, get him some soup," said the father. They sat me down, and a bowl of soup was thrust in front of me, and a spoon put in my hand. They stood around me expectantly. I only blinked, amazed to be with them in this house. My moon dream showed me this moment, but now it was happening. "Eat," they all said, but all I could do was stare at them. "He's so frozen, he can't even eat," said the boy. The mother sat next to me and put her hand gently on my shoulder. She leaned toward me, never letting her eyes break from mine. Then she spoke softly, as if to a wounded bird. "Eat." I must have been very hungry, because the bowl was quickly emptied, and they continued staring. "What's your name?" asked the mother in her warm voice. I had no answer. "We're the Ardalian family." "I'm Victor," the father said with his palm on his chest, then gestured to each of the others. "And this is my wife, Irina, my daughter, Anna, and my son, Jack Lovich." When I still did not offer a name, Jack Lovich said, "He's so frozen, he doesn't remember his name." He was right in one regard. My mind was frozen. So much led me to this place and these people. Wars fought and won. Moons nearly destroyed. The golden age had died, yet I sat in a simple wooden cabin with this generous family, who only wanted me to be warm and fed, and to know my name. And I could not think of what I should be called. I remembered North once said to Bunnymund, my long-eared friend, "You think too much. Difficult answers require a great deal of thought, or none at all." So I spoke without thought. "My name is Jack. Jack Frost." That made perfect sense. "Jack," said the boy, clapping his hands. "Like Jack Lovich. Like me." I was given Victor's old nightshirt, and the family began the ritual of going to bed. No questions were asked as to where I'd come from, or how long I'd wandered. Perhaps they assumed I was just a bad luck boy who'd lost his family. In the excitement of being their guest, it was decided I'd sleep on a cot in the children's room, pleasing me very much. As I settled into the cot under heavy blankets the mother had brought, Jack Lovich never stopped talking. "We'll have so much fun. You'll stay with us and be my friend, and we'll have great adventures," and his parents entered the room. "Hush, Jack Lovich," said his father. "Our guest is tired and so are you." He must have been right, because the boy said nothing more. Then both parents hugged and kissed him, and made sure his covers were up under his chin. The scene stirred precious, nightlight memories. The hug and kiss were exactly how Mother and Father Luninoff said good night to the baby man in the moon long ago. Then, incredibly, they came to me. First the father hugged and kissed me on the forehead, then the mother did the same. "We hope you stay for a long time," said the mother, then they both left. In my centuries of life, when I'd seen the hug and kiss goodnight, I'd only watched. No mother or father ever did those things to me. I knew their power. This ritual was a great protector of children during their journeys through the night. But I'd never once experienced it myself. But this night I had. The mother and father made me feel something I'd longed to feel. I was not a protector or warrior or guardian. For the first time, I was cared for, not by colleagues, wizards, kings or ancient stars above. I was cared for by beings more powerful, in their way, than those others. I was cared for by a mother and father. There is no care stronger in all the universe. As I fell asleep, my mind had only one thought. I am Jack Frost, and I belong. I needed no dreams that night. Mine had come true. The following days were happy regimens of chores, play, eating, stories, and sleeping. Each activity was bound by friendship and imagination. Jack Lovich, Anna and I became inseparable, approaching every activity as an adventure through our collective imaginations. Milking a cow in a freezing barn was made memorable by becoming an improvised epic in which the barn was a castle, the cow a beast, the milk, life-saving elixir. Going from the barn to the house was a journey past ever-changing monsters and enemies. Sometimes we'd get wounded, captured, or one or all of us needed rescuing, even to be brought back from death's edge. Sometimes one of us died and the other two mourned with conviction. Sometimes our grief was so unendurable we'd all drop dead in the snow, until we got bored. Then, by some quirk of our narrative logic, we sprang back to life and began an entirely new drama with different terrors and triumphs. For centuries I'd lived a life of relentless adventure, and dreamed of quiet normalcy. Now I had the quietest, most normal life imaginable, and spent every waking moment inventing danger. It was glorious. Jack Lovich, Anna and I lived our lives in our daydreams. A unique type of bond forms among people whose exploits are all pretend. We didn't know what we'd do in real danger, but oh my, how brave and selfless and grand we were as our pretend selves, I remembered something Ombrick often said: to understand pretending is to conquer all barriers of time and space. And now I understood what that meant. We'd be friends forever, Jack Lovitch, Anna, and I swore it out on an ice-covered lake on the farm's far edge. It was the scariest place we knew of, so we went there often. No grown-up could hear us from the lake's centre. The ice was thinnest there. We peered through milky frozen water into shadowy murk of the lake below, and imagined all our favourite horrors. For Jack Lovitch, it was ghosts, skeletons and vampires. For Anna it was a sea serpent. And for myself, could never tell my friends the truth of what I feared most. So I always paused and made them wait until they couldn't stand my silence. Then I'd scream in mock terror, a toy teddy bear, or 7 smiling kittens. So they fell down laughing. But one day we stood there, and Jack Lovitch said with great seriousness, "We must swear by the thing that scares us most that we'll always be a club. We'll call it the 3 Club." "I swear," said Anna and I. "And I swear," said Jack Lovitch. "If we break the promise, then the thing that scares us most will get us," said Jack Lovitch. "But that will never happen," he added. Such perfection were we in our pretending. We had no idea we were listened to by forces dark and unsympathetic. That night, tucked into bed by Mr. and Mrs. Ardillian, I was happy as I'd ever been. Father Ardillian pulled back the rough cloth curtains of the room's only window. "It's a full moon tonight," he told us. "It shall be your nightlight this eve." Mother Ardillian recited her good-night poem for us as every night. Her lilting voice made everything she said strong and truthful. "As the wide world sleeps, keep these little ones safe. Keep their fears far away, and their dreams bright till day, so no hurt or harm or sorrow may ever come their way. Jack's part of the family now," said Father as I closed my eyes. My old friend the moon was my nightlight now, and I was Jack Frost of the family Ardillian. Winter was long, but the constant snow was our ally. We built a snow castle on the lake, complete with walls and even a tower. New snow added to our fortress height and mass, and the wind sculpted it into fantastic curves and points. I wondered if Emily Jane had not lent a hand with the wind. The fort reminded me of North City and my guardian friends. "I miss you all, but my childhood life is where I'm meant to be," I thought. Jack paused his story and scratched his head like a monkey. Catherine nodded. It was important to Jack she understood this. He let out a relieved sigh, then continued his tale. Sometimes a week went by before I had the chance to speak to Twiner, though he was always with me. On these rare times when I was alone, we spoke only briefly. "Twiner, you still alive?" "Of course," he'd say. "Just checking," I'd say. "Are you still alive, Jack?" "Of course. Just checking," he'd mutter. We never slept in front of the others. I hadn't revealed any of my old powers, and Twiner, true to his word, stayed silent. As far as my family knew, I was a regular boy. But the days grew longer and snow fell less frequently. Ice started melting. Spring was coming, and our days at the fort would soon end, so we spent as much time there as we could. Our last day seemed so ordinary. Farm chores are light in winter, and we finished early, so trudged to the fort after lunchtime. The weather darkened, and the hope we might have more snow cheered us. The fort might last longer, I said. As it came into view, wind picked up, and Anna ran ahead to raise our flag. A rickety tree limb served as our pole, with my old blue jacket hanging from it. I'd come to love that flag. Ragged and crude, we stitched patterns of white thread around its sleeves and neck, intending the patterns to be snowflakes. But we weren't good at needlepoint, so it didn't look like snow. But we knew what it was supposed to be. Jack Lovitch and I were still 20 yards from the castle as Anna raised the flag that flapped in now steady breeze. The fort looked its best, all white and smooth as Anna waved to us. "Hurry," she shouted. "It's time to set sail." Today the fort's a ship. I wondered where our minds would bring us today, and that was the last happy thought I had for a long time. I raised my arm to wave back when pain filled my left hand. No, not here. It was so sudden and sharp it brought me to my knees. "Are you all right?" asked Jack Lovitch, running toward me. There wasn't time to answer. The wind became a gale. Emily Jane was warning me. Then wolves howled. Jack Lovitch shouted in alarm. "They're coming to help us," I told him as he reached to help me up. "Help us? Why?" Wind blew loose snow from the lake ice. Then ice around us creaked and groaned. Thin, hair-width cracks appeared, making twanging sounds, as if a mile-long heartstring snapped. "Run!" I cried. To Anna, blowing snow added haze to unfolding terror. The ice gave a great groan and splintered, then shattered in a path, heading directly toward us. I knew this force was coming only for me. "Get to the fort, now," I yelled to Jaklovich. He ran toward the fort, pulling me with him. I tried twisting my arm from his grip, but the thing under the ice came too fast. "Twiner, get us out of here," I hissed. As the ice underneath us crumbled, Twiner lengthened into a pole and vaulted us inside the snow fort, but not before we glimpsed a hideous creature breaching the ice. Long, foul, it was a nightmare incarnate. "The Lermontov serpent," I cried. Jaklovich and Anna gaped at me. There's a lot to explain, but no time. I kept my voice steady, so as not to frighten them further. "Do as I say, and we might have a chance." They nodded, but the situation was complicating more quickly than I could fathom. A gust of wind whirled the snow coating from the ice, so it became see-through. Hundreds of man-sized shadows darted underneath, surrounding not only the fort, but any path to solid ground. Meanwhile, the serpent circled and swam toward us once more. "Are these the things you most fear, Jack?" asked Anna in a shaky voice. "Yes, Anna," I admitted. But I realized I never feared what these creatures might do to Jaklovich and Anna. Then Anna cried, "Look over there." From the forested lake's edge, werewolves raced toward us across the ice, howling wildly. "They're friends. I promise," I assured them. "You must go with them. Both of you." "But what about you?" Jaklovich asked in a squeaky voice. Shadowy figures circled under the ice at our feet, making scraping sounds like nails down a chalkboard, tearing at the ice. "They'll break it apart in seconds." I had to lead the coming battle away from the fort if I wanted to save Jaklovich and Anna. I pushed my friends up our snow tower, and waved at the werewolf leading the pack. It was Shadowbent, I was certain. I waved again, then pointed to my adopted brother and sister. I knew he understood. There wasn't even time to hug them farewell. With Twiner in hand, I leaped from the tower toward the serpent's path. These past months I'd not tested my old powers, but buried them in the furthest reaches of my mind in a place past memory, so I had no idea how much they'd dimmed or were intact. But now they furiously flooded back. I slammed Twiner's step upon the ice to announce my return, letting my enemies know their day would not go easy. The ice around me pulverized into iron shards that made a target of the serpent. The creature breached the ice, then dove deep to where my arrows had no chance to do harm. But it gave me the opportunity to aim Twiner. However, the serpent did not come at me again. It swerved away, instead speeding toward the snow fort. My eyes widened. The nightmare men are breaking through the ice underneath the fort. In a blaze of speed, Shadowbent and his werewolves galloped up to form a thick circle around Jaklovich and Anna, but they couldn't match the speeding serpent sinking the entire fort. I focused all my power to direct Emily Jane's winds. "I have to get to them now. Don't fail me." "Why does it attack the children and not me?" I asked as we flew above the lake, fast as light. "What I think," said Twiner, morphing into a long harpoon, "is too dark to say." As we landed on the snow fort tower, I turned to Jaklovich and Anna, who were shaking. There were only seconds to spare. "I am your brother always." I hugged them quickly. Then I nodded to Shadowbent, who scooped the children onto his back. Then the whole werewolf pack sprang from the fort, running for the lake's edge just as one corner of the fort fell through the broken ice. The nightmare men's eyes glowed red with fury. One screeched, "Pitch will let you live, but he will kill all those for whom you care." My blood went cold. Now that I was linked to Pitch, he would be able to track anyone with whom I formed a lasting bond, and send nightmare men to kill them. As nightmares moved to chase down Shadowbent and the children, the serpent crashed through the splintered ice beneath the fort, and soared over me. Its jaws opened wide and bore down on me. One quick glance assured me the werewolves and the children safely reached the lake's edge and were disappearing into the forest. So again I smashed Twiner down upon the ice, this time with a force that shattered everything that was frozen. The ice arrows were tenfold more than needed to decimate every nightmare man and the serpent, but for me, they were not enough. I wanted Pitch to feel this loss. I willed the arrows to slice his men to ribbons, and covered every inch of his serpent with wounds deep enough to hurt. As the creature sank into the cold waters where my snow fort caved, I let myself be clamped in its jaws. Then I took the diamond dagger hidden in my coat and ended the serpent. I let myself sink with it to the dark, lonely bottom of the lake. Because I knew what must be done. There I'd stay, away from everything and everyone. Pitch must believe I was dead. I had to feel nothing, be nothing. I would become invisible, vanished, gone. I took one thing from the fort as it sank. Our flag. I held it tight in my hand. For 100 years I stayed there. Nearly all the time I thought no thought, forcing myself to never remember a moment, or feel a single emotion. I'd leave not a crumb for Pitch to follow. I could sense your sorrow, Catherine, at my being gone, but I couldn't let it into my heart. For Pitch would know and come for you. In time I erased my memory. I forgot my whole life. I didn't remember Pitch. I was a book of empty pages. That's when I came back into the world knowing I was different. I knew I had powers. Twiner kept my past a secret, but stitched on my jacket were 3 names: Jack Lovitch, Anna, and Jack Frost. I took the name that seemed right and began my new journey. Years before I remembered any of you. That occurred on that last night in London, with a different snow fight, when the nightmare men tracked me down. Then I remembered everything. I knew someday I'd need to use the diamond dagger to face Pitch. The Christmas wish. Harry sat alone in the Gryffindor common room. It was Christmas Eve, and everyone else had gone home. Yes, of course the professors were still there, but who would want to spend Christmas with Professor Snape? Harry smirked dryly at the thought. He brought a chair to the window, and put his feet up on the ledge, watching the snow fall. He grabbed his mug of hot chocolate and cradled it in his hands, letting the warm porcelain soothe him. Harry wished for nothing more than to have a friend that night. Ron was with his family, celebrating Christmas, as was Hermione. He hadn't asked to spend the holidays with them. He knew Christmas was for family, and he didn't have one. At least not one that was more pleasant than being alone, wallowing in his own pity. Looking out the window, he noticed the clear night sky. Sirius, the dog star, was shining brightly, and it brought back all the memories of his dead godfather. Sirius. He wanted to spend his Christmas with Sirius, but he knew he couldn't. Refusing to let tears well up in his eyes, he looked at the star, as if it were some connection to the closest thing he ever had for family. Starlight, star bright, Harry began softly, feeling silly, but it was Christmas and he was alone. I wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight. I wish I had a friend. Tonight. One who understood. Merlin sat alone in Gaius' main room in Camelot. He had a steaming mug of tea, strong and bitter, just how he felt right then. Of course, Arthur had to choose Christmas Eve to be such a jerk. He didn't even know why he wasted his time on Arthur. Perhaps it was because he didn't have anyone else. If he rejected Arthur, then he would very literally not have a friend in the world. There was Gaius, yes, but he wasn't really a friend. Gaius was currently taking care of Arthur, who had a fever, and so Merlin was left alone to ponder his Christmas Eve. He looked out the window, and saw the brightest star in the sky. Gaius has drilled astronomy into his head, so of course he knew it was Sirius, the dog star. Starlight, star bright, he said. I wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight. I wish I had a friend who would understand. Suddenly, there was a pop, and someone appeared in the chair across from him, holding a mug of something which Merlin couldn't identify. After all, chocolate hadn't been discovered yet. Who are you? The stranger asked. Merlin, he said. Zero, I don't swear, the stranger said. I asked who you were. Merlin. He tried again. Swearing. Really? You're Merlin? Yes, of course, he said, annoyed. What did you think I meant? You're Merlin. You're the Merlin. Yes, and who do you think you are? I'm Harry Potter, he said, smiling. How did you get here? Merlin asked. I don't know, Harry replied. I just finished wishing for a friend. You did? Merlin said. Yeah, I wished on the dog star, Harry volunteered. I did too, Merlin whispered. And so you're my Christmas wish. Harry smiled at him. Christmas magic, Harry whispered back. Merlin blinked at him. You better not talk about that, Merlin warned. Why not? Harry asked, confused. You're not from around here, are you? No, Harry said. I'm from 1500 years in your future. Oh, Merlin said, nodding, confused, but accepting the explanation. Well, Arthur, the king, has outlawed sorcery, and you're hiding that you're a wizard from him. How do you know I'm a wizard? You're the greatest wizard in history, Harry breathed. We all swear by your name, and you'll do great things for the magical community. Merlin snorted. Right now, I'm just saving Arthur's sorry hide, he said. Oh, Harry said. What's your life like? Merlin asked abruptly. I'm supposed to save the whole wizarding world from an evil bastard of a wizard, Harry said, grimacing. He gave me this. He pointed to his scar. When I was a baby, he cast a killing curse and I didn't die. And now he's come back and I have to defeat him, or everyone will die. Sounds like fun, Merlin said dryly. Here, try this, Harry said, shoving his cocoa to Merlin, who sniffed it experimentally. You won't have anything like it your lifetime, Harry assured him. It's not discovered yet. It's called chocolate. You'll like it. Merlin did so, and felt the warm sweetness run down his throat. Thank you, he said. Merlin and Harry spent the rest of the evening sharing stories and experiences. Both were famous in their own way, and both had fates that determined their actions. Neither had a friend that night, and the Christmas magic saw to it that they came together that one time. They never saw each other again, but they never forgot the other wizard, the other one who had made the same wish, for a friend who understood. Scrooge and Bob Cratchit. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more, and to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man, as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough, in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good, at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins, as have the malady in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle, ever afterwards, and it was always said of him, that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. Christmas Stories, Chesterton. The mystery of Christmas is in a manner identical with the mystery of Dickens. If ever we adequately explain the one, we may adequately explain the other. And indeed, in the treatment of the two, the chronological or historical order must in some degree be remembered. Before we come to the question of what Dickens did for Christmas, we must consider the question of what Christmas did for Dickens. How did it happen that this bustling, 19th century man, full of the almost cocksure common sense of the utilitarian and liberal epoch, came to associate his name chiefly in literary history with the perpetuation of a half-pagan and half-Catholic festival, which he would certainly have called an antiquity and might easily have called a superstition? Christmas has indeed been celebrated before in English literature, but it had, in the most noticeable cases, been celebrated in connection with the kind of feudalism with which Dickens would have severed his connection with an ignorant and even excessive scorn. Sir Roger de Coverley kept Christmas, but it was a feudal Christmas. Sir Walter Scott sang in praise of Christmas, but it was a feudal Christmas. And Dickens was not only indifferent to the dignity of the old country gentleman, or to the genial archaeology of Scott 104, he was even harshly and insolently hostile to it. If Dickens had lived in the neighbourhood of Sir Roger de Coverley, he would undoubtedly, like Tom Touchy, have been always having the law of him. If Dickens had stumbled in among the old armour and quaint folios of Scott's study, he would certainly have read his brother novelist a lesson in no measured terms about the futility of thus fumbling in the dustbins of old oppression and error. So far from Dickens being one of those who like a thing because it is old, he was one of those cruder kind of reformers, in theory at least, who actually dislike a thing because it is old. He was not merely the more righteous kind of radical who tries to uproot abuses, he was partly also that more suicidal kind of radical who tries to uproot himself. In theory at any rate, he had no adequate conception of the importance of human tradition. In his time it had been twisted and falsified into the form of an opposition to democracy. In truth, of course, tradition is the most democratic of all things, for tradition is merely a democracy of the dead as well as the living. But Dickens and his special group or generation had no grasp of this permanent position. They had been called to a special war for the righting of special wrongs. In so far as such an institution as Christmas was old, Dickens would even have tended to despise it. He could never have put the matter to himself in the correct way, that while there are some things whose antiquity does prove that they are dying, there are some other things whose antiquity only proves that they cannot die. If some radical contemporary and friend of Dickens had happened to say to him that in defending 105, the mince pies and the mummeries of Christmas, he was defending a piece of barbaric and brutal ritualism, doomed to disappear in the light of reason along with the boy bishop and the lord of misrule, I am not sure that Dickens though he was one of the readiest and most rapid masters of reply in history, would have found it very easy upon his own principles to answer. It was by a great ancestral instinct that he defended Christmas, by that sacred subconsciousness, which is called tradition, which some have called a dead thing, but which is really a thing far more living than the intellect. There is a dark kinship and brotherhood of all mankind which is much too deep to be called heredity, or to be in any way explained in scientific formulae. Blood is thicker than water, and is especially very much thicker than water on the brain. But this unconscious and even automatic quality in Dickens's defence of the Christmas feast, this fact that his defence might almost be called animal rather than mental, though in proper language it should be called merely virile, all this brings us back to the fact that we must begin with the atmosphere of the subject itself. We must not ask Dickens what Christmas is, for with all his heat and eloquence he does not know. Rather, we must ask Christmas what Dickens is, ask how this strange child of Christmas came to be born out of due time. Dickens devoted his genius in a somewhat special sense to the description of happiness. No other literary man of his eminence has made this central human aim so specially his subject matter. Happiness is a mystery, generally a momentary mystery, which seldom stops long enough to submit itself to artistic observation. 106, and which, even when it is habitual, has something about it which renders artistic description almost impossible. There are 20 tiny minor poets who can describe fairly impressively an eternity of agony. There are very few even of the eternal poets who can describe 10 minutes of satisfaction. Nevertheless, mankind being half divine is always in love with the impossible, and numberless attempts have been made from the beginning of human literature to describe a real state of felicity. Upon the whole, I think, the most successful have been the most frankly physical and symbolic, the flowers of Eden or the jewels of the New Jerusalem. Many writers, for instance, have called the golden chrysolite of the holy city a vulgar lump of jewellery. But when these critics themselves attempt to describe their conceptions of future happiness, it is always some priggish nonsense about planes, about cycles of fulfillment, or spirals of spiritual evolution. Now a cycle is just as much a physical metaphor as a flower of Eden. A spiral is just as much a physical metaphor as a precious stone. But, after all, a garden is a beautiful thing, whereas this is by no means necessarily true of a cycle, as can be seen in the case of a bicycle. A jewel, after all, is a beautiful thing, but this is not necessarily so of a spiral, as can be seen in the case of a corkscrew. Nothing is gained by dropping the old material metaphors, which did hint at heavenly beauty, and adopting other material metaphors, which do not even give a hint of earthly beauty. This modern or spiral method of describing indescribable happiness may, I think, be dismissed. Then there has been another method, 107, which has been adopted by many men of a very real poetical genius. It was the method of the old pastoral poets like Theocritus. It was in another way that adopted by the elegance and piety of Spenser. It was certainly expressed in the pictures of Wall, and it had a very sympathetic and even manly expression in modern England in the decorative poetry of William Morris. These men of genius, from Theocritus to Morris, occupied themselves in endeavouring to describe happiness as a state of certain human beings, the atmosphere of a commonwealth, the enduring climate of certain cities or islands. They poured forth treasures of the truest kind of imagination upon describing the happy lives and landscapes of Utopia or Atlantis, or the earthly paradise. They traced with the most tender accuracy the tracery of its fruit trees, or the glimmering garments of its women. They used every ingenuity of colour or intricate shape to suggest its infinite delight, and what they succeeded in suggesting was always its infinite melancholy. William Morris described the earthly paradise in such a way that the only strong emotional note left on the mind was the feeling of how homeless his travellers felt in the Italian Elysium, and the reader sympathised with them, feeling that he would prefer not only Elizabethan England, but even 20th century Camberwell to such a land of shining shadows. Thus literature has almost always failed in endeavouring to describe happiness as a state. Human tradition, human custom and folklore, though far more true and reliable than literature as a rule, have not often succeeded in giving quite the correct symbols for a real atmosphere of camaraderie, 108, and joy. But here and there the note has been struck with the sudden vibration of the vox humana. In human tradition it has been struck chiefly in the old celebrations of Christmas. In literature it has been struck chiefly in Dickens's Christmas tales. In the historic celebration of Christmas as it remains from Catholic times in certain northern countries. And it is to be remembered that in Catholic times the northern countries were, if possible, more Catholic than anybody else. There are three qualities which explain, I think, its hold upon the human sense of happiness. especially in such men as Dickens. There are 3 notes of Christmas, so to speak, which are also notes of happiness, and which the pagans and the utopians forget. If we state what they are in the case of Christmas, it will be quite sufficiently obvious how important they are in the case of Dickens. The first quality is what may be called the dramatic quality. The happiness is not a state, it is a crisis. All the old customs surrounding the celebration of the birth of Christ are made by human instinct so as to insist and re-insist upon this crucial quality. Everything is so arranged that the whole household may feel, if possible, as a household does when a child is actually being born in it. The thing is a vigil, and a vigil with a definite limit. People sit up at night until they hear the bells ring, or they try to sleep at night in order to see their presents the next morning. Everywhere there is a limitation, a restraint. At one moment the door is shut, at the moment after it is opened. The hour has come or it has not come. The parcels are undone or they are not undone. There is no evolution of 109 Christmas presents. This sharp and theatrical quality in pleasure, which human instinct and the mother wit of the world has wisely put into the popular celebrations of Christmas, is also a quality which is essential in such romantic literature as Dickens wrote. In romantic literature the hero and heroine must indeed be happy, but they must also be unexpectedly happy. This is the first connecting link between literature and the old religious feast. This is the first connecting link between Dickens and Christmas. The second element to be found in all such festivity and all such romance is the element which is represented as well as it could be represented by the mere fact that Christmas occurs in the winter. It is the element not merely of contrast, but actually of antagonism. It preserves everything that was best in the merely primitive or pagan view of such ceremonies or such banquets. If we are carousing, at least we are warriors carousing. We hang above us, as it were, the shields and battle axes with which we must do battle with the giants of the snow and hail. All comfort must be based on discomfort. Man chooses when he wishes to be most joyful the very moment when the whole material universe is most sad. It is this contradiction and mystical defiance which gives a quality of manliness and reality to the old winter feasts which is not characteristic of the sunny felicities of the earthly paradise. And this curious element has been carried out even in all the trivial jokes and tasks that have always surrounded such occasions as these. The object of the jovial customs was not to make everything artificially easy. On the contrary, it was rather to make everything 110 artificially difficult. Idealism is not only expressed by shooting an arrow at the stars. The fundamental principle of idealism is also expressed by putting a leg of mutton at the top of a greasy pole. There is in all such observances a quality which can be called only the quality of divine obstruction. For instance, in the game of Snapdragon, that admirable occupation, the conception is that raisins taste much nicer if they are brands saved from the burning. About all Christmas things there is something a little nobler, if only nobler in form and theory, than mere comfort. Even holly is prickly. It is not hard to see the connection of this kind of historic instinct with a romantic writer like Dickens. The healthy novelist must always play Snapdragon with his principal characters. He must always be snatching the hero and heroine like raisins out of the fire. The third great Christmas element is the element of the grotesque. The grotesque is the natural expression of joy, and all the utopias and new Edens of the poets fail to give a real impression of enjoyment, very largely because they leave out the grotesque. A man in most modern utopias cannot really be happy, he is too dignified. A man in Morris's earthly paradise cannot really be enjoying himself, he is too decorative. When real human beings have real delights they tend to express them entirely in grits, I might almost say entirely in goblins. On Christmas Eve one may talk about ghosts so long as they are turnip ghosts. But one would not be allowed, I hope, in any decent family, to talk on Christmas Eve about astral bodies. The boar's head of old Yule time was as grotesque as 111, the donkey's head of Bottom the Weaver. But there is only one set of goblins quite wild enough to express the wild goodwill of Christmas. Those goblins are the characters of Dickens. Arcadian poets and Arcadian painters have striven to express happiness by means of beautiful figures. Dickens understood that happiness is best expressed by ugly figures. In beauty, perhaps, there is something allied to sadness. Certainly there is something akin to joy in the grotesque, nay, in the uncouth. There is something mysteriously associated with happiness not only in the corpulence of Falstaff and the corpulence of Tony Weller, but even in the red nose of Bardolph or the red nose of Mr. Stiggins. A thing of beauty is an inspiration forever, a matter of meditation forever. It is rather a thing of ugliness that is strictly a joy forever. All Dickens's books are Christmas books. But this is still truest of his 2 or 3 famous Yuletide tales, The Christmas Carol and The Chimes and the Cricket on the Hearth. Of these, The Christmas Carol is beyond comparison the best as well as the most popular. Indeed, Dickens is in so profound and spiritual a sense a popular author, that in his case, unlike most others, it can generally be said that the best work is the most popular. It is for Pickwick that he is best known, and upon the whole it is for Pickwick that he is best worth knowing. In any case, this superiority of The Christmas Carol makes it convenient for us to take it as an example of the generalizations already made. If we study the very real atmosphere of rejoicing and of riotous charity in The Christmas Carol, we shall find 112. That all the 3 marks I have mentioned are unmistakably visible. The Christmas Carol is a happy story first, because it describes an abrupt and dramatic change. It is not only the story of a conversion, but of a sudden conversion, as sudden as the conversion of a man at a Salvation Army meeting. Popular religion is quite right in insisting on the fact of a crisis in most things. It is true that the man at the Salvation Army meeting would probably be converted from the punch bowl, whereas Scrooge was converted to it. That only means that Scrooge and Dickens represented a higher and more historic Christianity. Again, The Christmas Carol owes much of its hilarity to our second source, the fact of its being a tale of winter, and of a very wintry winter. There is much about comfort in the story, yet the comfort is never enervating. It is saved from that by a tingle of something bitter and bracing in the weather. Lastly, the story exemplifies throughout the power of the third principle, the kinship between gaiety and the grotesque. Everybody is happy because nobody is dignified. We have a feeling somehow that Scrooge looked even uglier when he was kind than he had looked when he was cruel. The turkey that Scrooge bought was so fat, says Dickens, that it could never have stood upright. That top-heavy and monstrous bird is a good symbol of the top-heavy happiness of the stories. It is less profitable to criticise the other 2 tales in detail because they represent variations on the theme in 2 directions, and variations that were not, upon the whole, improvements. The Chimes is a monument of 113, Dickens's honourable quality of pugnacity. He could not admire anything, even peace, without wanting to be warlike about it. That was all as it should be. The Christmas scene from Pippi and the South Seas. The days went by. Soon the rainy season would start, and then Captain Longstocking would lock himself into his hut and brood about life, and he was afraid that Pippi wouldn't be happy on Curricardidat Island then. More often lately, Tommy and Annika would find themselves wondering how their mother and father were. They were anxious to get home for Christmas. So they weren't as sad as you might expect when Pippi said one morning, "Tommy and Annika, how would you like to go back to Villa Villicola for a while again?" Of course, for Momo and Moana and the other Curricardidat children, it was a sad day when they saw Pippi and Tommy and Annika go on board the Hop Toad for the voyage home. But Pippi promised that they would come back often to Curricardidat Island. The Curricardidat children had made wreaths of white flowers, which they hung around the necks of Pippi and Tommy and Annika as a farewell gesture. Their song of farewell sounded sad as it followed the ship out to sea. Captain Longstocking was also standing on the beach. He had to stay behind in order to rule. Friedolf had taken it upon himself to get the children home. Captain Longstocking slowly and deliberately blew his nose in his big pocket handkerchief as he waved goodbye. Pippi and Tommy and Annika cried, and the tears streamed down their faces as they waved to Captain Longstocking and the island children as long as they were in sight. The Hop Toad had a fair wind behind her during the whole voyage home. "We'd better dig out your undershirts in good time before we reach the North Sea," said Pippi. "What an awful thought," said Tommy and Annika. It soon became evident that despite the fair wind, the ship wouldn't reach home by Christmas. Tommy and Annika were bitterly disappointed when they heard it. "Just think, no Christmas tree and no Christmas presents." "Then we could just as well have stayed on Curricardidat Island," said Tommy angrily. Annika thought of her mother and father and knew that she would be glad to get home, no matter when. But it certainly was sad that they were going to miss Christmas. They both felt the same about that. One dark night at the beginning of January, Pippi and Tommy and Annika spotted the lights of the little town from afar, twinkling a welcome. They were back home again. "Well, now we have this trip behind us," said Pippi as she walked down the gangplank with her horse. No one was at the port to meet them because no one had known when they would get home. Pippi lifted up Tommy and Annika and Mr. Nilsson onto the horse and they rode toward Villa Villicola. The poor horse had a hard time. He had to plough his way through the snowdrifts piled up in the streets and roads. Tommy and Annika stared straight ahead into the snow flurry. Soon they would be back with their mother and father, and they were suddenly aware how much they had missed them. In the Settergren house the lights were shining invitingly, and through the window they could see Tommy's and Annika's mother and father sitting at the dinner table. "They're mother and father," said Tommy, and he sounded so happy and excited. But Villa Velikola lay in complete darkness and was covered with snow. Pippi leaves Kurrekeardudut Island. Annika was terribly unhappy at the thought of Pippi's going back there alone. "Please, Pippi, won't you stay with us the first night?" she asked. "Oh, no," said Pippi, and jumped down in the snow outside the gate. "I have to get some things in order at Villa Velikola." She waded through the deep snowdrifts which reached all the way up to her stomach. The horse ploughed along behind her. "Yes, but think of how cold it will be in there," said Tommy. "It hasn't been heated for such a long time." "Nonsense," said Pippi. "If the heart is warm and beats the way it should, there is no reason to be cold." Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up. Oh, how Tommy's and Annika's mother and father hugged and kissed their children, and what a wonderful supper they prepared for them. Afterward they tucked them in, and sat for a long time on the edge of their beds, listening to the children's tales of all the strange things they had experienced on Kurrekeardudut Island. They were so happy, all of them. There was only one sad thing, and that was not having had any Christmas. Tommy and Annika didn't want to tell their mother how miserable they were because they had missed having a tree and presents, but that's the way it was. It seemed so strange to be back. It always does when you've been away, and it would have been much easier if they could have come home on Christmas Eve. Tommy and Annika were also sad when they thought of Pippi. Now of course she would be home in bed at Villa Velikola with her feet on her pillow. Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up, and there was no one there to tuck her in. They made up their minds to go to see her as soon as they could the next morning. But the following day their mother didn't want to let them go because she hadn't seen them for such a long time, and besides, their grandmother was coming for dinner to welcome the children home. Tommy and Annika wondered anxiously what Pippi could be doing all day, and when it began to get dark they couldn't stand it any longer. "Please, Mother, we have to go and see Pippi," said Tommy. "Yes, run along then," said Mrs. Settergren. "But don't stay too long." Tommy and Annika ran off. When they got to the garden gate of Villa Velikola they stopped and stared in amazement. It looked just like a Christmas card. The whole house was softly blanketed with snow, and there were gleaming lights in all the windows. A torch was burning on the veranda and shedding its brightness over the snow-covered lawn. One path to the veranda was neatly shoveled, so Tommy and Annika didn't have to wade through the drifts. Just as they were stamping the snow off their feet on the veranda, the door opened and there stood Pippi. "Merry Christmas," she said. She ushered them into the kitchen, and there was a Christmas tree. The lights were lit and 17 sparklers were burning, filling the room with a nice smoky smell. The table was set with puddings and hams and sausages and all sorts of Christmas delicacies, yes, even gingerbread men and birds' nests. There was a fire in the stove, and the horse was standing at the woodbin, scraping his hoof in a very refined way. Mr. Nilsson was bobbing back and forth among the sparklers in the Christmas tree. "He is supposed to be an angel," said Pippi grimly, "but I can't get him to sit still." Tommy and Annika just stood there, speechless. "Oh, Pippi," said Annika finally, "how wonderful. When did you find time to do all this?" "Me, I'm the hard-working type," said Pippi. Tommy and Annika were suddenly overwhelmed with happiness. "I think it's just grand to be back in Villa Velikola again," said Tommy. They sat down around the table and ate piles of ham and pudding and sausage and gingerbread men, and everything tasted even better to them than bananas and breadfruit. "But Pippi, it isn't Christmas at all," said Tommy. "Yes, sir," said Pippi. "The Villa Velikola Pippi in the South Seas Almanac is slow. I have to take it to an almanac maker and have it adjusted so that it will run properly again." "How wonderful," said Annika again. "We celebrated Christmas after all except without Christmas presents, of course." "That reminds me," said Pippi. "I have hidden your Christmas presents. You have to find them yourselves." Tommy's and Annika's faces became flushed with excitement as they sprang up and started hunting. In the woodbin Tommy found a big package which was marked, "Tommy." Inside was a fine set of paints. Under the table Annika found a package with her name on it, and inside that was a pretty red parasol. "I can take this with me to Kurrekeardudut Island the next time we go there," said Annika. High up on the hood of the stove were 2 more packages. One contained a small jeep for Tommy, and in the other was a set of doll's dishes for Annika. A small package was also hanging on the horse's tail. In it was a clock for Tommy's and Annika's room. When they had found all their Christmas presents, they gave Pippi big hugs and thanked her over and over again. She was standing at the kitchen Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up window, looking out at all the snow in the garden. "Tomorrow we'll build a big snow hut," she said. "And we'll have lights burning in it at night." "Oh, yes, let's," said Annika, feeling happier than ever to be home. "I'm wondering if we could make a ski slope running down from the roof to the snowdrifts below. I'm going to teach the horse to ski, but I can't decide whether he needs 4 skis or only 2. "We're going to have a wonderful time tomorrow," said Tommy. "What luck that we came home in the middle of Christmas vacation." "We're always going to have fun," said Annika. "At Villa Villacola, on Curricardudut Island, and everywhere." Pippi nodded in agreement. They had crawled up on the kitchen table, all 3 of them. Suddenly a dark shadow passed over Tommy's face. "I never want to grow up," he said emphatically. "I don't either," said Annika. "No, that's nothing to wish for, being grown up," said Pippi. "Grown-ups never have any fun. They only have a lot of boring work and wear silly looking clothes and have corns and municipal taxes." "It's called municipal," said Annika. "Well, anyway, it's the same nonsense," said Pippi. "And then they're full of superstitions and all sorts of crazy things. They think that something terrible is going to happen if they happen to stick their knives in their mouths while they're eating, and things like that. And they can't play, either," said Annika. "Ugh, how awful to have to grow up." "Who says you have to grow up?" said Pippi. "If I remember right, I have a few pills somewhere." "What sort of pills?" said Tommy. "Some very fine pills for people who don't want to grow up," said Pippi and jumped down from the table. She hunted through closets and drawers and after a while she produced something that looked like 3 yellow peas. "Peas?" said Tommy, surprised. "That's what you think," said Pippi. "These are no peas. They are Chillalug pills and were given to me in Rio by an old Indian chief when I happened to mention that I wasn't wild about the idea of growing up." "You mean that those tiny little pills can do it?" said Annika skeptically. "Absolutely," said Pippi. "But they have to be taken in the dark, and then you have to say this: 'Pretty little Chillalug, I don't want to get bug.'" "Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up / you mean big," said Tommy. "If I say bug, I mean bug," said Pippi. "That's the trick, you see. Most children say trig, and that's the worst thing that can happen. Because then you start to grow more than ever. Once there was a boy who ate pills like these. He said trig * instead of bug, and he started growing until it was a nightmare, many feet every day. It was terrible. He was alright as long as he could go around grazing under the apple trees, the way a giraffe does. But then he got too big and that didn't work any longer. When some ladies came to visit and they wanted to say, 'My, what a nice big boy you've grown up to be,' they had to shout into a megaphone so that he would hear them. All you saw of him was his long, skinny legs disappearing up among the clouds like 2 flagpoles. He was never heard of after that. Oh, yes, once he was. That was when he took a lick at the sun and got a blister on his tongue. Then he let out such a roar that the flowers down on earth wilted. But that was the last sign from him, although his legs are probably still wandering around down in Rio, making awful mix-ups in the traffic." "Oh, I wouldn't dare eat one of those pills," said Annika, terrified, "in case I might say the wrong thing." "You won't say the wrong thing," said Pippi reassuringly. "If I thought you'd do that, I wouldn't give you one. Because it would be boring to have just your legs to play with. Tommy and me and your legs, that would be fine company." "You won't make a mistake, Annika," said Tommy. They turned the Christmas tree lights out. The kitchen was in complete darkness, except near the stove where the fire glowed behind the stove door. They sat down in silence, in a circle in the middle of the floor, holding one another by the hand. Pippi gave Tommy and Annika each a Chillalug pill. Chills ran up and down their spines. Just think, in a second, the powerful pill would be down in their stomachs, and then they would never have to grow up. How marvelous that would be. "Now," Pippi whispered. "Pretty little Chillalug, I don't want to get bug," they said all together and swallowed their pills. The deed was done. Pippi turned on the ceiling light. "That's it," she said. "Now we don't have to be grown up and have corns and other miseries. Though the pills have been lying around in my closet for so long that one can't be absolutely sure that all the strength hasn't gone out of them. But we have to hope for the best." Annika suddenly thought of something. "Oh, Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up, Pippi," she said in alarm. "You were going to be a pirate when you grew up." "Sure, I can be one anyway," said Pippi. "I can still become a nasty little pirate who spreads death and destruction around me." She was quiet for a while, thinking. "Just imagine," she said. "If a lady walks by here one day Many years from now and she sees us running around in the garden, perhaps she will ask Tommy, "How old are you, my little friend?" And then you'll say, 53, if I'm not mistaken. Tommy laughed merrily. "She'll probably think that I'm small for my age," he said. "Of course," said Pippi. "But then you can explain that you were bigger when you were smaller." Just then Annika and Tommy remembered that their mother had told them not to stay away too long. "I think we'll have to go now," said Tommy. "But we'll be back tomorrow," said Annika. "Fine," said Pippi. "We'll get started on the snow hut at 8 o'clock. She walked with them to the gate and her red pigtails danced around her as she ran back to Villa Villicola. "You know," said Tommy a while later when he was brushing his teeth, "if I hadn't known that those were Chilliwack Hills, I would have been willing to bet that they were just ordinary peas." Annika was standing at the window of their room in her pink pyjamas, looking over toward Villa Villicola. "Look, I see Pippi," she called out, delighted. Tommy rushed over to the window too. Yes, there she was. Now that the trees didn't have any leaves they could look right into Pippi's kitchen. Pippi was sitting at the table with her head propped against her arms. She was staring at the little flickering flame of a candle that was standing in front of her. She seemed to be dreaming. She looks so alone," said Annika, and her voice trembled a little. "Oh, Tommy, if it were only morning so that we could go to her right away." They stood there in silence and looked out into the winter night. The stars were shining over Villa Villicola's roof. Pippi was inside. She would always be there. That was a comforting thought. The years would go by, but Pippi and Tommy and Annika would not grow up. That is, of course, if the strength hadn't gone out of the Chilliwack Hills. There would be new springs and summers, new autumns and winters, but their games would go on. Tomorrow they would build a snow hut and make a ski slope from the roof of Villa Villicola, and when spring came they would climb the hollow oak where Soda Pop Pippi Longstocking doesn't want to grow up, spouted up. They would hunt for treasure and they would ride Pippi's horse. They would sit in the woodbin and tell stories. Perhaps they would also take a trip to Curricardudut Island now and then, to see Momo and Moana and the others. But they would always come back to Villa Villicola. And the most wonderful, comforting thought was that Pippi would always be in Villa Villicola. "If she would only look in this direction, we could wave to her," said Tommy. But Pippi continued to stare straight ahead with a dreamy look. Then she blew out the light. The Christmas scene from Emil's Pranks. In summertime lots of nettles grew there, but now they lay black and withered on the ground. It takes a pretty long time to dig a wolf pit, for it must be deep enough to prevent the wolf from escaping after it has fallen in. Alfred helped Emil and took a turn at the digging now and then, but it wasn't until almost Christmas time that the pit was finished. "But that doesn't matter," said Alfred, "because the wolves won't come out of the woods until the cold winter weather when they are starving." Little Ida shuddered when she thought of the hungry wolves in the woods, which would come creeping out on cold winter nights and start howling near the house. But Emil didn't shudder. He looked with sparkling eyes at Alfred and was thrilled with the thought of the wolves that would fall into his pit. "Now I've only got to cover it with twigs and branches so that the wolf won't see where the trap is," he said happily. "Quite right. Cunning is what counts," a Stalljog said when he caught the flea with his toes, said Alfred. That used to be a sort of saying in Lundberga. Alfred shouldn't have quoted it, for Stalljog was his grandfather, who lived in the poor house in Lundberga, and one should never make fun of one's grandfather. But Alfred meant no harm. He only quoted what other folk said. Then they only had to wait for the cold winter weather, and it came all right. Just before Christmas it turned very cold and began snowing until all of Kattelt and Lundberga and Smaland was one great snowdrift. Only the tops of the fences stuck up to show where the road was. And nobody could possibly see that there was a wolf pit between the Tulst and the food store. Now there was hustle and bustle in Kattelt, for they celebrated Christmas there thoroughly. First of all there was a great wash day. Lena and Krosa Maja stood on the icy jetty by the brook and did the rinsing. Lena cried and blew on her frozen fingertips, which were very painful. Then they slaughtered the great Christmas pig, and after that there was scarcely room for anything or anybody else in the kitchen, Lena observed. For there were the black puddings, pork sausages, oatmeal sausages, meat sausages, and potato sausages crammed among bacon, preserves, spare ribs of pork, and I don't know what else. Juniper berry juice was brewed by Emil's mother in the brew house, in a big wooden vat, for the Christmas celebrations. And enough cakes and bread were baked to make you dizzy. Rye bread, malt bread, saffron bread, wheaten bread, gingerbread, and delicious rolls, meringues, and pastries, oh, beyond number. And candles, of course, they had to have them too. Emil's mother and Lena spent almost one entire evening dipping tallow candles, big ones and little ones and special Christmas ones. And Emil and Alfred harnessed Lucas to the wood sledge and went to the woods for a Christmas tree. And Emil's father went to the barn and brought back a couple of sheaves of oats which he had saved for the sparrows. "It's a stupid thing to do," he said, "but after all, the sparrows must have their Christmas." There were others to think of as well, who had to have a bit of Christmas cheer. All the old paupers in the poorhouse. You won't know what a poorhouse is, for which you ought to be grateful. It is something belonging to olden times, and if I were to tell you all about poorhouses, it would be more terrible than any of Crosamaja's frightening tales of murderers and ghosts and wild beasts. Imagine a miserable little tumble-down two-room cottage, where poor, old, worn-out people live together in a state of dirt, vermin, hunger, and wretchedness. Then you will know what a poorhouse is, or was. The one in Lundberga was no worse than others, but it was a horrible place to have to live when poor people grew old and were no longer able to manage for themselves. "Poor grandfather," Alfred used to say, "his life isn't very happy. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the superintendent." The superintendent was the person in charge of the poorhouse. She was a pauper herself, but she was the biggest and strongest and worst-tempered one, and so had been given charge of the poorhouse. This ought never to have happened, and wouldn't have, if Emil had been grown up and president of the local council. But now he was only a little boy, and could do nothing about the superintendent. Alfred's grandfather was afraid of her, and so were all the other paupers, too. "She goes about like a roaring lion in the sheepfold," Stoljok used to say. He was a little queer in the head and used to talk as if he were reading the Bible, but he was a dear old man and Alfred was fond of him. The people living in the poorhouse hardly ever got a proper meal, which was shocking, Emil's mother considered. "Poor things, they shall have something for Christmas," she said. Which was why Emil and Ida were seen, a couple of days before Christmas, plodding up the snowy road towards the poorhouse carrying a big basket between them. Emil's mother had filled it with all sorts of good things. There were sausages of different kinds, bacon, ham, rye loaves, black puddings, saffron buns, gingerbread, candles, and a little paper twist of snuff for Stoljok. Only those who have gone hungry themselves for a long time can understand how glad the poor people were when Emil and Ida came in with their basket. They all wanted to begin eating at once, but the superintendent said, "Not until Christmas Eve, you know that quite well." And nobody dared disagree. Emil and Ida went back home, and the next day was Christmas Eve. In Kattelt, that day was great fun and so was Christmas Day itself. They all went to the early service in Lundberga church. Emil beamed with happiness as he drove in the basket sleigh, for Marcus and Lucas ran so fast that the snow whirled around their hooves, leaving all the other sleighs far behind. Emil sat quiet and still during the whole service, behaving so well that his mother wrote in the blue notebook, "The boy is really pious and didn't get up to any mischief in church, at all events." All through that long Christmas Day Emil was equally well behaved. He and Ida played happily with their presents, and peace reigned over all of Kattelt. But then came Boxing Day, when Emil's parents were to go to a party in Skorfold, which lay on the farther side of the parish. Emil was known too well, so the children were not invited. "I don't mind," said Emil, "but it's hard luck on the Skorfold folk, because at that rate they'll never meet me." "Nor me," said Ida. It had been arranged for Lena to stay behind and look after the children that day, but she had begun grumbling early that morning and clamoured to be allowed to visit her mother, who lived in a croft near Skorfold. She thought how nice it would be to ride in the sledge, as her employers were going in that direction, anyway. "Oh, I can look after the children," said Alfred. "There's food aplenty, and I can see to it that they don't play with matches, or anything of that sort." "Well, you know what Emil's like," said Emil's father, staring gloomily before him. But his mother said, "Emil's a good little chap. He doesn't get into mischief at Christmas time, anyway. Don't grizzle, Lena, you shall come with us." And so it was settled. Alfred and Emil and Ida stood at the kitchen window and watched the sleigh disappear over the hill, and when it was out of sight, Emil capered with delight. "Hurrah, now for some fun," he cried. But then little Ida pointed toward the road. "Here comes Stoljok," she said. "So he does," said Alfred. "What's wrong, I wonder?" Stoljok, you see, wasn't allowed out. He was a bit simple and unable to look after himself, or so the superintendent said. He'd get lost, and I haven't time to run about and hunt for him. But he found his way to Kattelt, anyhow, and now he was coming along the road like a little shriveled bit of leather, with his white hair fluttering around his ears. Soon he was standing inside the kitchen door. "We haven't had any black pudding," he sobbed, "and no sausages, either. The superintendent has taken it all." He was crying so hard that he couldn't say anything else. Emil was so enraged, so terribly angry that Alfred and Ida scarcely dared look at him. His eyes were wild, and he seized a porcelain bowl from the table. He flung it at the wall, and it smashed to smithereens. "Give me my gun," he yelled. Alfred became really alarmed. "Calm down, for goodness sake," he said. "It's dangerous to get into such a temper." Then Alfred began soothing and comforting his poor grandfather, and wanted to know why the superintendent had behaved so badly. But all Jock could say was, "We haven't had any black pudding, and no sausages, either. And I didn't get my new youth," he sobbed. Then Ida pointed along the road again. "Look," she said. "Here comes Lil Colossine to take me home," said Jock, beginning to tremble. Lil Colossine was a little woman from the poorhouse whom the superintendent used to send to Catholt whenever Jock disappeared. It was generally to Catholt that he came, for Alfred and Emil's mother were there, and she was always so kind to poor people. From Lil Colossine they heard what had happened. The superintendent had hidden the food up in the attic in a cupboard. But on Christmas Eve, when she went to take it out, there was one wretched little sausage missing, and she was wild with rage. "Like a raging honourable in the sheepfold," said Jock, and Lil Colossine agreed with him. Goodness gracious, what a fuss she had kicked up over that sausage, and she meant to make the sinner confess to having stolen it. "Otherwise there'll be a Christmas that will make the angels weep," she said. And Lil Colossine confirmed this, because nobody would admit to having stolen the sausage, however much she raved and shouted. Some of them thought the superintendent was making the affair an excuse for keeping all the good things for herself, but in any event they had had a Christmas that would make the angels weep, said Lil Colossine. The superintendent had sat up in her attic room, with the candles alight, eating sausages, blood pudding, ham, and saffron buns until she was fit to burst, the fat old beast. But down below, the rest of them sat along the walls and cried, and only had a little salt herring to eat, even though it was Christmas Eve. And it was the same thing on Christmas Day. The superintendent swore that nobody should have as much as half a blood pudding until the sausage thief came forward and confessed. And until that happened, she sat up there eating and speaking to nobody. Lil Colossine had peeped at her through the keyhole about once an hour, and had seen all the good things that Emil's mother had sent disappearing into her gaping mouth. But now she was scared that Jock had gone to Catholt to tell on her, and she had told Lil Colossine over and over again to bring him back for heaven's sake. "So now we'd better go at once, Jock," said Lil Colossine. "Yes, poor grandfather," said Alfred. "Life is hard for the poor." Emil said nothing. He sat on the log box gritting his teeth. He went on sitting there, thinking, long after Jock and Lil Colossine had disappeared. At last he struck his fist on the log box, and said, "I know someone who is going to give a party." "Who is?" asked Ida. Emil thumped his fist on the box again. "I am," he said. And he explained his plan. There was going to be a party as never before imagined, for every single one of the paupers from the poorhouse was to come to Catholt without further delay. "Yes, but, Emil," said Ida anxiously, "are you sure that won't be getting into mischief?" Alfred, too, was worried about the same thing, but Emil assured them it would be nothing of the sort. It would be a good deed, over which God's angels would clap their hands for joy, just as hard as they had previously wept because of the poorhouse's miserable Christmas. "And Mama will be pleased, too," said Emil. "But what about Papa?" asked Ida. Said Emil. "But it isn't naughty, anyway." Then he relapsed into silence and began thinking again. "But to get the lion out of the sheepfold, that'll be the trickiest part," he said. "Come on, we'll go there and try." As well as stuffing herself with the sausages, black puddings, bacon, all the saffron buns, and gingerbread, the superintendent had carefully sniffed up every grain of Jock's snuff. Now she sat in her attic and felt miserable, as one does when one has done wrong by eating far too much black pudding. She wouldn't go down to the others, for they only glared at her inside and wouldn't say a word. But as she sat there, she heard someone knocking at the downstairs door, and hurried down the attic stairs as fast as she could to see who it was. It was Emil, and it worried her, for supposing Jock or Lil Colossine had told tales, and Emil had come on that account. But Emil bowed politely, and said, "Did I happen to leave my clasp knife here, when I came?" Just think how smart Emil was. His clasp knife was safe and sound in his pocket, but he had to make some excuse for coming. The superintendent assured him that they hadn't seen any knife. Then Emil said, "Were the sausages nice? And the bacon and other things?" The superintendent looked down at her broad feet and said, hurriedly, "Oh yes, yes, your dear mother knows what the paupers need. Thank her very much." Then Emil said what he had come there to say, but he did so offhandedly, and as if it were not important. "Mama and Papa have gone to a party in Scorfold." The superintendent grew very excited. "Is there a party in Scorfold today? I didn't know." "No, or you'd have been off there ages ago," thought Emil, who, like everybody else in Lundberga, knew that whenever there was a party the superintendent would turn up at the kitchen door, as regular as clockwork, and it would be impossible to get rid of her until she had had a bite of cheesecake, at least. She would go through fire and water for cheesecake. "Cheesecakes, what do you say to that?" said Emil. He wouldn't tell a lie and didn't know whether they had cheesecakes at Scorfold, so he merely said, cunningly, "What do you say to cheesecakes, eh?" Then he went away. He had done what he intended. He knew that within half an hour the superintendent would be on her way to Scorfold, and he had reckoned aright. He and Alfred and Ida stood waiting behind the woodshed, and saw the superintendent come out, wrapped in her warmest woolen shawl, with her begging bag under her arm, on her way to Scorfold. But just imagine what a disaster. She locked the door and tucked the key into the bag. What a fine thing. Now they were trapped as though in a prison, poor paupers, and the superintendent was glad about that. Should Stujok try to run away again, he would see she had the upper hand and was not to be trifled with. So off she trudged to Scorfold, as fast as her fat legs would carry her. Emil rattled the door and felt how firmly it was locked. So did Alfred and little Ida. It was fastened securely, there was no doubt about that. All the paupers clustered at the window and stared in alarm at the 3 people outside who were trying to get in. But Emil shouted, "You shall have a party at Katholt if we can manage to get you out." The folk in the poor house began buzzing like bees in a hive. It was an unforeseen wonder and delight, but at the same time a grievous calamity, for they were locked in and could see no possibility of getting out. You will perhaps ask why they didn't open the window and climb out. That shows you have never heard of inner windows. No window could ever be opened in winter time in the poor house because of the double windows. They were nailed up and pasted over with paper to prevent the wind from blowing through the cracks. But how could anyone breathe, perhaps you may ask? Dear children, how can you ask such a foolish question? Who says anyone needed to breathe fresh air in the poor house? Nobody was interested in such foolishness, for nobody needed more fresh air than that which came through the open stove, and the cracks in the ramshackle walls and the floor. Then they couldn't get out of the window, poor things. Well, there was one window that opened, but it was in the superintendent's attic. And no pauper, however hungry, could jump 4 meters to get to a party, for that would be jumping straight into heaven, for certain. But Emil didn't give up over trifles. He fetched a ladder which was hidden behind the woodshed, and stood it against the superintendent's window, which Jock had joyfully opened. Alfred climbed up the ladder. He was big and strong, and could carry thin little paupers as easily as anything. Of course, they squealed and groaned, but they all got out. Except Salia Amalia. She didn't dare, and wouldn't come. But Fibergsken promised to bring back all the food she could from the party, and Amalia was satisfied. Had anyone been passing along the Katholt road on the Boxing Day as it was getting dark, they would have thought that a line of grey ghosts was limping, swaying, and panting up the hill towards Katholt. And certainly the poor paupers did look ghostly in their rags, but they were happy as larks, and as excited as children. Oh dear, it was so long since they had been to a Christmas party. It delighted them, too, to think of the superintendent shortly coming back to an empty poorhouse with only 1 pauper remaining in it. Tee hee hee, she won't have any paupers there, and how will she like that? Tittered Johan et Or. And they all laughed with glee. But when they came into the festive kitchen at Katholt, they grew silent. For Emil had lit 5 great candles which threw their light on the newly polished copper bowls on the walls, so that everything shone and glittered, and Jock thought he was in heaven. "Ah, here all is light and blessings abounding," he said, and wept, because he always cried, as much when he was happy as when he was sad. Then Emil said, "Now for the feast." And feast they did. Emil and Alfred and little Ida all helped to fetch from the larder as much as they could carry. And I should like you to know what was set on the kitchen table of Katholt that Boxing Day, when they had brought it in. A dish of black pudding, a dish of pork sausages, a dish of liver paste, a dish of head cheese, a dish of meatballs, a dish of veal cutlets, a dish of spare ribs of pork, a dish of oatmeal sausages, a dish of potato sausages, a dish of salmagundi, a dish of salt beef, a dish of ox tongue, a huge ham, a dish of cheesecake, a plate of rye bread, a plate of syrup bread, a crate of juniper berry drinks, a can of milk, a bowl of rice pudding, a bowl of cream cheese, a dish of preserved plums, an apple pie, a jug of cream, a jug of strawberry juice, a jug of pear ginger, and a suckling pig garnished with sugar. And they all sat around the table, those little paupers from the poor house, waiting very patiently, with their eyes filled with tears as each dish was brought in. At last Emil said, "Help yourselves." And help themselves they did, and they ate and ate. Alfred and Emil and little Ida ate too, but Ida could only manage a couple of meatballs, for she had begun to think. She was wondering whether, after all, this would count as mischief. And she suddenly remembered that tomorrow all the relatives from Ingetorp were coming to Kattholt, and all the party food was vanishing. She heard the chomping and crunching and lip smacking and guzzling all around the table. It was as though a herd of beasts of prey had flung themselves at the bowls and dishes and plates. She realised that people ate like that when they were finished, and it was dreadful. She tugged at Emil's arm and whispered so that only he could hear, "Are you sure this isn't wrong? Think of them coming from Ingetorp tomorrow. They're all fat enough already at Ingetorp," said Emil. "It's better to use the food where it does most good." All the same he began getting rather anxious, because it didn't look as though there was going to be more than half a black pudding left when the feast was over. What wasn't stuffed into their mouths was thrust into their pockets and bags, and dishes were emptied in a flash. "Here goes the last of the spare ribs of pork," said Cale Spader, and finished the last mouthful. "And I've finished up the salmagundi," said Rakirfia. "We've made a clean sweep of everything," said Tok Nicholas at last, and a truer word was never spoken. That was why this particular party was always known as the Grand Clean Sweep at Kattholt, for you must know that they talked about it long afterwards, both in Lundberga and other parishes. Only one thing was left now, and that was the roast suckling pig. It stood on the table and stared sadly with its sugar eyes. "Oh, that pig looks like a little spook," said Rakirfia. "I'd never dare touch him." She had never seen a roast suckling pig before, nor had any of the others, and they were half scared of this one and didn't touch it. "There isn't another sausage left, by any chance?" said Cale Spader. But Emil said that in all of Kattholt, only one sausage was left, and that was on a twig sticking out of his wolf pit. It was bait for the wolf he was waiting for, so Cale Spader couldn't have it, nor could anyone else. This jogged Viborg's memory. "Sally Amalia!" she cried. "We've forgotten her." She looked all around, and her eyes fastened on the pig. "Can she have that? Even if it does look like a spook?" "What do you say, Emil?" "Yes, she can have it," said Emil with a sigh. Now they were all so full they couldn't move, and it would have been impossible for them to get back to the poor house on their own. "We'll take the wood sledge," said Emil. They had a wood sledge at Kattholt, a great clumsy thing, which would hold as many paupers as required, even if they were a trifle fatter than usual. Now evening had come, and the sky burned with stars. There was a full moon, too, and fresh snow and beautiful mild air, a lovely evening for sledging. Emil and Alfred helped them all up into the sledge. In front sat Viborgskin, with the pig, then all the others from the poor house, and finally in the back little Ida, with Alfred and Emil. "Off we go," shouted Emil. And off they went, down the hill at a great rate, and they all screamed with delight, for it was so long since they had gone sledging. Only the pig was silent, staring like a ghost in the moonlight. And the superintendent, well, you shall hear about her. I wish you could have seen her when she returned from her cheesecake trip to Scorfold. See how she comes in her grey woolen shawl, fat and complacent, how she takes out the key and puts it into the lock. She chuckles a little when she thinks how meek and submissive all the paupers will be. Ha ha, they must learn who's top dog. And now she turns the key and steps over the threshold. But why is it so silent? Are they asleep already? Or are they just sitting around sulking? The moon shone through the window and lit up every corner, so why couldn't she see a living soul? Because nobody was there. No, superintendent, not a living soul. She began trembling in every limb and was more frightened than she had ever been in her life. Who can get through a locked door? Only God's angels in heaven, and so it must have been. The poor wretches whom she had robbed of their sausages and black puddings and snuff, had been taken by God's angels to a better place than the poor house. Only she herself was left in misery and wretchedness. Alas, alas! She howled like a dog. Then a voice sounded from one of the beds, where a small, pathetic creature lay hidden under the coverlet. "Why are you howling?" asked Saha Amalia. How quickly the superintendent recovered herself. She bullied Sally Amalia into telling her the whole story. The superintendent was like that. And then she went hurrying off to Catalt. She had to get her paupers back home, quickly and quietly, so that there wouldn't be too much gossip about the affair in Lundberga. Catalt lay lovely in the moonlight. She saw the kitchen window brilliantly lit up, and suddenly she felt too ashamed to go in. She would peep in through the window, first, to make sure that it really was her paupers sitting there and having a feast. But she would need a box, or something of the sort, to stand on, or she wouldn't be able to see in. She turned toward the woodshed to try to find something, and she did find something, but not a box. She found a sausage. Fancy, there was a nice little sausage stuck on a twig in the snow, in the moonlight. She was full to bursting with cheesecake, at the moment, but she knew how quickly one could become hungry again, and to let a whole sausage go by would be too idiotic, she thought. She took a long stride forward, one last long step. Just at the precise moment that the superintendent fell into the wolf pit, all the paupers came out from Catalt, for the feast was over, and got on the sledge to go home. They didn't hear a sound from the pit, because at first the superintendent wouldn't call for help. She thought she would be able to scramble out, so she kept quiet. Meanwhile her paupers sped down the hill to the poorhouse, and found, strangely enough, that the door was open. So they went in and tottered to bed, giddy with all the food and the sledging, but happier than they had been for many a long year. And home to Catalt went Alfred and Emil and little Ida, in the moonlight and starshine. Emil and Alfred pulled the sledge. Ida rode in it because she was so little. If ever you have chanced to be out on your sledge on such a calm, moonlit evening in Lundberga, you will know how oddly silent it is, almost as though the whole world were asleep. So you can imagine how terrifying it would be to hear the most awful howl breaking the silence. As Emil and Alfred and Ida came up the last hill, they suddenly heard a howl from the direction of Emil's wolf trap, a howl that was enough to freeze the blood. Ida turned pale and longed to be with her mother, but Emil didn't. He leapt into the air with delight. "A wolf has gotten into my trap," he screamed. "Oh, where is my gun?" But Alfred said, "There's something queer about the sound of that wolf. Listen." And they stood still in the moonlight, listening to the eerie howling. "Help! Help! Help!" Emil's eyes sparkled. A werewolf. He rushed ahead of the others, and reached the pit. And there he saw what kind of wolf he had trapped. Not a werewolf at all, but that horrible superintendent. Emil was furious. What business had she in his pit? He wanted a real wolf. But then he reflected. Perhaps it was right that the superintendent should have stumbled into the trap. Perhaps one might tame her a bit, so that she would become gentler and not so ill-tempered. Yes, it would be a way of teaching her manners, because she was certainly in need of such a lesson. So he called to Alfred and Ida, "Come here. Come and look at this ugly, shaggy old beast." And they all stood staring down at the superintendent, who did look something like a wolf, in her grey woolen shawl. "Are you certain that it's a werewolf?" asked little Ida in a quavering voice. "Of course it is," said Emil. "An angry old she-werewolf is what this is, the most dangerous kind of all." "Yes, for they are so greedy," said Alfred. "Yes, look at her," said Emil. "She's guzzled a lot in her time. But that's at an end now. Alfred, get me my gun." "No, no. Oh, Emil, don't you see who it is?" shrieked the superintendent, for she was terrified out of her wits when Emil spoke of his gun. She didn't know, of course, that it was just a toy one Alfred had made for Emil. "Did you hear what the werewolf said, Alfred?" asked Emil. "I didn't." Alfred shook his head. "I didn't, either," he said. "Anyway, it doesn't matter. Get me my gun, Alfred," said Emil. Then the superintendent screamed, "Don't you see it is Slash who am caught down here?" "What does she say?" "Get me my gun, Alfred," repeated Emil. The superintendent began howling at the top of her voice. "You are wicked, all of you," she sobbed. "Is she saying she likes black pudding?" asked Emil. "Yes, that's right," said Alfred. "But we haven't any." "No, there's none left in all Smaland," said Emil. Because the superintendent gobbled it all up. Then the superintendent began howling louder than ever, for she realized that Emil knew how badly she had treated Staljock and the other poor folk. She cried so much that Emil felt sorry for her, for he was a kind-hearted lad. But to make sure that things would improve in the poor house, she mustn't be let off too lightly, so he said, "I say, Alfred, If you look more closely at this werewolf, don't you think she is a little like the superintendent at the poorhouse? Oh, said Alfred, the superintendent is worse than all the werewolves in Smaland. Yes, agreed Emil, werewolves are little pets compared to the superintendent. She begrudges everyone anything. I wonder who took the sausage out of the cupboard. I did, shrieked the superintendent. I did. I'll admit anything you like if only you'll help me get out of this. Then Alfred and Emil looked at each other and smiled, quietly. Alfred, said Emil, haven't you eyes in your head? Don't you see that it is the superintendent, and no werewolf? Why, bless me, said Alfred, how did we come to make such a mistake? I can't think, said Emil. Of course, they're alike, but no werewolf has a shawl like that. No, that's true, but they do have mohair ones, don't they? Now, Alfred, you must be kind to the superintendent, said Emil. Fetch a ladder. So they put a ladder down into the pit, and she climbed up, blubbering, and ran off, for now she wanted to be free of Cathold for ever. Never would she set foot there again. But before disappearing she turned around, and called, I did take the sausage, God forgive me, but I forgot about it on Christmas Eve. I swear I had forgotten about it. Well, it was a good thing for her to sit here a bit and remember, said Emil. Wolf traps aren't such a bad idea after all. The superintendent hurried down the hill as fast as her fat legs would carry her, and was out of breath when she reached the poorhouse. All the paupers were asleep in their verminous beds, and she wouldn't have woken them up for the world. So, moving more softly than she ever had, she crept in like a ghost. There they were, safe and sound, all her paupers, and she counted them like sheep. But suddenly she saw something else. On the table, beside Sally Amalia's bed was, oh horrors, a ghost. It was surely a ghost, although it looked like a pig, a dreadful little moonshine pig, or maybe it was a werewolf, standing there staring at her with frightful white eyes. So many fearful things happening all on the same day were too much for the superintendent. She sank to the ground, with a sigh, and there she lay, not stirring until the sun shone through the windows of the poorhouse on the third day of Christmas. Chapter 6 of Mischievous Meg. Now the long winter darkness had settled over June Hill. Christmas would soon be here. Meg and Betsy talked about it every night. I'm so glad there's such a thing as Christmas, Meg said. I think it's the best thing that was ever invented. Absolutely, said Betsy. They shook their piggy banks, which sounded as if they had a lot of money in them. All that jingling would turn into Christmas presents, and that is why it sounded so good. A calendar hung on the wall in their room, and every morning they tore off a page, which brought them one day closer to Christmas. At school, too, you could tell that Christmas was near. The teacher told Christmas stories, and everybody learned Christmas songs. Meg sang them for Betsy at home. Now the snowstorms start their journey through the mountains and the valleys in the north. All of a sudden, the holidays had come. Oh, why do we have to have holidays? That's what Meg had said the first day of school, a long time ago. But after a whole term, she thought that holidays were almost as good an idea as Christmas itself. Alva and Ida had begun the Christmas preparations by taking down all the curtains to be washed. They were scrubbing pails in the most unexpected places, and Alva went around with a long brush, dusting walls and ceilings. Meg and Betsy wandered around the pails and got in the way wherever they went. They teased Alva by singing. Now Alva starts her journey round the walls and round the ceilings. Betsy giggled so she almost fell into a pail. Oh, what good songs you invent, Meggie, she said. But Alva chased them with a brush, saying, now this brush starts its journey, and there are going to be spankings in the north. But she wasn't really angry. She never was angry with Meg and Betsy. Mother was making sausages, curing ham, dipping candles, and preparing a Christmas drink of juniper berries. Meg and Betsy were allowed to help in the kitchen. They baked gingerbread men, made butterscotch, moulded little pigs of marzipan, and cut crepe paper for the decorations around the stove. Every day was filled with excitement, and every day felt more and more like Christmas. It even smelled like Christmas, the most wonderful smell of gingerbread and butterscotch and cookies all over the house. Several times a day Meg would close her eyes and blissfully breathe in the fragrance. At night they wrote long lists of things they wanted Santa Claus to bring. Robinson Crusoe, lots of paper dolls, tin soldiers, skis, a light red rose to wear in my hair, were the items on one of Meg's lists, which she read to Betsy. Do you really want a rose? Betsy asked. Not exactly, said Meg. I just wrote it because it sounds so pretty. They thought very carefully what they should give Mother and Father. While they were helping Mother make the butterscotch, Meg asked, "Mother, what do you wish for most of all?" "Two very good little girls," Mother replied. Suddenly there was a strange expression in Meg's eyes, and her voice quivered a little. "What will you do with Betsy and me, then?" Mother stroked her hair and explained that she didn't want any other little girls. She just wanted Meg and Betsy to keep on being as good as they had always been. But Betsy didn't think it would be such a bad idea to have some new girls in the house. "We could play with them," she said. "But they couldn't live in our room, because that belongs to Meg and me." The weather was beginning to be very cold, and every morning Alva lighted a fire in the children's room. She rattled and banged with the shutters of the porcelain stove, and the noise awakened Meg and Betsy. Then they lay in bed and watched the flames through the little openings in the shutters, and listened to the fire crackle. It was a good, pleasant sound to wake up to. One morning they woke up earlier than usual, thinking it was an ordinary day. But far from it. It was the last Sunday in Advent, and 4 candles were burning in the candlesticks on the table. Alva, who had just lighted the fire, was standing beside Meg's bed, looking mysterious. "Something strange happened last night," she said. "Can you guess what?" "A ghost," said Meg. Ever since her adventure in the Nelson's laundry, she'd had the notion that the really mysterious things that happen at night are sure to be ghosts. "Silly, there's no such thing as a ghost," said Alva. "I've told you it was only Albert dressed up in a sheet and shining the flashlight on himself." Alva had told Meg this over and over again, but Meg didn't believe her. Albert could never do a thing like that. Someone else, maybe, but not Albert. "Guess again," said Alva. "It's something very nice." "Ghosts are nice," said Betsy. "I don't think so at all," Alva said firmly. "Take another guess." "Do we have snow?" asked Meg eagerly. "No," said Alva, "but the river is frozen over." Meg and Betsy gave a shout of joy and jumped out of bed. The room wasn't warm yet, but they were in such a hurry they didn't care. They scrambled into their clothes, put on woolen leggings and heavy sweaters, hoods and gloves, and dashed outside. Only for a few minutes, Alva called after them, "You have to come back and have your breakfast soon." "All right," Meg and Betsy shouted back over their shoulders. The birches around June Hill were white with frost, and the sun was a fiery red ball over the woodshed. "I love this kind of weather," said Meg. She really liked all kinds of weather, but mostly she hardly even noticed it. It was just there. But this was the kind of weather that made you take notice. It was beautiful in the way that songs and their words are beautiful, Meg thought. It made her want to be especially good. As she and Betsy ran down to the river, the frosty, stiff grass crunched under their feet. 92 mischievous Meg, maybe I'll even give you 2 Christmas presents, Betsy. Meg panted as she ran. "You're crazy, Meggie," said Betsy. Of course she was pleased about the possibility of getting 2 presents, but at the moment all she was really interested in was the ice. It was thrilling to take your first step on the shiny dark ice to test how slippery it was. The river was so slippery that Meg took a long slide that carried her almost to the opposite side. It wasn't entirely true that all this ice had come overnight. The weather had been freezing for a whole week, but Meg and Betsy hadn't noticed how the river was becoming smoother and smoother every day. Only Alva had noticed it, and that morning, before anyone else was awake, she had gone down to test the ice with a heavy pole. "No one has to be afraid to walk on it, because if it will hold Alva, it will hold us," Meg said. "Absolute lie," said Betsy. Meg and Betsy had a wonderful time gliding and sliding. Their cheeks were red and their breath came out like white smoke. They couldn't understand how people could stay in bed on a day like this. But in Peaceful Villa no one seemed to be awake. Albert evidently didn't know that the whole river was like a smooth, shiny road to slide on. Around every bend there were new stretches of fine ice to explore. If you passed Peaceful Villa and kept going, you came eventually to Apple Lake, where there was real country, and a real farm called Apple Hill. "Maybe we ought to go and say hello to the Petrus Carlsons at Apple Hill," Meg suggested. "Do you think Mother would let us?" Betsy asked. Mother was still sleeping. After all, it was Sunday morning, and they couldn't wake her up just to ask such a silly question. "Of course she'd let us," said Meg. "Not if we were to take the road, of course, because that would take too long, but if we slide there on the ice, it will take us no time at all." "All right," said Betsy. Neither of them remembered what Alva had said about breakfast, so they started merrily gliding along in the direction of Apple Hill. "Ice is something I really like," said Meg. "Everyone likes ice," said Betsy. But Meg didn't just like the ice. It made her feel so happy that her heart danced with joy. This long, wide road of ice was like a miracle. The winter river and the summer river were entirely different. Sometimes on a summer evening they rode with father all the way to Apple Hill to buy eggs, and then it was a gentle little river, flowing quietly along between green trees. Soft green branches hung out over the water so that Meg and Betsy could touch the leaves from their seats in the boat. But the winter river seemed to be enchanted. The glossy dark ice and the strange red sun, making the frosty white trees sparkle, were beautiful in a cold and fairy-like way that now the snowstorms start 95 thrilled Meg. The faster she went sliding along, the more light-hearted she became. She felt almost as if she were flying to heaven. Betsy was behind. "Wait for me," she shouted. She was beginning to be tired of sliding, and now she settled down to walk, and not very fast at that. Meg had to stop and wait until Betsy caught up with her. "How far is it to Apple Hill?" Betsy asked suspiciously. "Not far at all," Meg assured her. "We'll soon be there." "Take my hand," Betsy said and tucked her fist into Meg's. They went trudging along, hand in hand, quite slowly now, expecting to see the lake and Apple Hill farm behind every new bend. But there was only the river stretching ahead of them. Betsy had had enough. "Meg, do you know what? I'm hungry." Then they suddenly remembered Alva saying, "You have to come back and have your breakfast soon." And there they were, cold and tired and far from home. They looked at each other in dismay. Meg realized that she too was very hungry, but she didn't want to turn back. It could be only a little farther to Apple Hill, and it would be wonderful to rest there for a while. "We can each buy an egg from Mrs. Carlson," she said, "and ask them to cook it so we can eat it right away." "Do we have any money?" asked Betsy. "No," said Meg. But then she remembered that the day before she had put 2 cents into the pocket of the checkered skirt she was wearing, and she began to feel around for the coins. "Can you get 2 eggs for 2 cents? asked Betsy. Meg was doubtful. "I don't think so, but we can try. We'll say that we want 2 cents worth of eggs, and then we'll see what happens." But unfortunately she didn't find the 2 cents. "What are we going to do now?" Betsy asked. Meg shrugged her shoulders. "Well, 2 cents more or less can't make much difference when you're buying eggs." Betsy didn't think it could either. "Let's go anyway," said Meg. "Mrs. Carlson may invite us for breakfast and we'll say, 'Yes, thank you,' right away." The thought of breakfast around the next bend put new life into them. They went sliding along again for a while, then walked for a bit, but still they were not within sight of Apple Hill. "Perhaps they put the farm someplace else during the winter," Betsy suggested. "Don't be silly," said Meg, but she too was beginning to wonder. "This is very strange. If we don't see Apple Hill when we come to that bend, it'll mean we're bewitched, and if that's the case, I feel sorry for us." Meg couldn't shake off the idea of witchcraft. The trees were so beautiful and lifeless with their white frosty branches. Only in bewitched forests do trees look like that. The dark glossy eyes, which could make children lose their heads and lure them a long way from home, might be a bewitched road without end. Little ghostly winter witches probably flew around there at night. Yes, it must be witchcraft. There could be no other explanation. But Betsy didn't want to be bewitched, she said, sobbing miserably. And then, just as they trudged round the bend, what should they see but Apple Hill, with its barn and its stable and its cozy red farmhouse. Betsy stopped crying at once. "Apple Hill is a lovely farm," she said cheerfully. Meg heartily agreed. "I hope they are home," she said, especially Tor and Maja. Tor and Maja were the Apple Hill children, and Meg was fond of them, although they were terribly old, almost 20. Meg and Betsy couldn't have come at a more suitable time. Everyone was sitting at the breakfast table, Petrus Carlson, Mrs. Carlson, Tor, and Maja, when they walked in, like 2 red-cheeked Christmas angels. "Do you have any eggs for sale?" asked Betsy before anyone else had a chance to say a word. Meg pinched her. "Silly Betsy, what a stupid thing to say. It would have been all right if they'd had any money, but as it was, they couldn't pay a cent." "My dears, did you come all this way in the cold just to 98 mischievous Meg buy eggs?" asked Mrs. Carlson. "How many eggs does your mother want?" Meg and Betsy were embarrassed. They didn't know how to explain that Mother hadn't sent them at all. Meg was furious with Betsy. She'd spoiled everything. People who came to buy eggs wouldn't be invited to have breakfast. Only those who had come to visit would be invited. "We're really only out for a walk," said Meg at last. And Betsy added, "Because we have no money, we're out for a walk without any money." "Oh," said Mr. Carlson, stirring his coffee. "Yes, it's wonderful weather to be out walking in without any money." "Yes, wonderful," Meg agreed. It gives you such an appetite. Yes, I'm sure it does, said Mr. Carlson, but it didn't seem as if he understood very well. Mrs. Carlson understood better. May I give you some breakfast? She asked. Yes, thank you, said Meg and Betsy in unison. They quickly took off their hoods and sweaters and gloves, and before Madja had time to get plates for them, they were sitting down at the table. When the Carlsons had finished their breakfast, they stayed at the table just to talk to Betsy and Meg. So you're out taking a walk? Said Mr. Carlson, laughing. By this time Meg and Betsy had their mouths so full that they couldn't answer, so they only nodded. Mrs. Carlson had given them huge slices of bread and butter, which they were hungrily devouring with their porridge. It wasn't hard to see that the weather had given them an appetite. I love porridge, said Meg. Don't you, Betsy? No, said Betsy. She certainly liked porridge, and especially right now, but she didn't love porridge, and she always said exactly what she meant. The Carlsons laughed. They had a special laugh. Every one at Apple Hill laughed in the same way, quietly and kindly. Well, what do you love, then? Asked Mrs. Carlson. Betsy thought for a moment. Gooseberry pudding, and pudding. And other pudding. The Carlsons laughed again. Gooseberry pudding, and pudding. And other pudding, said Mrs. Carlson. That's an awful lot of pudding. Meg was the only one who understood what Betsy meant. Gooseberry pudding is gooseberry pudding, and pudding is apple pudding, and other pudding is all other kinds of pudding, she explained. It was Torres' turn to laugh. Gooseberry pudding and other pudding. Is that all you eat at June Hill? No, it isn't, said Betsy, annoyed. We eat ice cream. On my 5th birthday Mother let me eat all the ice cream I wanted, at least 10 pounds. 100 mischievous Meg. Oh, said Mrs. Carlson, so you're 5 already. When were you 5? Oh, she doesn't know that herself, said Meg. Betsy scowled at her. Don't I? I most certainly do. You do. When was it? On my birthday, there, said Betsy and stuck out her tongue at Meg. Meg stuck out her tongue right back at Betsy, and then they remembered that you don't behave like that when you're a guest. They thanked the Carlsons very politely, going around the table to shake hands, and curtsying to Mr. Carlson, Mrs. Carlson, Tor, and Madja. Now they weren't hungry any longer, but they were terribly tired. It was nice to sit in the warm kitchen, and they didn't feel at all like going out into the cold again. I think I'd better telephone your father, Mr. Carlson said. Perhaps they don't know at home that you're here buying eggs, without any money. Meg and Betsy were terribly ashamed of themselves and listened uneasily while Mr. Carlson called up June Hill. Meg stood beside him and tugged at his sleeve. Ask if we may stay for a while and rest. Mr. Carlson did so and added, I'll drive them home soon. Meg and Betsy looked pleased, but then Mr. Carlson handed the receiver to Meg. Your father wants to talk to you, he said, and the smile disappeared from Meg's face. Listen to me, my girl, said father sternly. How would it be if you used your head for a change? Going so far in this cold. Just suppose you'd got your noses frozen off. What would you say then? Meg kept on thinking about that after she had hung up the telephone receiver. Was it really possible to have your nose frozen off? How terrible if, while she was walking along with Betsy, their noses had suddenly dropped off and landed on the ice, like 2 little cold pieces of leather. What would they have said then? Goodbye, noses, maybe. Meg shuddered at the thought and was just about to start crying over her lost nose when she suddenly remembered that both she and Betsy still had their noses. Thank goodness. Betsy was using hers right then, burrowing it into Torres' thick jacket, which was hanging over a chair. It smells so good, she said. It smells like the barnyard. Can we go there? Tor was just as nice as his father. Yes, of course we can, he said, laughing in that quiet, amusing way, just as if he knew a funny secret. He took them down to the barnyard and showed them the big bull and all the cows and calves. There was a newborn calf in a pen, and the girls were delighted with him. Although he could hardly stand on his legs, he came to the barrier and put his wet muzzle against Meg and Betsy. They held out their fingers for him to lick, and Meg told him that, in case he didn't know it, it would soon be Christmas. Then Tor took them to the stables and showed them the 4 horses, Titus, Mona, Freja, and Conk. Meg and Betsy had seen them last in the summer, when they were out in the meadow. But now they were standing in their stalls and they neat a greeting when Meg and Betsy came in. Conk was the friendliest one, but the ugliest. His coat was a queer yellow colour. It doesn't matter how you look, though, as long as you're good, said Meg. They went into his stall and patted him on the back, brushed him, and fed him some oats. Tor chuckled quietly to himself as he stood watching them. Which manger did little Jesus lie in? Betsy asked suddenly. As far as she knew, the Apple Hill stable was the only one in the world. Meg explained to her that it was in an entirely different stable, far away in Bethlehem. How do you know? Asked Betsy. I know because the teacher said so. Betsy wasn't at all pleased. No, he was lying in Conka's manger. That is what they said in my school. And Conk was so good to him and didn't bite him, just sniffed a little at him to find out who he was. Meg looked around the shadowy stable. She too would have liked Jesus' manger to be at Apple Hill. Perhaps it was here, after all, she said eagerly. And Mary put lights in all the windows, and Mr. Carlson and Mrs. Carlson sat in the kitchen and saw the light shining across the snow, and then Mrs. Carlson said, "Who do you suppose is in the stable tonight?" Betsy knew the answer to that. "It is only little Jesus," she said. "He is lying in Conka's manger, and Conk is sniffing at him, and Jesus is laughing. He likes that." "Am I sitting in the kitchen too, looking out at the light in the stable?" Tor asked. "Now you're being pretty silly, Tor," said Meg. "This happened ages ago when you weren't even born." While they were in the stable, the weather had changed. The red sun had disappeared behind dark clouds, and snowflakes were flying through the air. "Hooray, it's beginning to snow," said Meg. Soon the snow was falling heavily over Apple Hill. "I can't drive you home in weather like this," Mr. Carlson said. "We'll have to wait until it stops." "Yes, let's," said Meg and Betsy, both at once. They didn't at all mind waiting until the snowstorm was over. Madge still had all the dolls she had played with when she was a little girl, and she brought them out. Meg and Betsy lined them up on the kitchen sofa, changed their clothes, and had a wonderful time. Outside, the snow was still falling steadily. "This will probably turn into a sleigh ride," said Mr. Carlson, "but we'll wait until it stops." "Yes, please," said Meg and Betsy, who were very happy playing with the dolls. Suddenly Mrs. Carlson called Betsy. "Which do you really like best?" she asked. "Gooseberry pudding or other pudding or just plain pudding?" "Gooseberry pudding," Betsy said promptly. "You're lucky, because that's exactly what we're having for dessert, and not pudding or other pudding," said Mrs. Carlson. "Come now, let's have dinner." They sat down to a wonderful meal of ham with onion sauce and gooseberry pudding with milk. The snow was still falling. "It looks as if it would never stop," said Mr. Carlson. "Maybe we'd better get going anyway, or they'll think at June Hill that we've decided to keep you." "Perhaps it will stop soon," said Mrs. Carlson. "You'd better wait a while." But the snow kept on falling. There were tall white hoods on the gateposts, and the flakes were coming down so thickly that you could hardly see the barn from the kitchen window. Soon it began to get dark. "Tor, you'll have to hitch up the horses to the snowplow," said Mr. Carlson, "or I'll never get to June Hill with these two youngsters." Tor harnessed Mona and Fredget to the snowplow, and Mr. Carlson harnessed Titus and Conk to the sleigh. Meg and Betsy were tucked under a fur rug in the sleigh so that only their noses stuck out and they couldn't even wave goodbye to Mrs. Carlson and Madge, who were standing in the window to watch them leave. Mr. Carlson drove the sleigh, while Tor drove the snowplow on ahead. "Imagine it taking 4 horses to get us back to June Hill," said Meg. "4 horses and a snowplow," said Betsy. "That's almost a sleigh party." They pretended that they were on a sleigh party and curled up under the fur rug, listening to the bells on the horses' collars, for they were driving back to June Hill to the sound of 4 sleigh bells. "I'm certainly glad we went to Apple Hill," Meg said. "But it still doesn't look as if it would ever stop snowing," said Mr. Carlson. He probably wasn't nearly as comfortable up in the driver's seat as Meg and Betsy were down under the fur rug. "We can sing for him and cheer him up a little," whispered Meg to Betsy. "Oh, Christmas time," sang Meg. "Oh, joyful season," Betsy chimed in just as they came to the gate of June Hill. "Look, there are 4 lights burning in the window," Betsy exclaimed. "Yes," said Meg, "because it's Advent, don't you remember?" "So," said Alva the night before Christmas Eve. "Now everything is ready. I'm tired out, but thank goodness I've finished everything in time. Except for the Christmas tree," Betsy reminded her. "Because Mother and Father are going to trim it tonight while we're sleeping." Meg didn't say anything. She just curled up and shivered with delight the way she always did when everything was so wonderful she could hardly stand it. Now Christmas could come to June Hill, because everything was ready. Every piece of furniture was polished, every corner scrubbed, and every window had white, newly starched curtains. There were candles in all the candlesticks, and new rag rugs in the kitchen, The copper pans were gleaming on the wall, and the kitchen range was decorated with red and green crepe paper, looking as festive as Christmas itself. The living room was fragrant with the white hyacinths that Mother had grown in time for Christmas, and the tree smelled green and fresh as it stood waiting to be trimmed. "We have enough food to last until next Christmas," said Alva. Meg and Betsy had been inspecting the pantry, and they thought so too. On the big table the Christmas ham was competing with the head cheese, the spare ribs with the liver, wurst, anchovy salad, and meatballs. Hanging from the ceiling were rows of bologna and sausage. The juniper berry juice was in its jug, the Christmas fish in its basin, the cheesecake in its box. Everything was ready. Loaves of bread and saffron rolls were stacked in the bread box. Gingerbread and almond cake and all kinds of cookies filled the cookie tins. Tonight Father would place sheaves of wheat in the apple trees, so the sparrows would know when they woke up that Christmas had come. Alva put wood in front of all the fireplaces and shoveled small winding paths to the gate, the woodshed, and the river. The river was very important because that was the way Santa Claus would come, and Betsy and Meg knew it would be a disaster if he couldn't get through all the snow. He wouldn't have any trouble this year, though, because the whole river was clear, thanks to Thor, who had driven his snowplow all the way back to Apple Hill on Advent Sunday, after returning Meg and Betsy to June Hill. That would make things easy for Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. Albert too was grateful to Thor for ploughing the river, for he had made himself a sled, much to the delight of Meg and Betsy, especially when he gave them rides on it. He whirled them around so fast that they got dizzy. But Albert couldn't get away from his baking very often. His pretzels were too much in demand for Christmas. Mrs. Nilsson sold them at the market every day. What Mr. Nilsson did, no one knew, but he seemed to be very busy. At any rate, he was hardly ever at home. The night before Christmas Eve, Meg went over to Peaceful Villa to see what Albert was doing. She found him on his knees scrubbing the kitchen floor, but he stopped as soon as Meg came in. "I was just going to clean up a little," he explained. He had already scrubbed half the floor, and it was easy to see where he had worked, for the scrubbed part was not nearly as black as the unscrubbed part. Meg looked around. Except for the floor, there hadn't been much Christmas house cleaning done at Peaceful Villa. The curtains and the embroidered covers on the shelves had not been washed. Everything looked the same as usual, and it shouldn't be the same as usual the night before Christmas Eve. Meg felt very strongly about this. "Aren't you ready yet?" she asked. Albert looked surprised. "Ready for what?" Meg didn't exactly know what to answer. "Well, it's Christmas Eve tomorrow." "Oh, yes, we're ready," said Albert. "Come and see." He went ahead of Meg into the little room next to the kitchen and showed her a paper streamer, decorated with bearded Santa Clauses, nailed up on the wall. "What do you say to that?" he asked triumphantly. "Mother and Dad haven't seen it yet. It is a surprise for them." Meg still wasn't satisfied. "Don't you have a Christmas tree?" she asked. "While there's life, there's hope," said Albert. "Maybe Dad will bring one when he comes home tonight, that is, if he hasn't forgotten. In that case I'll go out and chop one down in the woods tomorrow morning, because I'm going to have a Christmas tree." Then Meg thought of her tree at June Hill, and one of those little shivers of joy raced through her. "Isn't Christmas wonderful, Albert?" "Yes, it's nice to fix the place up for Christmas. I like that streamer." Meg liked the streamer with the bearded Santa Clauses too, but it decorated only one little spot, and Meg wanted Christmas to be all over the place. But Albert probably wasn't that particular. "Do you think you'll get a lot of Christmas presents?" she asked. "While there's life, there's hope," Albert said again. "I hope Mother and Dad haven't forgotten. But do you want to see what I've bought?" "Swear that you won't tell a single living soul," Meg promised. Then Albert carefully opened the door to the closet and pointed proudly to a brand new lamp with a white lampshade. It looked expensive and elegant. "That's an improvement on the junky one we have now," said Albert. "Is it going to be a Christmas present?" Meg asked. "Yes, I'm going to give it to Mother and Dad, and they can call it a Christmas present or whatever they like," said Albert. "It's very expensive, and I earned every penny for it myself." Meg went home, deep in thought. Both the lamp and the bearded Santa Clauses were all right, but still they made her anxious to get back to June Hill. It was hard to believe that it really would be Christmas tomorrow when she was at Peaceful Villa, and this bothered her. She talked to Betsy about it when they went to bed. "Suppose it isn't Christmas Eve tomorrow when we wake up, but just Friday. Then I'll drown myself," said Betsy. She had heard Alva say that sometimes, and Betsy was quick to pick up such expressions. But Betsy didn't have to drown herself. It was Christmas Eve when they woke up. It was still dark outside, but Father came into their room with lighted candles and they could hear Mother playing "Christmas is Here Again" on the piano downstairs. "Yes, Christmas is here again," said Father. "Merry Christmas, my little girls." "Merry Christmas, Father," cried Meg and Betsy as they flew out of bed and dashed downstairs into the living room. There was the tree, all lit up and more beautiful than they remembered a Christmas tree could be. There was a fire in the porcelain stove, and the room was fragrant with the smell of the Christmas tree, firewood, and hyacinth. Christmas had really come. For a moment they stood speechless, but they quickly recovered. They ran across the floor, leaping with joy, jumping, dancing, and singing, while Sasso barked. Christmas had really come. Then Alva brought in the breakfast tray, and they all sat in front of the fire, Mother, Father, Alva, Meg, and Betsy. Meg and Betsy considered it a special treat to have breakfast in their pajamas. "It's because it's Christmas," Betsy said. "Yes, because it's Christmas," said Mother. Meg looked anxiously at Mother to see if she was tired, but fortunately Mother was happy and not at all tired. Everyone had to be happy, and everyone had to feel that Christmas was wonderful, or something was spoiled for Meg. She had kept on saying to Mother, when she was working on the Christmas preparations, "You have to promise not to be tired on Christmas Eve." Now, how could I be tired on Christmas Eve? Mother had asked. Sitting here with Father and Alva, she seemed to be just as happy about Christmas as Meg and Betsy. Oh, how wonderful it all was. It began to get lighter outside, and the sparrows were awake and eating their breakfast in the sheaves of wheat. Meg and Betsy watched them through the living room window. "Do sparrows know it's Christmas, Father?" Betsy wondered. "Perhaps they don't," said Father, "but I think they understand what Christmas sheaves are." "I understand everything," Betsy said. But there was one thing neither Meg nor Betsy could understand. Why should Christmas Eve be twice as long as any other day in the year? Who decided that? Mother did what she could to make the long hours go a little faster. First she sent Meg and Betsy to Ida with the traditional Christmas basket. Ida had to share their Christmas ham, and the head cheese and the spare ribs and sausage and liverwurst and bread and cake and coffee and cookies and apples and candles. Mother packed everything into the red basket, and then Meg and Betsy took it and started off in the cold to Ida's house. Ida lived all alone in her little house. Her girls had gone far away to America. As Meg stood on the doorstep, she was suddenly worried. Maybe Christmas didn't mean so much to Ida, but she needn't have worried. Ida was sitting in her wicker chair in front of the fireplace, looking very contented, with her feet in a basin of warm water. "Both my feet and I know it's Christmas. For 3 wonderful days we're going to sit here doing absolutely nothing." She was delighted with the Christmas basket and immediately had to taste the liverwurst and the head cheese. She gave the bologna an approving pat. "But this is all wrong," she said. "You bring me all the food you can carry, and I sit here like a queen, soaking my feet and stuffing myself." They couldn't stay very long at Ida's because it was time to go home and dip bread in the soup kettle, as they always did on Christmas Eve. "Merry Christmas, Ida," cried Meg and Betsy. And Ida, with her feet in the basin and a piece of ham in her hand, looked as if she really would have a Merry Christmas. Christmas Eve crawled forward, bit by bit. Meg and Betsy dipped bread in the kettle, not because they thought bread dipped in broth tasted particularly good, but because it was a tradition, and it was fun to have everybody in the kitchen together, all dipping their pieces of bread into the same kettle. "You have to do it, because otherwise it isn't Christmas," said Meg. During the next few hours, they busily wrapped Christmas presents. Father helped them to put red sealing wax on all the packages. But entirely without Father's help, Betsy put a little hot sealing wax on her thumb, and her screams could be heard all over the house. "Wax shouldn't be allowed," she said bitterly when she had finished screaming. "Wax certainly should be allowed," Meg said, "or otherwise it wouldn't smell like Christmas." She talked to Betsy about how wonderful it would be if they could hide a little of the wax smell in a jar together with all the other good Christmas smells. Then they could keep the jar to sniff it all year, until Christmas came again. Among Meg's presents was a little package for Albert containing a small harmonica. She had bought it with the ghost money she got after the night in the Nilssons' laundry. Usually she and Albert didn't exchange Christmas presents, but she was terribly afraid that he wouldn't get very many and that he would be unhappy. When it began to get dark, she ran down to Peaceful Villa with her present, closely followed by Betsy. The Nilssons were in the kitchen, as usual, and Mr. Nilsson was lying on the sofa, as usual. But there was an unusual lightness about the kitchen. The new lamp was shining brightly on the table, and Albert's eyes were shining even more brightly. He seemed to see nothing but the N6 mischievous Meg lamp and hardly even noticed Meg and Betsy. But Mr. Nils' son nodded to them from the couch in a friendly way. "Little Meg and little Betsy from June Hill, you came just in time," he said, pointing proudly to the lamp. "What do you think of this magnificent gift my son has bought? What a difference this bright light makes." "Yes, it's lovely," said Meg. "And take a look in the other room. What do you think about the funny little Santa Clauses that my son has put up on the wall? And the Christmas tree, which he got just to give his old father pleasure? Albert, you're a good son." Mrs. Nilsson was sitting as close to the lamp as she could get, drinking coffee. She put the cup down and stroked Albert on the head, as if he didn't do it for his mother too. "Yes, you certainly are a nice boy, Albert." Albert was embarrassed by all this praise. He turned to Meg and Betsy and said, "What do you want, anyway?" Meg produced the package, which she had been holding behind her back. "I just wanted to give you a Christmas present," she said. "A Christmas present for me? But why?" Mrs. Nilsson clapped her hands together in dismay. "A Christmas present for Albert? We completely forgot." She gave Mr. Nilsson an accusing look. "Emil, did you remember to get Albert a Christmas present, by any chance?" Mr. Nilsson just looked sourly at Mrs. Nilsson and finally said in an annoyed tone, "Although I am a house owner and a property owner, I am a little short of cash at the moment. Therefore, Albert didn't get a present. Do you feel bad about that, Albert?" Albert didn't look sad at all. "We have the lamp. And Maggie's Christmas present, too," Betsy reminded him. "Yes, that's right. Meg brought me a Christmas present." He opened the package and took out the harmonica. Mr. Nilsson was delighted. "Oh, a harmonica. That's just fine. Now you can play something nice for your old father." It wasn't an expensive harmonica, but Albert could play on it just the same. He sat beside his lamp, playing "Christmas is Here Again," and sounding almost all the right notes. Then he played "Home, Sweet Home," and Mr. Nilsson cried because that was his favourite song. Meg and Betsy went back to June Hill, pleased with their visit. "It was nice in their house," said Betsy. "Yes, it was," Meg agreed. "What a fine lamp. I would like to have one like it." Night came at last, and all the Christmas candles were lit at June Hill. Betsy thought this was so that Santa Claus could find his way in the dark. But Santa Claus wouldn't be coming until 7 o'clock. He'd called himself and said so, Father told them. That was too bad, because it would have been nice to have him in the kitchen right then. Alva had set the big table with everything June Hill had to offer: ham, rice pudding, Elliot mischievous Meg Christmas fish, spare ribs, sausage, meatballs, anchovy salad, and many other things. Meg and Betsy counted 20 different serving dishes. Both girls were terribly excited and had a hard time sitting still. The heat from all the candles made their cheeks glow. They talked and laughed and played like baby calves, but they didn't eat very much. Then, when Father had lit the candles on the Christmas tree and Mother was sitting at the piano, they quieted down because now they were going to sing all the Christmas songs, and nothing could feel more like Christmas than that. Shine over sea and land, oh, distant star. Meg was so happy that she felt a lump in her throat. It seemed as if the Christmas lights shone more brightly when she was singing, and as if she were a better person. She would ask Betsy to forgive her for all sorts of things, but she wasn't sure exactly what. Suddenly Father said, "Put on your coats quickly, because Santa Claus will be here any minute." Then they all went outside, Mother, Father, Alva, Meg, and Betsy. It was quite dark, but the ground and trees were white with snow, and the stars were bright above the roof. Meg and Betsy took each other by the hand and ran down the little path to the river. The night was very quiet, but somewhere far away they could hear the faint sound of sleigh bells. Santa Claus was coming. They stood on the landing in the snow and heard the sleigh bells coming closer and closer. They shivered with excitement and pressed themselves close to their mother. At last they could see the glow of a torch shining across the snow at the bend of the river. Then they could see the horse and sleigh. There was Santa Claus. He was sitting in his sleigh with his white beard and his red hood, and the horse came trotting up to the landing. "Whoa, whoa," said Santa Claus and stopped right in front of Meg and Betsy. They stood in speechless suspense, not daring to say a word, staring at Santa Claus with big round eyes. The horse also got his share of their attention, an ugly little horse, like Conk at Apple Hill. To think that there could be other horses in the world just as yellow and just as ugly. But Conk didn't have a black pompon on his forehead, of course. "Are there any good children here?" asked Santa Claus, and he sounded good and kind, just like Tor at Apple Hill. Were there any good children? Yes, there certainly are, said Father emphatically. Meg and Betsy are very good girls indeed. Well, in that case, said Santa Claus and pulled a big sack out of his sleigh. Merry Christmas. He almost sounded a bit shy. He tapped his ugly horse and turned the sleigh and drove off in the direction of Apple Hill, from which he had come. Merry Christmas, Mother, Father, Alva, Meg, and Betsy called out to him. They stood on the landing until the sound of the bells died away. Then Father and Alva took the sack between them and carried it into the house. Christmas Eve had been a very long day, but it finally came to an end. The candles had burned down, the presents had been distributed, everyone had eaten nuts, apples, and butterscotch, and nobody had the energy to dance around the Christmas tree anymore. Then Meg suddenly put her hands over her face and cried as if her heart would break. Oh, Mother, now it's over, it's all over. But by the time she was tucked cosily into bed with her Christmas presents around her, she was already looking forward to the next day, when she was going to read her new books and try out her new skis and play with her new doll, who was called Casa. Betsy had a new doll too, a sailor doll that she had christened Albert. She took Albert to bed with her and said to him, "Now, you be a good little boy." She was quiet for a while and then said slowly, "Even though I'm a house owner and a property owner, there wasn't any Christmas present for Albert." "But next year," said Betsy, and stroked Albert gently on the head, "you're going to get a whole sackful if I have any cash." Peppy and Ronja, Christmas at Villa. Ronja wrinkled her nose. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, and looked at the baking tray with Christmas cookies. Instead of the golden brown, for some reason they turned out to be almost black. "What does it smell like here?" Peppy shouted from the doorway. She opened the window so the swirling black smoke found its way into the street, went up to Ronja and stood behind her. Ronja grunted, and Peppy realized what was wrong. She grabbed a cookie from the baking sheet and quickly put it in her mouth. "Very tasty," Peppy smiled. Ronja gave her an incredulous look. "If we cover them with icing, no one will notice the cookies come out harder than necessary. Or we can deceive everyone and say they simply got tanned, because they rested on the island of Curricardadut in the sun." Peppy dispelled Ronja's discontent as easily as Frosty Grandfather blows snowflakes from spruce branches. The snowdrifts of winter were so high they almost reached the windows. Ronja walked along the path the deer trod onto a high birch at the edge of the yard. Pulling the mittens out of a bear's skin and wincing from the cold that was pinching her nose, she began to hang bird food on the branches. Last night, Peppy attached a red lantern with a candle to an empty birdhouse, saying the birds also needed light on a dark winter night. "Done." Peppy's voice broke the frosty silence. Ronja tied the last piece of fat to the birch and turned to the house. "Well, how's it going?" she asked. Peppy sat on the stove's pipe and waved her hands contentedly. Hundreds of red, green, blue and gold lights shone along the edge of the roof, framed windows, a terrace, and hung from the balcony. The entrance door was decorated with 3 Christmas wreaths of different sizes, another Peppy attached to the pipe. 4 socks dangled from the drain, with a dozen colourful balls and a huge chimney that swayed slightly in the wind. "You think that's enough?" Ronja shouted, waving her hand toward the house. Peppy smiled broadly. "Well, actually I was just starting, but then I thought I should leave a little for the Christmas tree." She laughed and threw a snowball at Ronja. Ronja stepped back, laughing loudly, and stretched out in a snowdrift. Deep darkness fell over the forest. Only stars flickered faintly in the sky and a tiny light jumped up and down. It was Peppy with a lantern in her hand making her way along the path marked by snow into the depths of the thicket. The cold wind slipped between the trees, pinched behind the ears, and Peppy pulled her hat down further. Ronja hurried after her, and the snow creaked under her boots. The robbers' daughter felt at home among silent spruce trees, under a star carpet spread out above. Everything here reminded her of her native land, of the old dilapidated castle in the forest where she grew up. Peppy stopped so suddenly Ronja crashed into her. "Will this fit?" asked Peppy, pointing to a slender Christmas tree sticking out nearby. Ronja looked at the tree and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is it not a bit tall?" But Peppy had already jumped into the snow, falling to her knees, and resolutely headed in the direction. "No, of course, I'll come up with something. You will see." She looked back at Ronja. Ronja nodded, laughed, shrugged, and followed. She didn't doubt for a second. One way or another, Peppy would get this particular treat to stand in the villa's hall. Peppy, the strongest girl in the world, broke a spruce with one hand and put it on her shoulder. Ronja collected the cones to decorate the wreaths on the front door. You go, I'll catch up, she said, and Pippi, whistling joyfully, walked along the path back to the house. After waiting for her to hide from view and her steps to dissolve in the night darkness, Ronja spread her arms and collapsed back forward into the pristine whiteness. Flakes of snow flew into her face, but Ronja only smiled wider. She lay and looked at the North Star, which winked at her between the spruce branches. Then she barely audibly purred an old bandit song. Then Ronja opened her mouth in surprise, shaking off the snow from her boots and entering the house. A round hole had appeared in the ceiling of the room, and a tree stood in the middle of the room that passed right through to the bedroom. Sawdust slowly fell from the ceiling, spinning in the air. Beautiful, right? Between the branches was Pippi's happy face. Ronja couldn't help laughing. She nodded, went to the tree, and rested her hands on her hips. Can you help with the decorating too? Asked Pippi. Ronja hung on the branches small figures of animals she had carved from a tree, and dry cones. Pippi adorned the Christmas tree with everything that came to hand: colourful socks, scarves, hairpins, sweets, silver spoons, braided laces and pearl earrings that once belonged to her mother. The conclusion was Mr. Nilsson's straw hat, set on the top as if it were his head, for the finishing touch. Great, Pippi said proudly, and flopped down on the bed. And now we can admire the Christmas tree both in the bedroom and downstairs in the hall. Great, huh? Ronja nodded. She had never seen such a strange spruce, but really liked it. In Matthias Castle, all the Christmas trees were the most ordinary, boring and almost without decorations, nothing special. Next year you will bring the tree, said Pippi. Then the tree will be very small. Such that would fit into the room of Mr. Nilsson. Ronja started a fire in the hearth. The heat spread pleasantly over them, and she was tired after she cleaned the snow Pippi had got in the house, which took several hours. Finally she closed her eyes, and said, Merry Christmas, Pippi. The Holy Night, Den Heilige Nachten. When I was 5 years old I had such a great sorrow. I hardly know if I have had a greater since then. It was then that my grandmother died. Up to the time, she used to sit every day on the corner sofa in her room, and tell stories. I remember grandmother told story after story from morning till night, and we children sat beside her, quite still, and listened. It was a glorious life. No other children had such happy times as we did. It isn't much that I recollect about my grandmother. I remember that she had very beautiful snow-white hair, and stooped when she walked, and that she always sat and knitted a stocking. And I even remember that when she had finished a story, she used to lay her hand on my head and say, all this is as true as that I see you and you see me. I also remember that she could sing songs, but this she did not do every day. One of the songs was about a knight and a sea troll, and had this refrain, it blows cold, cold weather at sea. Then I remember a little prayer she taught me, and a verse of a hymn. Of all the stories she told me, I have but a dim and imperfect recollection. Only one of them do I remember so well that I should be able to repeat it. It is a little story about Jesus' birth. Well, this is nearly all that I can recall about my grandmother, except the thing which I remember best, and that is, the great loneliness when she was gone. I remember the morning when the corner sofa stood empty, and when it was impossible to understand how the days would ever come to an end. That I remember. That I shall never forget. And I recollect that we children were brought forward to kiss the hand of the dead, and that we were afraid to do it. But then someone said to us that it would be the last time we could thank grandmother for all the pleasure she had given us. And I remember how the stories and songs were driven from the homestead, shut up in a long black casket, and how they never came back again. I remember that something was gone from our lives. It seemed as if the door to a whole beautiful, enchanted world, where before we had been free to go in and out, had been closed. And now there was no one who knew how to open that door. And I remember that, little by little, we children learned to play with dolls and toys, and to live like other children. And then it seemed as though we no longer missed our grandmother, or remembered her. But even today, after 40 years, as I sit here and gather together the legends about Christ, which I heard out there in the Orient, there awakes within me the little legend of Jesus' birth, that my grandmother used to tell, and I feel impelled to tell it once again, and to let it also be included in my collection. It was a Christmas day and all the folks had driven to church except grandmother and I. I believe we were all alone in the house. We had not been permitted to go along, because one of us was too old and the other was too young. And we were sad, both of us, because we had not been taken to early mass to hear the singing and to see the Christmas candles. But as we sat there in our loneliness, grandmother began to tell a story. There was a man who went out in the dark night to borrow live coals to kindle a fire. He went from hut to hut and knocked. "Dear friends, help me," said he. "My wife has just given birth to a child, and I must make a fire to warm her and the little one." But it was way in the night, and all the people were asleep. No one replied. The man walked and walked. At last, he saw the gleam of a fire a long way off. Then he went in that direction and saw that the fire was burning in the open. A lot of sheep were sleeping around the fire, and an old shepherd sat and watched over the flock. When the man who wanted to borrow fire came up to the sheep, he saw that 3 big dogs lay asleep at the shepherd's feet. All 3 awoke when the man approached and opened their great jaws, as though they wanted to bark, but not a sound was heard. The man noticed that the hair on their backs stood up, and that their sharp, white teeth glistened in the firelight. They dashed toward him. He felt that one of them bit at his leg and one at his hand, and that one clung to his throat. But their jaws and teeth wouldn't obey them, and the man didn't suffer the least harm. Now the man wished to go farther, to get what he needed. But the sheep lay back to back and so close to one another that he couldn't pass them. Then the man stepped upon their backs and walked over them and up to the fire. And not one of the animals awoke or moved. When the man had almost reached the fire, the shepherd looked up. He was a surly old man, who was unfriendly and harsh toward human beings. And when he saw the strange man coming, he seized a long, spiked staff, which he always held in his hand when he tended his flock, and threw it at him. The staff came right toward the man, but, before it reached him, it turned off to one side and whizzed past him, far out in the meadow. Now the man came up to the shepherd and said to him, "Good man, help me, and lend me a little fire. My wife has just given birth to a child, and I must make a fire to warm her and the little one." The shepherd would rather have said no, but when he pondered that the dogs couldn't hurt the man, and the sheep had not run from him and that the staff had not wished to strike him, he was a little afraid, and dared not deny the man that which he asked. "Take as much as you need," he said to the man. But then the fire was nearly burnt out. There were no logs or branches left, only a big heap of live coals, and the stranger had neither spade nor shovel wherein he could carry the red-hot coals. When the shepherd saw this, he said again, "Take as much as you need," and he was glad that the man wouldn't be able to take away any coals. But the man stopped and picked coals from the ashes with his bare hands, and laid them in his mantle. And he didn't burn his hands when he touched them, nor did the coals scorch his mantle, but he carried them away as if they had been nuts or apples. And when the shepherd, who was such a cruel and hard-hearted man, saw all this, he began to wonder to himself, "What kind of a night is this, when the dogs do not bite, the sheep are not scared, the staff does not kill, or the fire scorch?" He called the stranger back and said to him, "What kind of a night is this? And how does it happen that all things show you compassion?" Then said the man, "I cannot tell you if you yourself do not see it." And he wished to go his way, that he might soon make a fire and warm his wife and child. But the shepherd did not wish to lose sight of the man before he had found out what all this might portend. He got up and followed the man till they came to the place where he lived. Then the shepherd saw the man didn't have so much as a hut to dwell in, but that his wife and babe were lying in a mountain grotto, where there was nothing except the cold and naked stone walls. But the shepherd thought that perhaps the poor innocent child might freeze to death there in the grotto, and, although he was a hard man, he was touched, and thought he would like to help it. And he loosened the knapsack from his shoulder, took from it a soft white sheepskin, gave it to the strange man, and said that he should let the child sleep on it. But just as soon as he showed that he, too, could be merciful, his eyes were opened, and he saw what he had not been able to see before, and heard what he could not have heard before. He saw that all around him stood a ring of little silver-winged angels, and each held a stringed instrument, and all sang in loud tones, that tonight the Saviour was born who should redeem the world from its sins. Then he understood how all things were so happy this night that they didn't want to do anything wrong. And it was not only around the shepherd that there were angels, but he saw them everywhere. They sat inside the grotto, they sat outside on the mountain, and they flew under the heavens. They came marching in great companies, and, as they passed, they paused and cast a glance at the child. There was such jubilation and such gladness and songs and play. And all this he saw in the dark night, whereas before he could not have made out anything. He was so happy because his eyes had been opened that he fell upon his knees and thanked God. What the shepherd saw, we might also see, for the angels fly down from heaven every Christmas Eve, if we could only see them. You must remember this, for it is as true as that I see you and you see me. It is not revealed by the light of lamps or candles, and it does not depend upon sun and moon, but that which is needful is that we have such eyes as can see God's glory.